Chapter 301 The Terrifying Hanayou Group. On for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Chapter 301 The Horrible Hanayou Group. On for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's strongest emperor makes Chapter 301, The Terrifying Hanayou Group. On, please collect, seek subscription, seek reward, seek monthly ticket. Ah, peng. The ninja screamed, and then there were 4 chakra moments in the body of Hyuga Sato. It broke out, and the 8 doors in this ninja burst instantly! Hey, fatty. Let's start too. By the way, I'm a little excited. Kato's eyes flashed with excitement, and he whispered in his mouth, Kato-kun, please don't disturb me eating. Kyuda Ueno kept stuffing his mouth with his hands, and said vaguely, after this battle is over, I will ask you to eat barbecue. Kato's face showed a look of helplessness, and said bewildered, Barbecue? Barbecue? Autumn-Road Ueno's eyes were filled with excitement, and he carefully put the snacks in his hand back into the ninja bag, shouting excitedly in his mouth. This foodie ninja middle dot super beast pseudo painting. Kato's face twitched slightly, and then quickly took out a scroll with his right hand, and with a low drink from his mouth, a huge 3-headed dog emerged from the scroll. Fly out. Roar. The 3-headed dog appeared from the picture scroll. The 3 huge heads roared. Then, the 3 heads quickly released the fire escape, wind escape and thunder escape! Peng, peng, peng. With the 3 heads spitting flames, wind blades and thunder and lightning, all the Datongmyukan clan were killed within 30 meters of the 3-headed dog! Barbecue. I want to eat barbecue! Kyuda Ueno yelled from his mouth. His eyes were burning with raging flames, and his body quickly turned into a meatball. Flame Needle Chariot. Kyuda Ueno snorted in a low voice, and his hair instantly stood up. Then, a fleshy ball draped in spikes quickly slammed into the Datongmyukan clan. Peng, peng, peng. All the ninjas who touched the body of Ueno on Autumn Road were all knocked out, leaving a huge and empty field behind Ueno on Autumn Road! Mystery of White Eyes middle dot silver wheel burst. At this time, the Datongmyukan clan can no longer tell who is the clan and who is the branch. All the clansmen have been crushed by the Hanayou group and joined together. At this time, more than 30 people from Datongmyukan clasp their hands together, and their eyes burst into light! Swish, swish. A huge tornado quickly appeared on the battlefield, and swept a small piece of Hanayou group's ninjas almost instantly. Tornado? This is also the ability gained after the whitey-eyed evolution. Hanayou quietly looked at her engulfed subordinates, with a contemplative expression on her face, and said in a deep voice, Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La. Hanayou whispered in her mouth, and a series of dimensional phalanxes appeared in the tornado in the ground. After that, all the ninjas swept in were moved to another place! I was underestimated. Nahatsu, who was at the forefront of the battlefield, showed a cold look on his handsome face, and whispered softly in his mouth. In his right hand is holding a very delicate sword! Guardian Sword of Water Dragon. A smile appeared on Nahatsu's face, and with a low drink from his mouth, the eyes closed on the hilt of the sword opened instantly! Secret skill middle dot hurrying wind and rage. Nahatsu's handsome face had a smile on his face. He let out a low drink, and his right foot slightly stepped on the ground. His body disappeared instantly. Peng, peng, peng. As Nahatsu's figure disappeared, the ninjas in the Datongmyukan village camp fell to the ground almost at the same time! And as they fell to the ground, sword blades suddenly appeared on the bodies of these ninjas. And Nahatsu, who had disappeared for 5 seconds, gradually revealed his figure! So fast. The guy Nahatsu has reached a limit of his mastery. The Water Dragon Sword has the ability to maximize his combat effectiveness within 3 minutes after use, but the disadvantage is that it will be extremely fatigued after use! And Nahatsu directly applied all of his strength and combat power to his own speed, so he was able to obtain such an astonishing speed. Looking at Nahaxa, who reappeared, Hanayu's face showed a trace of relief. Smile, whispered softly in his mouth. Chenyan middle dot you zip pants. Pony had a cold face, and he let out a low voice, and a black underwear appeared on his body instantly. Speed kick. Pony yelled in a low voice, and his right foot instantly turned into an after image and kicked out. Then, a famous ninja was kicked out by Pawnee instantly. Wang Zhao Tong Yaiwin. One word cut. Sakuraki Saito yelled in a low voice, and then his figure quickly appeared in front of a member of the famous Diraki Umura, and the Tong Yaiwin in the right hand flashed across in an instant. Everyone's arteries. And the characteristic that Tongyi's characters cannot heal wounds makes Sakuranai Saito's battle undoubtedly the bloodiest. Thanks for the 100-point reward of 250 yuan and 40 cents. Thanks to C for the 6,000 points reward. Exclamation mark. Thanks to Broken Chen Guingkai for the big 588 points reward. Exclamation mark. Thank you Gilgamesh for the great reward of 588 points. Exclamation mark. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. The Terrifying Hanayu Group. Under. Chapter 302. The Terrifying Hanayu Group. Under. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Chapter 302. The Horrible Hanayu Group. Under. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 302, The Terrifying Hanayu Group. Under. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please monthly ticket. Tongi text. One word cut. Sakuraki Saito let out a low cry, and then his figure quickly appeared in front of the members of the famous Great Tong Kyukan. The Tongyi text in his right hand passed through everyone's arteries in an instant. And the characteristic that Tongyi's characters cannot heal wounds makes Sakuranai Saito's battle undoubtedly the bloodiest. Secret technique middle dot remote chakra sampling. In the team of Datong Muayu village, faced with the attack of several ministers, a bloated ninja walked out slowly. The name was Datong Munan. In Z's ninja's white A's, the stars shine like stars! Exclamation mark. Peng, peng. With Datong Mananza's low drink, a ball of green light emerged from Datong Mananza's body, and then the 30 ninjas in the front row of Hanayu Group were almost instantly killed. Chakra was taken away, and his body fell on the ground. Exclamation mark. Die, die, die to me. Datong Mananza had a look of excitement on his face. His eyes were looking at the 30 green chakra balls flying in the sky. His mouth was crazy. Scream. It's now. A young girl standing in the center of the team 180, her eyes tightly locked on the figure of Datong Mananza. A sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she whispered softly, Prometheus. Secret heart middle dot bouncing shooting. Sakoshi's mouth let out a low voice, and an exquisite gun-shaped court equipment appeared in his right hand. With the low drinking of Sakoshi, a beam of energy shot out from the streamlined muzzle instantly. Boom, boom, boom. This energy bomb hit a member in front of him, and then instantly bounced with the help of force. Then, the energy bomb quickly jumped beside the 20 ninjas in front of him, forming a brilliant trajectory. Peng. With a soft sound, the heart of Datong Mananza in the center was suddenly hit by a beam of energy bombs. Nani? Datong Mananza glanced down at the energy bomb on his heart, raised his head and glanced at the 20 guards in front of him, yelled in horror, and then Datong Mananza's body quickly fell to the ground. Prometheus. Gun-type military equipment that can perform various shooting methods such as curved shooting, bounce, etc. Continuous use will cause a decrease in accuracy, so the timing of use is very important. Sakoshi looked calmly, glancing at the pistol in his right hand. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he muttered softly, exclamation mark rattlesnake. Secret heart middle dot strangulation. Standing not far from Chikoshi's left side, Green yelled, the whip-shaped minister in his hand stretched out quickly, and then flexibly tied up 40 enemies like a snake, got up, and then tightened suddenly. Exclamation mark. Following Green's actions, The rattlesnake in his hand instantly released a terrifying force of strangulation, directly twisting the tied enemy in half, smashing the king. Critical strike with strange power. As the ministers, Cornelius' battle is a little simple. The armored minister in both hands gave her a terrifying power. With Cornelius' low drink, countless enemies were all knocked out. Hey, can't let these officials steal our limelight. A sneer on the face of the 5 generations of Xium from the 4 ghosts of the Rakshasa, said in a deep voice. BJBCR, let the Datong Muayu village clan see the horror of the 4 ghosts of our Rakshasa. A touch of coldness appeared on Akaji's face, and he said in a deep voice. Secret technique middle dot software control. The 4 ghosts of the Rakshasa. The soft ghost Takeyoshi's mouth let out a low cry, and his hands stretched out instantly, and then the 2 arms quickly wrapped around 10 ninjas, following Akeyoshi with a sneer. Countless sharp blades appeared on his hands and arms, directly piercing the 10 ninjas in front of him. Secret technique middle dot iron energy cannon. Hoggy. Oada snorted, his right arm instantly transformed into a barrel, and then a blue energy bomb was quickly excited. Peng. The blue iron cannon exploded directly in the center of the Datong Muyukun clan. With a burst of explosion, more than 100 ninjas were all knocked out. The ruling of the 10 kings. The whip of the facial features. Compared to Oada, who likes to use his own weapons to kill the enemy remotely, the goblin Kawasumi prefers to tear the enemy up close. At this time, Kawasumi's hands appeared as a winch-like killing device. In Kawasumi's crazy laughter, all the enemies that appeared in front of Kawasumi were torn to pieces by him. Secret technique Azura. The 5th generation of Azura Natsumi gave a low voice, and 4 arms appeared behind him instantly. Together with the sweet expression of the 5th generation of Natsumi, the 5th generation of Natsumi was even more surprised. The 4 arms behind Natsumi of the 5 dynasties each appeared with different weapons, and then various missiles and torpedoes all poured over to the enemy in the distance. Peng. As the ministers and the 4 ghosts of the Rakshasa joined the battle, the ninjas of the Datong Muyukun clan were quickly cutting back. Thanks for the 100-point reward of 250 yuan and 40 cents. Thanks to C for the 6,000 points reward! Exclamation mark. Thanks to Broken Chen Guingkai for the big 588 points reward! Exclamation mark. Thank you Gilgamesh for the great reward of 588 points! Exclamation mark. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Destroy the enemy. The Union of Datongma family. Chapter 303 Destroy the enemy. The Union of Datongma family. Seeking collection. Seeking subscription. Seeking reward. Seeking month. Chapter 303 Destroy the enemy. The Union of Datongma family. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For the strongest Emperor of the Moon and Hokage. Chapter 303 To destroy the enemy. The Union of the Great Tongma family. For collection. For subscription. For reward. Help. Save me. With the most terrifying combat power of the Hanayu group, the 4 ghosts of the Rakshasa and the ministers joined the Datong Muayu village clan. Whether it is a clan or a branch, they all began to collapse, and a scream of horror began to sound on the battlefield. Attack! Attack! Everyone, please attack! Datongma Matsuda and Datongma Suzuki showed desperate expressions on their faces. Looking at the rapid reduction in the number of people, they shouted loudly. Exclamation mark. Peng. A sound of explosions continued, and the weapon system in the bodies of the 4 ghosts of the Rakshasa continuously changed into various powerful weapons, and the ninjas from the Datong Muayu village in front of them were quickly killed. Exclamation mark. Monsters. These guys are simply monsters from the world of 6 immortals. Such guys. How can they be defeated? Some ninjas stared in horror at the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa who slaughtered their companions wantonly. There was a hint of despair, and he shouted with fighting willingness. Exclamation mark. Huh? What a trouble. These guys are desperate. I can't think of any killing thoughts for such guys. The 5 generations of Rakshas 4 ghosts of Azura. Xiume's brows wrinkled slightly. After getting up, The forearms behind the body gradually returned to the body. With cold eyes looking at the ninja who had begun to flee in front of him, said with a deep voice, "Ahaha, I like to do this kind of thing the most." Kawasumi's face showed a look of excitement. The huge strangling device in his hands kept changing shape, and his eyes were full of addiction. The light of blood set coldly in his mouth. Speaking of bloody words, Sakuragi Saito is the sure field. Oada's eyes glanced at the battlefield in the distance, and said with a sigh, following Oada's sight, on the battlefield in the distance, Sakuragi Saito's right hand waved the word Kirachi in his hand casually. Behind him, the arteries of countless enemies were all cut open, and the blood flowing arbitrarily turned the ground red. Only after the blood drained, the bodies of these enemies were completely dead, and at the feet of Sakuragi Saito, the blood gradually converged into a dark red river. Sure enough, it's the sure field. The Mizaki Taki who served as the ministers are all far away from the battlefield of Sakuragi Saito. Akiyoshi said with a cold smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Fire escape middle. How fireball art." Behind them, Hanayu's carefully trained ninja began to quickly release ninjutsu. With a low drink, a huge fireball quickly caught up with the fleeing enemy. Wind escape, crush. On another battlefield, the Fengdun ninjas of the Hanayu group stood in a row, their hands moved in unison, and a huge tornado quickly rushed toward the front camp. Earth evacuation middle. Earth moving core. The earth evacuation ninja slapped both hands on the ground. Then, the ground quickly shook and collapsed, and all the enemies that could not evade were trapped in the cracks. Earth escape middle. Huang Kun Marsh. Thunder escape middle. False darkness. Wind evacuation middle. Super large sand and dust breakthrough. Fire escape middle. Hot flame bomb. All the ninjas in the Hanayu camp were divided into 5 for a while. The 5 phalanxes kept releasing ninjutsu, drowning the Datongmu-yukon clan in front of them in the sound of the explosion. Compared with the beginning of the battle between the clan and the division, it was too calm. At this time, explosions continued to sound on the battlefield. Just like what Hanayu said before the beginning. This is a cruel war. Finally, it's over. Hanayu, who was slowly descending the island of Sky City, showed a smile on his face. The kaleidoscope in his eyes looked strangely surprised. The blood-red 6-pointed star shone with a strange light. Almost. The Datongmu-yukon clan and the branch are about to unite. Hanayu's eyes are deep, as if penetrating the space. Looking at the branch of the Datongmu-yukon clan, she whispered softly, middle. Task for flowers and just like the words of Hanayu thousands of miles away, the clan and branch of the Datongmu clan at this time were sitting in a house, and in front of them was the direction of the battlefield for Hanayu and others. Old man Yemu, is this the enemy from the world of the 6 immortals? An old man with a gloomy face flashed a bright halo in his eyes, and said coldly in his mouth, "Yes, this is the enemy we are going to face. You should know too. If we don't cooperate, our clan will be defeated one by one." Matsuzaki is not dead. The old man called Yim looked a little pale, and his mouth was equally rude, said, "These 2 people are the elder Paulonia gnome of the Datong Kiyumura clan, and the big elder Paulonia Yizaki. It seems that only united, faced with the enemies from the 6 worlds, if we don't unite, we will only be destroyed." Datongmu Yazaki's face was gloomy, and his mouth was cold. "Say, so, from now on, we will no longer divide the family and the family. All the clansmen on the moon are collectively referred to as the Great Tongmu clan." Datongmu Yima's eyes shone with light, and his mouth said with a deep voice, "Since we are facing a formidable enemy, if we lose the battle, I will implement the reincarnation plan made by our division. I need your clans, no, I need all the power of the Datongmu clan. In this way, you will see a kind of ultimate power." Datongmu Yazaki's eyes flashed a crazy light, and he said in a deep voice, "Thanks for the 100-point reward of 250 yuan and 40 cents. Thanks to C for the 6,000 points reward!" Thanks to Broken Chen Guingkai for the big 588 points reward! Thank you Gilgamesh for the great reward of 588 points! Subscribe, ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Next chapter, Peaceful Ninja World, The Moon in War. Chapter 304 Peaceful Ninja World, The Moon in War. Seeking collection, seeking subscription, seeking reward, seeking monthly pass. Chapter 304 Peaceful Ninja World, The Moon in War. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Hokage's strongest emperor. Chapter 304 Peaceful Ninja World, The Moon in War. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. 3 generations of Naruto. Nothing has been found. A ninja with a mask on his face appeared in front of the 3rd generation of Naruto in the Hokage office of Konoha village, and asked quietly, "I still haven't found anything?" "I know." The 3rd generation of Hokage frowned slightly, put the pipe in his hand to his mouth, took a few puffs, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, ninja or Konoha. There is no news from Lord Hanayu." Anbus' face was expressionless, and his mouth said calmly, "So, what about the night raid squad that joined the Anbu?" "There is no news too?" The 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi 47 Zan's face became a little dignified, and asked in a low voice, "Yes." 3 generations of Hokage-sama, Hanayu-sama and the night raid team are completely as if the world has evaporated, and there is no trace. This Anbus' face showed a trace of worry, and his mouth replied softly, "Okay, I see." Go down. The 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi had a tired look on the face, put the pipe on the table with his right hand, and said in his mouth, "Yes." 3 generations of Hokage. The Anbu whispered in his mouth, and his body instantly disappeared in place. The huge Hokage office only left 3 generations of Hokage sitting quietly on the chair. Uchiha Hanayu. What do you want to do? I hope you don't destroy the hard-won peace. The 3 generations of Hokage's eyes showed a thoughtful look. His face was slightly solemn, and his mouth was slightly solemn. Whispered to himself, "In the 14th year of Konoha, the ninja world has entered a rare era of peace. Baby booms have erupted in all major ninja villages." Faced with the pain of the 3rd Ninja World War, the 5 major ninja villages began to cherish the hard-won peace. In the same way, the 3 generations of Hokage's Sarutobi Hitoshi, who has become Konoha again, cherishes the peace of the ninja world. In the same year, Uchiha Itachi, a teenager in the Uchiha family, was only 6 years old and entered the ninja school. With its amazing speed of knot printing and his own unique shuriken control, Uchiha Itachi became a member of the ninja school. Genius. What excites the Uchiha family the most is that 2 months after joining the ninja school, Itachi directly opened a Gua writing wheel, which made the Uchiha family regard Itachi as a genius ninja. And Uchiha Tomokazu and Itachi, the relationship is getting closer. You know, the existence of writing round eyes at the age of 6 is unique in the history of the Uchiha family, compared with the Uchiha family who fell into clan celebrations because Itachi opened the writing wheel when he was only 6 years old. Konoha's root organization leader Shimura Danzo began to send ninjas to meet the Uchiha family. After Nine Tails attacked the village, Konoha, the Uchiha family, was included as a key observation object. The 3 generations of Hokage and Shimura Danzo agreed that only the writing wheel eyes of the Uchiha family can control the Nine Tails. Ding, ding, ding. In Konoha's training ground number 48, all 6 shurikens flew in the air, and then 6 shurikens fought head and tail in the air, quickly changing directions and nailing them on the bull's-eye placed around a teenager's body. It's been 2 months. Teacher Hanayu has disappeared for 2 months. It seems that Mr. Hanayu's ideal township registration plan has been completed. Uchiha Itachi, wearing black clothes, has a face on his face. With a trace of contemplation, he looked up at the moon in the sky, muttered softly in his mouth. Speaking of it, the moon is now even more blood-red than before. Itachi looked up at the moon above his head, a writing wheel in his eyes spinning quickly, and his mouth calmly said, "Peng, peng." Compared to the peaceful world of ninja, no one knew that a massacre was unfolding on the moon above their heads, and a cruel war was going on in full swing. On the surface of the moon at this time, the sound of explosions continued to sound. Yeah, yeah. The war with the Datongma family has been going on for 2 months. Hanayu calmly looked at the battlefield in front of her, and said with a slight sigh on her face, "During the 2 months, Hanayu seldom attacked. Even the 1,000 subordinates carefully trained by Hanayu have caused considerable damage to the great Tongma family. Moreover, it is a huge base on the island of Hanayu. Among them, ninjas kept opening their eyes from the petri dish, and then joined the war, especially the 4 ghosts of the Rakshasa, and the ministers are completely slaughter of the Datongma clan. You monsters from the 6 worlds, our Datongma clan will not perish. Everyone, concentrate on your pupils." On the battlefield, the captain of the Datongma clan had a trace of resentment on his face, and shouted 5.3, said, "For the honor of the Datongma clan." The captain named Datongma Ui shouted. Behind him, the pupil power of more than 1,000 Datongma ninjas kept gathering in the air. Thanks for the 100-point reward of 250 yuan and 40 cents. Thanks to C for the 6,000 points reward. Thanks to Broken Chen Guingkai for the big 588 points reward. Thank you Gilgamesh for the great reward of 588 points. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Next chapter, Incomplete Reincarnation. Chapter 305 Incomplete Reincarnation I. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 305 Incomplete Reincarnation I. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Naruto's strongest emperor makes Chapter 305 Incomplete Reincarnation Eyes. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. For the honor of Datongma clan, the captain named Datongma Ui shouted. Behind him, more than 1,000 the pupils of the famous Paulonian ninja kept gathering in the air. What are these guys? What are they doing? A ninja from the Hanayu group looked at the big Tongma family standing still in front of him with doubt, and muttered to himself. This is the convergence of pupil power. Is it finally going to appear? Hanayu standing in the sky, with a gleam of excitement flashing through his eyes, he said contemplatively. Let you guys see it. The ultimate pupil technique of our Datongma Ui clan. A look of pain appeared on Datongma Ui's face, and the white halo in his white eyes slowly dimmed. He said in a deep voice, "Forbidden surgery rebirth I." Hey! Datongma Ui's 19 mouth suddenly yelled, and the pupil power of 1,000 Datongma Ui tribes quickly twisted above the head of Datongma Ui, followed by a huge one. His eyeballs slowly emerged from the void. What is this? Eyes? A famous ninja muttered as he looked at the huge eyes emerging from the void in surprise. The reincarnation eye finally appeared. However, compared to the reincarnation eye that the Datongmush people evolved from white eyes, the reincarnation eye in front of them is still a bit imperfect. Hanayu's a look of regret flashed in his eyes, and he looked down at the huge reincarnation eye below, and said calmly in his mouth, "Ha ha, it succeeded. Finally succeeded. Elder Datongmu Yazaki, we finally succeeded." Datongmu Ui raised his head, his eyes were dark, and his white eyes seemed to have been dug out. In general, there is a stream of blood flowing out of the eye socket. At this time, Datongmu Ui's eyes were already blind, but with the help of the reincarnated eyes above his head, Datongmu Ui's vision did not change in any way. I want you invaders to pay the price. The world created by the 6 immortals is wrong. With such eyes, I will ruin you completely here. Datongmu's body slowly floating, with a hint of coldness on his face, he said in a deep voice. Everyone attack. Hanayu group, who stopped attacking slightly because of the amazement of Datongmu family's actions, looked at Datongmu slowly vacating with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and one of them had Uran village on his head. The ninja who betrayed his forehead called out loudly. Qo done middle. Fire dragon ball. Water done middle. Water rushing wave. Wind done middle. Great wind cut. Earth done middle. Earth flow big river. Done middle. Thunder dragon ball. Following the reminder of this ninja, the ninjas of the Hanayu group woke up like a dream. One by one ninjutsu phalanx continuously released ninjutsu. For a time, all ninjutsu rushed towards the great Tongmu family. I won't let you succeed again. Datongmu floating in the air showed no expression on his face, and a dark pupil quickly swept across the Hanayu group under the ground, and his hands suddenly folded together. Rebirth eye middle. Chakra draw. Datongmu's mouth let out a low voice, and a ball of green light appeared in the huge reincarnated eye behind him. With the appearance of the light ball, all the ninjutsu was drawn into the ball of light. Golden will reincarnation burst. Datongmu shouted loudly, and ripples were released on the huge reincarnating eyes, and then a beam of light was released from the reincarnating eyes, instantly crushing towards the Hanayu group past. This is troublesome, although it is the golden will reincarnation burst released by the incomplete rebirth eye. The power is still not my subordinates can resist. Hanayu's face became a little dignified, and his body instantly moved from the sky, jumped down from the island in the middle. Electric light stone fire Susanoo, Yata mirror. Hanayu's body smashed the ground out of a deep pit almost instantly, and then Hanayu snorted in her mouth, and a huge mirror quickly appeared. In front of Hanayu, peng. The huge energy beam directly hit Hanayu's Yata mirror, and then a white light burst out from the mirror, directly refracting the energy beam at a right angle. The beam of light like a blade disappeared in the distance. Peng! A huge explosion sounded from a distance, and then 137 terrifying energy bursts directly and raised various peaks on the moon to the ground. Boom! Even at the battlefield a few kilometers away, the ground at this time began to collapse and shake, and many ninjas fell in because of the sudden cracking of the ground. Yoch! What a terrifying power! No wonder Datongmu directly used the full body reincarnation eye to cast the golden will reincarnation explosion, and directly cut the moon in half. Hanayu's face flashed across, with a faint smile. His eyes were staring at the huge reincarnation eye in the sky, and he muttered, I want to get it more and more. Hanayu's eyes flashed with light, and she whispered softly in her mouth, thanks for the 100-point reward of 250 yuan and 40 cents. Thanks to C for the 6,000 points reward! Thanks to Broken Chen Guingkai for the big 588 points reward! Thank you Gilgamesh for the great reward of 588 points! Subscribe, ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. A blow of the devil, the most terrifying emperor. Chapter 306 A blow from the demon god, the most terrifying emperor. Seeking collection, seeking subscription, seeking reward, seeking month. Chapter 306 A blow of the demon god, the most terrifying emperor. Please collect, seek subscription, seek reward, seek Yu Huoing's strongest imperial tool. Chapter 306 The Devil's Blow, the most terrifying imperial tool. Please collect, seek subscription, seek reward. Qiu. What kind of eye is this? Facing the terrifying reincarnation eye, even if it was an incomplete reincarnation, the ninja of the Hanayu group was greatly shocked. Is this the power of the evolution of white eyes? It is really strong. Sato Hyuga's eyes flashed with excitement, and he said in a deep voice, This is the pupil technique obtained after the evolution of the white eyes. The Datongmu clan call this kind of eyes reincarnating eyes. It can be said that this is another form of reincarnation eyes. Hanayu's eyes flashed calmly. Shine explained softly in his mouth. Rebirth eye. A thoughtful look flashed across the face of the night attack squad standing behind Hanayu, and whispered softly in his mouth. The reincarnation eye has the ability to control life and death. The reincarnation eye is the power of creation and destruction. Hanayu's right hand slowly lifted, using the Yata mirror to resist the attack of the big Paulownia rainy night, and said calmly, Why my attack can't work? What is the mirror in front of you? Datongmu Ai's face had a look of unwillingness, and his eyes fixed on Yata in front of Hanayu, mirror, questioning loudly in his mouth. Huh? This is the spirit weapon of Hanayuzama. The spirit weapon. Narawami, who stood behind Hanayu, showed a sweet smile on her face, and said loudly as a reminder, Spirit weapon? Could it be Yata mirror? How could it be possible? How could Yata mirror be used by an imp? Even if the 6 Tao immortals tried to find the 3 spirit tools, they were unsuccessful. Datongmu Ai's face showed a look of surprise, and said in disbelief, Speaking of it, it seems that 1,000 of your tribesmen sacrificed their pupil power in order to fulfill the reincarnation eye above your head. That is to say, as long as you kill you, this incomplete reincarnation eye is me. That's it. Hanayu ignored Datongmu Ai's surprise, glanced at the 1,000 Datongmu people who had been standing still behind Datongmu Ai, and said with a smile, Kill me? Since you know this is the reincarnated eye. Then, how do you kill me? You know, with the reincarnated eye, I can recover any fatal injuries. Hearing Hanayu's words, Datongmu Ai suddenly laughed, with a trace of confidence on his face, and said in a deep voice, Really? Sure enough, your family are also confused by your own eyes. It's ridiculous. Now you can see the gap with me. Hanayu's face showed a hint of playfulness. His smile, his eyes were slightly cold, and he whispered in his mouth. Silver wheel reincarnation burst. Datongmu Ai suddenly yelled in a low voice, and a huge tornado quickly swept towards Hanayu and the others. Ahaha! With such a wide range of attacks, even Yatamira can't stop it. Give it to me to die. You guys from the 6 worlds. Datongmu Ai's face has a trace on her face. Crazy smile, said with a big smile. Funny. Dimensional phalanx Shangri-La. Hanayu's eyes showed a hint of pity, and he let out a low voice. A huge dimensional phalanx appeared in the Hanayu groups, decentralized instantly. Afterwards, a ray of light flashed, and everyone behind Han appeared on the small island in the sky. Peng, peng, peng. The huge tornado still struck towards the cold moon, and the huge force crushed all the surrounding rocks into powder. You kid. Are you scared, stupid? Datongmu Ai looked at Hanayu, who slowly closed her eyes with a trace of doubt in her eyes, and said with a mockery in her mouth, Hey, what's the matter? Why did Captain Hanayu move us away? Even if the enemy's attack is strong, but the strength of all of us can be resisted. Kato's face was filled with a look of doubt. His mouth inquired softly, Kato. Quiet. Look at Hanayu Senpai's right hand. Uekai Hashishiyui's face had a look of excitement, his eyes staring at Hanayu's figure quietly, and his mouth softly reminded. With Zishui's reminder, everyone looked at Hanayu. Finally let me get it. Finally let me get it. Hanayu's eyes slowly opened, looking at a small porcelain bottle in her right hand, a very excited expression on her face. Her mouth some said incoherently. Huh? Hey, kid. What are you doing? Are you trying to use a porcelain bottle to knock me down? Datongmu Ai's figure floating in the air, with a trace of doubt on his face, said in a deep voice. Idiot. Let you take a look. My strongest imperial tool. Hanayu's face showed a trace of pity, whispered in her mouth, and suddenly poured a drop of blue liquid in the bottle into it. In the mouth. It's really very painful. As Hanayu poured the droplets into his mouth, A painful look appeared on his face. At the same time, there was a black face on his chest. The imprint slowly appeared. The demon god appears the essence of the devil. Hanayu suddenly shouted, and the black mark on Dazo's chest was instantly formed! Exclamation mark ha ha. It succeeded. Secret skill Ice Age. Hanayu let out a sigh of relief, suddenly whispered in her mouth, and randomly tapped her right hand in the air ahead. Kerala. Following Hanayu's movements, ice swiftly spread from Hanayu's hands, and then within 1,000 miles, all objects including the air were frozen. Thanks for the 100-point reward of 250 yuan and 40 cents. Thanks to C for the 6,000 points reward! Exclamation mark. Thanks to Broken Chen Guingkai for the big 588 points reward! Exclamation mark. Thank you Gilgamesh for the great reward of 588 points! Exclamation mark. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. The demon god appears the essence of the devil. The 307th demon god appears the essence of the devil. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The 307th demon god appears the devil's essence. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Naruto's strongest emperor makes the 307th demon god appear devil's essence. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Kerala. Following the movement of Hanayu, ice swiftly spread from Hanayu's hands, and then 1,000 miles away inside, all objects including the air are all frozen. This. In the ideal township in the sky, everyone looked at the frozen world above the ground in a dumbfounded manner, completely speechless. It's amazing. Hanayu kid, is this the imperial tool you've always dreamed of? Nine Tails in the imperial palace, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and said solemnly, it's amazing. Even such a huge tornado is frozen. Is this really an attack that a ninja can issue? Uekai Hashishiyui's eyes flashed with a frenetic look, and he looked down at Hanayu's solidification. The tornado in the sky, and the big Paulonia rainy night suspended in the sky, exclaimed in his mouth. Swish, swish, swish. A clear ninja fell from the small island in the sky. After 727, everyone was as if they had entered a world of ice, surrounded by biting ice. Hiss. It's so cold. Narawami rubbed her hands, trying hard to dissipate the surrounding cold. Her eyes flickered at Hanayu standing in front of her, and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Is it cold? If it's cold, put on this cloak. Hanayu turned his head and glanced at Narawami behind him, with a smile on his face, and then pulled off the cloak with his right hand and threw it to it. Narawami said quietly, hey, Hanayu kid, is this what you call the strongest power? A fiery red chakra coat appeared on Hanayu's body, and the fiery red chakra coat began to spread continuously. Almost after a while, this coat appeared on all the ninjas of Hanayu group, and at the same time, the voice of Nine Tails resounded in Hanayu's mind. Be the demon god appears devil's essence. The ice imperial equipment is different from the manufacture of other imperial equipment. According to legend, the super dangerous species living in the extreme north has the power of a demon god. And the demon god appears demon essence. It is made by using the blood in the super dangerous species of the far north. It has the power to freely create and control ice. Hanayu's face became a little weird, and his eyes gradually appeared. A trace of scarlet light said quietly in his mouth. The ability to create ice freely? With a curious look on Kyubai's face, his consciousness spread beyond Hanayu's body, and then the huge Kyubai body shuddered instantly. But it was because the Ice Age created by Hanayu, even the fiery tributed Nine Tails, felt a little bit cold. Exclamation mark. The power of the demon god's devil's essence is something you cannot understand. If I can fully utilize the power of the demon god's demon's essence, I can freeze the world as long as I want. Hanayu's face, there was a look of excitement, and the excitement in his eyes became more and more bright, and the scarlet light gradually shone. However, It's a pity. Such a powerful strength is not something I can have now. I am really unwilling. Hanayu shook her hands, a trace of regret flashed in her eyes, and this Hanayu's eyes are like a scarlet light, shining. Kill. Kill all the people you see. Kill. Hanyu's face was slightly distorted, an ice sword appeared in his right hand, and then Hanyu's figure came behind a ninja. The ice sword in his right hand quickly stabs at this dazed ninja. Secret technique. Shadow binding technique. Just as Hanayu's sword was about to kill the ninja, Narawami's voice slowly passed over, and then a black shadow connected to Hanayu's feet. Yoh, ha. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Open. Hanayu's mouth suddenly yelled, and a pair of six-pointed star patterns quickly appeared in her eyes. At the same time, the killing mood in Hanayu's mind began to be slowly suppressed. Hey, I want to have godlike abilities. It seems to take time. Hanayu's face was bitter, she turned her head and glanced at the icy world around her with nostalgia, and sighed softly, said, Seal of the Five Elements. Seal. Hanayu's right hand suddenly lifted, and a chakra flame of different colors emerged from the 5 fingertips. With a low drink from his mouth, his right hand instantly pressed against the demon god on his chest, appear above the mark of demon's essence. Although the demon god appearance devil's essence's powerful power, anyone who drinks blood will be dominated by the emotion of killing. I am far from being able to reach the level of vasts. It seems that it can only be temporarily sealed. Sure enough, the strongest temporary is not so easy to obtain. Hanayu's face showed a trace of emotion, and he sighed slightly, and the black mark on his chest was momentarily surrounded. A seal lock appeared. Thank you Luxina 1213 for the big 100-point reward. Thanks to Yaoshikan 2015 for the great 100-point reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Next chapter. Absorb the reincarnation eye. Chapter 308. The second ability of Hanayu's left eye. Absorb the reincarnation eye. For collection. For subscription. For reward. Chapter 308. The second ability of Hanayu's left eye. Absorb the reincarnation eye. For collection. For subscription. For reward. The strongest Emperor of Naruto has the second ability to make Chapter 308 Hanayu's left eye. Absorb the reincarnated eye. For collection. For subscription. For reward. Hiss. It's so cold. Above the moon, looking around like a glacier world, Narami's face showed a trace of complaining, and she muttered, That's right. Captain Hanayu's demon god appearance devil's essence is so terrifying. It was just a simple blow, and it caused such a scene. The strength of Hanayu's armor is really getting stronger and stronger. Sato Hyuga's white eyes passed through the blockade of ice, and he looked at the frozen Datongmuyumura tribe, and said with a sigh, However, it's a pity. Such a powerful Teikoku. Even Captain Hanayu can't control it. Uekai Hashishui's face had a look of regret, and he said in a deep voice, It's really strong. But it doesn't matter, as long as you have something to eat. Kudao Ueno's hands kept pouring snacks into his mouth, and his mouth was slurred. Hey, Ueno. Even if it's the Akudo family, your eating action is enough for me. Looking at Akudo Ueno's eating, a black line appeared on Narami's face, and his mouth slightly spit out. Ha. Although very unwilling, but if you don't want to go crazy, you can only temporarily seal it. Hanayu completely ignored a noisy voice coming from behind, and looked down at the black mark on her chest, showing her face. With a wry smile, he muttered softly in his mouth. However, it's time to collect the spoils. Hanayu slowly raised her head, with a smile of excitement on her face, and said calmly in her mouth, The reincarnated eye I dreamed of, although it is an incomplete rebirth eye. Hanayu's eyes flickered and stared at the huge ice-bound eyes in front of him, and slowly walked to Hanbing's face, with a chuckle in his mouth. Say, although the demon god appeared, devil's essence was sealed with power. However, I still retain the ability to freely manipulate ice, although it is only a small force. But this is enough. Hanayu's face revealed with a smile. His right hand slowly grabbed towards the reincarnated eye. Sneeze. With a soft sound, Hanayu's right hand went straight through the thick layer of ice, and slowly grabbed the reincarnated eye. After that, Hanayu's arm was like fishing for something in the water. Slowly reincarnate eyes pulled out. Is this the reincarnated eye? As Hyuga Sato, who also has white eyes. He looked curiously at the huge reincarnated eye shining in front of him, and muttered softly in his mouth, "Ya, Sato-kun. This is just an incomplete rebirth eye, but a small part of the power that has rebirth eyes." Hanayu turned his head and glanced at Hyuga Sato with a smile on his face. Said quietly, "So, what are the requirements to get rebirth eyes?" Even Naruomi became a little curious, and asked in a low voice. After all, even if it is an incomplete reincarnation eye, it is still very strong. There are two types of rebirth eyes. The first is the fusion of a large number of white eyes. The second method is the evolution of the tribes of the Great Tongma clan and the white eyes of the Hyuga clan. Hanayu carried on her face, with a playful smile. He explained calmly in his mouth. The first method, if you want to get a complete reincarnation eye, you need the white eyes of all the big Paulonia clan to be able to fuse. And the second method, although it seems simple, is the most difficult, because, if the members of Tatongma want to win the eyes of the Hyuga clan, they need to reach the ninja world. Hanayu said softly with a sigh on his face. Next is to absorb the reincarnated eyes. Hanayu said with a smile on her face. A playful look flashed through her eyes, and her mouth whispered. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. Open. Hanayu's mouth whispered. The three jade writing wheel eyes of both eyes instantly joined together, and a pair of blood red pentagram patterns appeared in both eyes. Duplicate eyes. Analysis. Hanayu's mouth suddenly whispered, and the blood red pentagram in the left eye quickly rotated, and then a series of data appeared in front of Hanayu's eyes. Hanayu's left eye can analyze the composition, form, nature, and power of all the ninjutsu seen, as well as the reincarnated eye as a pupil. Exclamation mark. Middle dot 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 find flowers 0 middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot. And with the analysis of Hanayu's left eye duplicating eye, in Hanayu's eyes, star points gradually appeared, and in the center of the pupil, a white halo slowly emerged. Can only be resolved to this level. Sure enough, the reincarnated eye is not so easy to analyze. In such a short world, can only analyze 30%. It seems that it can only be absorbed. This reincarnation eye is now. A trace of blood slowly flowed out of Hanyu's left eye. The analysis progress slowly stopped, and his mouth calmly said, Annihilate the eye. Swallow. Hanayu's mouth suddenly whispered. The pentagram in her left eye instantly turned into a blood red cross. And then Hanayu's left eye was like a black hole, quickly absorbed the reincarnation eye. Exclamation mark. Different from ordinary kaleidoscope writing round eyes. My left eye has two abilities. A copying eye that analyzes all things, and an annihilating eye that can swallow ninjutsu. It seems to cross. Directly transformed my eyes. Is this another kind of benefit? Hanayu's eyes became two pentagrams again, and Hanayu's face was now on. With a playful smile, he muttered playfully in his mouth. I'm really sorry, great readers. The otaku made a mistake. The pattern of the carbonic eyes was a blood red pentagram, not a hexagram. The otaku has been changed. The inconvenience caused to the readers greatly. I hope the readers can greatly understand. Exclamation mark. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Next chapter, Crazy Big Tongma Family. The rebirth plan is open. Chapter 309 Crazy Big Tongma Family. The rebirth plan is open. Seeking collection, seeking subscription, seeking reward, seeking. Chapter 309 Crazy Big Tongma Family. The rebirth plan is open. For collection, for subscription, for reward. For Hokage's strongest emperor to make Chapter 309 Crazy Big Tongma Family. The reincarnation plan is open. For collection, for subscription, for reward. How can it be repaired? Damn you Akaiha Hanayu, you have such a powerful strength. In the moon, in a room, Otaki Yazaki's face was gloomy, and his right hand suddenly smashed the stone table in front of him. Angrily said, "Yeah, thousands of clansmen." It was frozen in an instant like this. Daton Munogo showed a trace of sadness on his face, and said in a deep voice, "How can it be repaired? Old gnome, these guys from the 6 worlds have killed a third of our people in these 2 months. If we don't take any more measures, we Daton Muayu village clan, but it's about to perish." March 20th. Daton Muyazaki's old face was full of anger, and he said loudly as a reminder, "Old man Yazaki, do I know that our Datongma family has reached the critical moment of life and death? It is just that the enemy from the world of the 6 immortals, the strength is not something we can defeat." Datongma no Go has an annoying look on his face. Passed by in a flash, he said loudly in his mouth, "No, we can still have the last battle. Betting on the battle of the clan." Daton Muyazaki's face showed a trace of madness, and said coldly, "What are you talking about? Do you want to have the final battle?" When Daton Gnome heard Daton Yazaki's crazy words, his face suddenly changed, and he said in shock, "Yes, it's time for the decisive battle." Daton Muyazaki's face showed a cold look, his eyes flashed a playful light, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't. Do you want to start that plan? I will never allow you to take the lives of our clan to complete your plan." Daton Munogo showed a serious look on his face, warning in his mouth say, "You have seen it too, old man gnome. The power that can evolve with the gathering of 1,000 whitey-eyed pupils. Such a powerful power, it has the power to destroy everything." Daton Muyazaki's face with a look of crazy excitement, he said in a deep voice, "I don't care about what powerful power. I know that such power is forcibly merged by my own people. I decided not to allow this kind of thing." Daton Munogo showed a firm look on his face, his mouth refuted and said, "Hey, you damn old man, when we were united, we agreed to separate the family at the moment of crisis. Agreed to our reincarnation plan." Daton Muyazaki's face was slightly distorted. His eyes were slightly twisted. Gloomy, said coldly in his mouth, "Your reincarnation plan at the time was just to create a between rebirths that would allow us to survive. But there was no mention of any plans for reincarnation at all." Daton Munome stood up with an angry expression, his mouth sinking, said, Yeah, if you disagree, that's the way it is." The twisted expression on Daton Muyazaki's face slowly returned to normal, and his eyes calmly looked at Daton Muyemu. His mouth said regretfully, "I will never allow such a reincarnation I plan carried out by you ambitious family divisions. Damn it. Daton Muyazaki. You dare?" Daton Munome standing up, there was a cold warning in his mouth, and then his eyes widened, and he looked at the golden blade above the heart incredibly, and suddenly a mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. "Since you don't support it, then, you can only kill you. It's a pity." Old man Daton Gnome, your era is over. Daton Yazaki's right hand is holding the golden will burst. There was a little bit of starlight in his eyes, his face was slightly cold, and his mouth said coldly, "Peng." Daton Muyazaki left the corpse of Daton Muyaz hang on the ground. After that, he dug out Daton Muyemi with his right hand and slowly walked outside the door. Outside the door, groups of members of the Big Tongma family stood quietly, members of the Great Tongma family. Now it has reached an important moment for the survival of the family. Facing the enemies of the 6 ways of the world, our family is facing the danger of extinction. Therefore, in order to fight against the enemies of the 6 ways of the world, the elders my eyes were dedicated. At the same time, the reincarnation plan opened. Datonga Miyazaki's face was icy, and his old face was sad and firm, as he said bewildered. For the survival of the Datonga family, I am willing to give up my eyes. The members of the Datonga Miyazaki branch, with a trace of enthusiasm on their faces, said in a deep voice. For the Datonga family, I waited for the same 1.5 times for the ancestors to give up their eyes. The members of the ancestors were hesitated because of the death of Datonga's wild purpose. Then, seeing the action of the division, all the ancestors' eyes became firm. I'm really sorry, great readers. The otaku is annoyed by a mistake. The pattern of the carbonic eyes is a blood-red pentagram pattern, not a hexagram pattern. The otaku has been changed. The inconvenience caused to readers greatly, I hope readers can greatly understand! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. The final battle. Chapter 310 The final decisive battle. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Chapter 310 The final battle. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Naruto's strongest emperor's emperor. Chapter 310 Final battle. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Captain Hanayu, it seems that all the guys from the Datonga clan are here. On the surface of the moon, Sato Hyuga's gaze penetrated the city in front of him. His brows frowned slightly, and his mouth reminded softly. Interesting. It's really interesting. Hanayu's five-vision universal observer slowly opened on Hanayu's forehead, and his aquamarine eyes looked at the densely packed Datonga people in the city. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his mouth whispered softly. Swish, swish, swish. There was a slight crackling sound, and all the ninjas of the Hanayu group appeared in the city. Is it finally here? Uchiha Hanayu, standing in the center of the team, Datonga Miyazaki's old face had a trace of coldness, and he said in a deep voice. Behind him, all the Datonga tribesmen closed their eyes tightly. You are? Hanayu 18 frowned slightly, glanced at Datonga Miyazaki, and asked softly in his mouth. My name is Datonga Miyazaki, the only one in the Datonga family that can become the strongest existence. Datonga Miyazaki's face showed a trace of madness, and he said in a deep voice. Datonga Miyazaki. Hanayu glanced at Datonga Miyazaki with a playful smile on his face, muttering softly in his mouth. You guys from the 6 worlds. It's a great honor to see the birth of the third fairy. Datonga Miyazaki said with a smile on his face, and said with a chuckle. Cut. Really an arrogant old man. A guy who is about to die. Does he want to be a fairy? A light flashed through Sato's eyes, and said mockingly. Grow your eyes. Unexpectedly, a branch that was abandoned by our ancestor Datonga Kiyomura, and now I will see it again. Boy, I have seen your soft fist. It is really strong. Datonga Miyazaki. A smile appeared on his face, staring at Hyuga Sato's white eyes for a few seconds, and then whispered. However, it's a pity. Boy, the power of your eyes is imprisoned. It's a bird curse in a cage. What a pity. Otherwise, your eyes are a very good container. Datonga. A look of regret flashed across Yazaki's face, and he said in a deep voice. You damn old man. Give it to me. A look of anger was revealed on Sato's face. His right hand suddenly threw out the kunai in his hand, and said coldly. As a branch of Hyuga, Sato Hyuga hates the bird curse in the cage. At this time, the pain in my heart was uncovered. No wonder Hyuga Sato was angry. It's useless. All attacks are in vain. Datonga Miyazaki's face showed a calm look, and said softly. And Hyuga Sato's kunai was blocked by a barrier when it was still far from Datonga Miyazaki. Enchantment. After seeing the Datonga family plan to make a desperate bet, faced with the pressure from the extermination, the Datonga family finally intends to unlock the power of taboo. Hanayu looked at Datonga Miyazaki with a calm expression, muttered softly in his mouth. It's almost here. This fusion ceremony is about to be successful soon. I finally get the ultimate eye. For this day, I have planned for the reincarnation eye for 30 years. Time. A look of joy suddenly appeared on Datonga Miyazaki's face, and he looked at the clansman who was still closing his eyes, and said frantically, "Rebirth eyes." Fusion. Datonga Miyazaki suddenly shouted, his hands folded instantly, and following Datonga Miyazaki's movements, all the people around him opened their eyes! Afterwards, countless white eyes flew out of the eye sockets of these tribesmen and floated in the air! It seems that Datonga Miyazaki intends to merge the eyes of all the people to evolve her white eyes into reincarnation eyes. Hanayu calmly looked at Datonga Miyazaki, who was slowly floating in front of 233. With a deep voice. Say, "Hey!" Datonga Miyazaki's mouth shouted again, and countless white eyes quickly rushed to his eyes. At this time, Datonga Miyazaki's eyes were like whirlpools, constantly devouring the white eyes of the tribe! Rebirth eye, open! Datonga Miyazaki's eyes closed for a moment, and then suddenly opened. At this time, Datonga Miyazaki's eyes were no longer white pupils, and there was a white halo in the center of the pupil. Glittering, countless stars flicker around the pupils. It succeeded. I finally succeeded! Datonga Miyazaki exclaimed with excitement as he watched his aging body quickly transform into a youthful state with surprise on his face. Datonga Miyazaki Immortal vs Hanayu! Chapter 311 Datonga Miyazaki Immortal vs Hanayu! Seeking collection, seeking subscription, seeking reward, seeking monthly pass. Chapter 311 Datonga Miyazaki Immortal vs Hanayu! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for a monthly pass. Hokage's strongest emperor. Chapter 311 Datonga Miyazaki Immortal vs Hanayu! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. It succeeded. I finally succeeded! Datonga Miyazaki exclaimed with excitement as he watched his aging body quickly transform into a youthful state with surprise on his face. Ahahaha! Is this the ultimate power of our clan? The power of immortals? Datonga Miyazaki's eyes flashed with excitement, and he said with a big smile, "Fairy mode." Datonga Miyazaki's mouth let out a low voice, and a 6-striped pewter rod appeared in his right hand. At the same time, 6 black goo jade appeared on his neck, and at the same time appeared behind him 6 prayer beads that resemble a jade for seeking the truth. Is this the power of the complete rebirth eye? Sure enough, the rebirth eye can inspire the immortal mode. Moreover, at this time, the appearance of Datonga Miyazaki and Datonga Mishra actually look a bit similar. Hanayu's eyes. He calmly looked at the Datonga Miyazaki in front of him, and muttered softly, "My subordinates, this is no longer your battlefield. Everyone ... all return to our dreamland. The next battle ... leave it to me." Hanayu's eyes flashed with a twinge of battle. He said in a deep voice. "Yes, Lord Hanayu." The group of ninjas standing behind Hanayu heard Hanayu's instructions without any hesitation. They quickly jumped to the small island in the air, and then the small island floated into the sky! Let's start the final battle. Datonga Miyazaki ... No. Datonga Miyazaki fairy! Hanayu whispered softly with a playful smile on his face. "Cut, little devil. Don't underestimate the fairy." Datonga Miyazaki saw that only a cold moon was left on the battlefield. His face instantly became cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Is it a fairy? You who just got reincarnated eyes ... How much power can you exert?" Very curious, Hanayu said playfully with a smile on her face. "Give me to die, you Akaiha Hanayu kid." Datonga Miyazaki's face showed a trace of anger. His right hand stretched out, and the rosary behind him instantly converged into a sword blade. The blade was fast. The elongation, cut towards Hanayu, the king of beasts. Lion King, 6 forms middle. Iron nuggets. Hanayu's mouth suddenly yelled, and her limbs instantly transformed into lion claws. And then Hanayu did not retreat but moved forward, Her right hand suddenly clenched her fist toward her, smashed the sword! Peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu's right hand suddenly hit the blade of Datongu Miyazaki, and then a huge shockwave quickly spread to the surroundings, and the rocks were quickly divided into two halves! Oh, it's really sharp! Seeking a weapon made up of Daon, Hanayu lowered her head and glanced at her right hand, and said with a sigh. At this time Hanayu, the entire arm was cut off, and Datongu Miyazaki's blade was knocked out of a pit with a big mouth! You want to collide with my rosary weapon? Little devil, it's your luck just to lose an arm! Datongu Miyazaki looked at Hanayu triumphantly, and said tauntingly, Hey, old man Datongu Miyazaki. It seems that I am very happy that I lost an arm. If this is the case, then I can only regret it. Hanayu looked at the sky blankly. Datongu Miyazaki glanced, bent over to pick up the broken arm on the ground, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Numerous silk threads emerged from the fracture of his right hand, quickly linking with the broken arm in Hanayu's left hand. Nani? Actually recovered? Even the immortal Datongu Miyazaki has never seen such a scene. At this time, Datongu Miyazaki looked at the right hand of the restored Hanayu with a look of surprise. His face became slightly gloomy. Flying, only fallen angel. Hanayu completely ignored Datongu Miyazaki's surprise, snorted in her mouth, and a gorgeous wing appeared instantly behind her! Falling feathers. Hanayu's mouth whispered, and her body instantly appeared in the high altitude of 1,000 meters. The wings behind her flicked twice, and countless feathers fell like sharp swords, like raindrops. Rosary defensive. Datongu Miyazaki looked at the countless feathers falling above his head expressionlessly, with a low drink from his mouth, and the 6 rosary beads floating beside him instantly transformed into a shield. It's not over yet, Lady How. Romantic fort pumpkin cannon. A cold smile appeared on Hanayu's face, and a pumpkin cannon appeared in his hands! Tailed beast cannon. Hanayu let out a low voice, and a huge golden energy cannon appeared in the muzzle, and then the huge golden energy cannon instantly attacked Datongu Miyazaki. Peng! With a loud noise, the golden energy cannon instantly hit the shield in front of Datongu Miyazaki, and the huge impact directly knocked down Datongu Miyazaki's figure from the sky! The Angry Fairy. Hanayu's right eye. Chapter 312 The Furious Immortal. Hanayu's right eye. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 312 The Furious Immortal. Hanayu's right eye. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 312 The Furious Fairy. Hanayu's right eye. For collection, for subscription, for reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Peng! With a loud noise, the golden energy cannon instantly hit the shield in front of Datongu Miyazaki, and the huge impact directly shot down Datongu Miyazaki's figure from the sky! Ahem! Datongu Miyazaki's body slowly jumped out of the pit. A trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, and then his body quickly returned to its original shape. How can it be repaired? Damn you, Akaiha Hanayu! At this time, there was an angry light flashing in the eyes of Datongu Miyazaki. His face was slightly distorted, and his mouth said coldly, Give me to die, kid. Reincarnated eyes. Golden wheel reincarnation explosion. Datongu Miyazaki's mouth suddenly yelled, and the reincarnated eyes flashed instantly. Then, Datongu Miyazaki's in the right hand, a huge energy sword appeared instantly! Swish! A blast of air sounded, and the sword blade formed by the golden wheel reincarnation and explosion instantly cuts towards the cold moon, and the blade containing terrifying energy directly cut the air in front of it into a vacuum! Electric light stone fire Susanna Man. Sky cloud sword. Hanayu's double-lead kaleidoscope 477 wrote that the wheel eyes quickly rotated in a circle, with a low drink from his mouth, and an equally huge blade appeared in his right hand! Ding! With a loud noise, The two spirit weapons slammed together instantly. The golden wheel reincarnation exploded and the sky cluster cloud sword struck, and a terrifying shockwave instantly disintegrated the ground thousands of miles around the cold moon! It turned out to be a spiritual weapon, the Sky Kongyan sword, the strongest attacking Kyuzness sword. Daton Miyazaki's eyes flashed with a look of surprise, looking at the Tan Kongyan sword in Hanayu's hand. His brows wrinkled slightly, and his mouth was slightly frowned. Lee said coldly, "However, even if you have a spiritual tool it can't stop my golden wheel reincarnation exploding. Let me die." Daton Miyazaki's face suddenly became gloomy, and he let out a low drink. 6 golden rosary beads appeared on the golden wheel reincarnation burst in the right hand. With the appearance of the rosary beads, the sword in Daton Miyazaki's hand instantly slashed towards Hanayu! Peng. With a loud noise, facing Daton Miyazaki's furious blow, Hanayu was knocked into the air even though Hanayu possessed a spiritual weapon and a cloud sword in the sky. But faced with the sudden increase in power of the golden wheel reincarnation explosion, "Go out!" Peng. Hanayu's body kept smashing on the ground, and then bounced by inertia. The huge impact force directly knocked Hanayu's body for a distance of thousands of meters, and then hit a huge piece of land on the rocks! Cough. Is this the strength of the fairy? It's really something troublesome. Hanayu suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. A wry smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and whispered softly in her mouth, "Cough. The bones of the whole body all are broken." Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, and she glanced down at her body. A trace of blood shed from the corners of her mouth! The king of beasts, the Lion King. Upanishad, the lion will never die. Hanayu's mouth suddenly whispered, and the imperial equipment on her waist instantly shinned, and then Hanayu's body quickly repaired for a moment. "It's as good as ever!" Oh, haven't you died yet? Silver wheel reincarnation exploded. Daton Miyazaki's body flew into the sky again. His eyes looked at Hanayu coldly, his mouth murmured, and his right hand waved suddenly. At once, with Daton Miyazaki's movements, a huge tornado quickly appeared. "Don't underestimate me." Daton Miyazaki. Hanayu's eyes looked at Daton Miyazaki coldly in front of him, and the huge wind blade beater in front of him, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. The earth is moving heavy pressure. Hanayu's mouth showed a playful smile, and he gave a low drink, and a microphone-shaped imperial tool appeared in his right hand. Sound wave. Ha! Hanayu's mouth suddenly yelled, and with Hanayu's voice, a huge sound wave spread out into the microphone, almost instantly dispelling the silver wheel in front of him. It's amazing, Uchiha Hanayu. I was able to always take out weird weapons. But that's it. Otaki Yazaki's face showed a look of surprise, and his mouth was deep. Afterwards, Daton Miyazaki's hands suddenly folded together. Mystery and rebirth. Daton Miyazaki snorted in a low voice. Behind him, a house slowly appeared. Around the house, it dragged countless stars like a comet. The world of 6 immortals. Destroy it to me. Daton Miyazaki, who slowly approached the reincarnation, revealed a mad look in his eyes, and suddenly shouted in his mouth. Kerala. Following Daton Miyazaki's movements, the moon trembled suddenly, and then quickly descended towards the world of ninja. Ha 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 ha. I won. Uchiha Hanayu. The biggest role of the reincarnation eye is to control the movement of the moon. The moon is now hitting the ninja world. Let me die. Daton Miyazaki's face there was a trace of madness, and he said with a big smile, "Cut! What a crazy guy." "But do you really think you won?" Daton Miyazaki. Hanayu said with a mocking smile on his face, and said playfully, "Let you see it." Daton Miyazaki. The power of my right eye. Hanayu's face showed a cold smile, and said in a deep voice. Following Hanayu's words, the blood-red pentagram in Hanayu's right eye instantly changed. At this time, Hanayu's right eye pupil was blood-red, and around the pupil, there were azure blue eyeballs. Sorry, the usual Friday meeting has only been completed now, so today's update is a bit late. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Can you guess the ability of Hanayu's right eye? Exclamation mark. The otaku has a hint. The color of the eyes is azure blue surrounded by blood red. What kind of eyes are they? Those who are interested can post in the comment section. In addition, the otaku in the comment area is always there. Chapter 313 The Demon Eye of Straight Death. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 313 The Demon Eye of Straight Death. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 313 The Eye of Straight Death. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please monthly ticket. Let you see it. Datong Miyazaki. The power of my right eye. Hanayu's face showed a trace of coldness. Smile, said in a deep voice. Following Hanayu's words, the blood-red pentagram in Hanayu's right eye instantly changed. At this time, Hanayu's right eye pupil was blood-red, and around the pupil, there were azure blue eyeballs. What's this? The color of the eyes has changed. A look of surprise flashed across Datong Miyazaki's eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed across Datong Miyazaki's face as Hanayu's right eye color suddenly changed. Exclamation mark. However, even if your eyes have the power of reincarnation eyes, it is impossible to defeat me who is between rebirth. Uchiha Hanayu, destroy the world with ninja. Datong Miyazaki's face suddenly showed a trace of it. With a proud look, he glanced at the reincarnation created by all the clansmen, and said with a deep voice, interesting. It's really interesting. Datong Miyazaki. You seem to be confident about the rebirth you are in. It's really makes people ridiculous. Hanayu's eyes looked pityingly. Datong Miyazaki, with a playful smile on his face, said in a deep voice, Datong Miyazaki immortal, witness the splendor of death. Hanayu's face was cold, and his eyes were watching Datong Miyazaki, and his mouth said deep. The demon eye of straight death. Open. Hanayu's mouth suddenly yelled, and the blood-red pupil in his right eye instantly rotated in a circle. Then, Hanayu's entire world changed. Is this the vision of the demon eye of straight death? Hanayu's left eye slowly closed, his right eye flashed with light, and his mouth muttered softly. In Hanayu's right eye at this time, in the colorful world, crisscross lines and dots forming a line emerge in the void, and each dot emerges from the surface of Datong Miyazaki's body. It's so gorgeous. Such a scenery. Hanayu's right eye looked at the scenery in front of him with a slight sigh, the lines floating in the void intertwined into a beautiful picture. Exclamation mark. Swish, swish. The moon is still hitting the 6 worlds at all times, and the speed is still accelerating. According to Datong Miyazaki's control, as long as there are 12 more hours, the moon will hit the 6 worlds. Exclamation mark. I saw it. Is this the deadline? Hanayu's right hand slowly lifted up, and his right index finger tapped a line in front of him, whispering softly in his mouth. What's going on? Why does this kid give me a strong sense of crisis? However, even the 6 immortals can't get in between the reincarnations. Datong Miyazaki suddenly felt in his heart. There was a strong sense of fear, but after looking at the reincarnation he was in, Datong Miyazaki slowly became relieved. Deadline. Break it for me. Hanayu's mouth suddenly whispered, and Kanyu slowly emerged from his right hand. And then Hanayu's Kanyu suddenly cut to a deadline in the void. Crack! A sound like a seal lock rang out in the void, and the village rain in Hanayu's hand suddenly cut off a deadline extending from Datong Miyazaki's left arm. Nani? Exclamation mark. As the death line was cut, Datong Miyazaki's left arm instantly necrotized, and fell weakly, and Datong Miyazaki's mouth screamed in pain. Why? How did you do it? What kind of power does your right eye have? Why does my left hand suddenly die? Even if it is a fairy body, it can't recover. Datong Miyazaki frowned. Looking at Hanae floating in the void wrinkly, she asked in disbelief. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot yeah, it's a bit cut off. Sure enough, the first time using the right eye's ability, the understanding of the deadline is still a bit shallow. A look of regret flashed slightly on Hanayu's face, and the right eye looked at it. Glancing at Daton Miyazaki's left hand, he whispered softly in his mouth, "Very good expression." Daton Miyazaki immortal? If so, let me tell you. My right eye ... The demon eye of straight death has the ability to see things dead. It is a transcendence immortal, the pupil technique of causality, Hanayu said calmly while looking at the horrified expression on Daton Miyazaki's face. As long as there is a beginning, there must be an end. So it can be attributed to nothingness. Hanayu's face was expressionless, looking at Daton Miyazaki calmly with his eyes. He said coldly in his mouth, "Nani? How could there be such a pupil technique? Is such pupil technique also the inheritance of the world of the 6 ways of immortals?" Daton Miyazaki's face showed a trace of horror, and his mouth roared loudly. "Say, inheritance of the 6 worlds? It's ridiculous." "I said it. As long as it is a living thing, even a god will kill it for you." Hanayu's face showed a playful smile. His mouth said in a deep voice, "Congratulations to Yinkong, you are right!" Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. The law of causality of terror. Kill the dead spot. Chapter 314 The Law of Terror of Causality. Kill the dead spot. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 314 The Law of Cause and Effect of Terror. Kill the dead spot. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 314. The horrible law of causality. Dead spot. Beheaded. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Inheritance of the 6 worlds. Ridiculous. I said that. As long as it is a living thing, even a god ... will kill you to see it. Hanayu's face showed a playful smile, said in a deep voice, "Arrogant kid." Daton Miyazaki's face showed a sarcasm, and he said in a deep voice. However, Daton Miyazaki frowned deeply looking at Hanayu's expression. "Are you arrogant? It seems that you still don't understand. What kind of power is the law of causality?" Hanayu's right eye was slightly closed, and she whispered in her mouth, 143. Just after using it for a while, the pain in the right eye is already unbearable. Hanyu's right hand slowly covered her right eye. Her face was cold, and her mouth calmly said, "The demon eye of straight death." Deadline cutting. Hanayu's right eye suddenly opened, and with a low drink from his mouth, his right hand, Kuryu, instantly slashed along the deadline. Peng. A slight air explosion sounded, the points forming the line slowly collapsed, and the deadline disappeared instantly. With the disappearance of the deadline, Daton Miyazaki's right arm quickly died. It hurts. Damn you Akaiha Hanayu, stop it for me. Daton Miyazaki's 2 arms were weakly connected to his shoulders. At this time, Daton Miyazaki's face was painful, and he roared loudly. Although hiding between the rebirths allowed Daton Miyazaki to escape the destruction of the world, the rebirth also restricted Daton Miyazaki's attack. Yeah, this is just the beginning. Daton Miyazaki, fairy. Hanayu glanced at Daton Miyazaki coldly, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Said quietly, "Speaking of it, the demon eye of straight death has 2 attack methods. One is to cut the enemy's body directly along the deadline, because there is no difference in strength between the deadline, even if it is steel. If it is cut along the deadline, it can also be easily cut off. And there is another attack method, which is to directly attack the deadline on the enemy's body. The broken deadline will be transformed into physical damage through the law of causality." A trace of thought flashed across Hanayu's face, whispered softly in his mouth. "However, if you directly attack the deadline, it will cause a huge consumption of your eyes. When the right eye has not been transformed into an eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, you can only use it with caution. Hanayu's right eye slowly left tears. This is caused by the soreness of the right eye due to long-term use of the demon eye of straight death. Everything has a beginning and an end. Under this causal relationship, all things must have an end and a moment of extinction. And this end time has already been determined the moment the thing is born, which is the so-called dead period. In other words, the deadline and the dead point mean the lifespan of the material, the existence period that has already been determined. Looking at the gorgeous deadline in front of him, Hanayu's understanding of the cause and effect of life and death gradually deepened. Cut. The line of sight ... Has it been blurred? Hanayu's right eye's vision slowly became blurred. Although the deadline could still be seen, it was like looking at a flower in a fog, and it looked hazy. Up. It's time to end this battle. Hanayu's face showed a calm expression, and said in a deep voice, ! Dead point ... Remarkable. Hanayu's mouth suddenly whispered, the blood-red pupil in her right eye suddenly shrank, and a puff of blood slowly flowed from Hanayu's right eye socket. Well out! I saw it. Is this the dead spot? Hanayu's right hand slowly covered the eye socket of her right eye. In Hanayu's vision, on top of Datonga Miyazaki's head, a black dot slowly extended out. From this point, Hanayu saw the end of Datonga Miyazaki's life. It's over. Deadline beheaded. Hanayu whispered in her mouth, and the only flying fallen angel behind her waved twice quickly, and her body slowly appeared in front of the black spot, with the man in her right hand. Murayu quickly cut the past. Kerala. With the sound of mechanical gears, the black spots that were cut by Hanayu slowly shattered. And as the black spots shattered, Datonga Miyazaki's vision slowly dimmed. Idiot. Haven't understood the law of cause and effect yet? The general 5.7 biological head will die if it is severed. On the other hand, if it is not severed, it will not die. There is the cause of the separation before the result of death. The ability of the eye of death is just the opposite. It cuts off the fruit of death first, and then causes the cause of being cut off. Hanyu's face showed a sarcasm, and he whispered softly in his mouth, Congratulations to Yinkong, you are right! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Get a complete reincarnation eye. The 315th chapter obtains the complete body reincarnation eye for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. The 315th chapter gets a complete reincarnation eye for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The strongest Emperor of Naruto chapter 315 is a complete reincarnation eye. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Cut. Isn't it work anymore? Hanayu's right eye again showed a stream of blood, and then the vision of the demon eye of straight death disappeared instantly. Right, the eyes have regained to become Sangua writing round eyes. Kerala. And as the magic eye of Hanayu's death disappeared, the moon, which was still approaching the ninja world, slowly stopped. Woo! With a soft sound, with the death of Datonga Miyazaki, the reincarnation in front of Hanayu slowly dissipated in an instant. Finally, it's over. Hanayu's face showed a tired look, raised her head and glanced at the Datonga Miyazaki in front of him, and said calmly, WHHHHH. With a sound of 18 air breaking through the air, everyone in the Hanayu group appeared behind Hanayu, and everyone's eyes looked at Hanayu feverishly. Congratulations, Lord Hanayu, one step closer to being the strongest. All the subordinates of Hanayu group showed a trace of excitement on their faces, and said loudly, Yes, the distance is the strongest. Another step forward. Hanayu turned her head and glanced at the men behind her. A smile rose on her face, her right eye slowly closed, and her left eye looked deep into the distance. He said softly while holding the ninja world, Reincarnated eye ... I accept it. Hanayu's left eye rolled twice, and then stared at Datonga's reincarnated eye which was still open. with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and whispered softly in his mouth. Annihilate the eyes. Open. Hanayu slowly walked to Daton Miyazaki's front, slowly stretched out his right hand, and dug out Daton Miyazaki's eyes. Then, Hanayu's mouth fell low. With a drink, the pentagram pattern in the left eye instantly turned into a blood-red cross pattern. Finally got it? Hanayu kid. The eyes of Nine Tails in Hanayu's body also flashed with a look of excitement. He grinned and said in a deep voice, "Ah, rebirth eye. I finally got it." Hanayu's left eye quickly absorbed the rebirth eye in his right hand, and as Hanayu continued to absorb it, it quickly appeared in Hanayu's pupil position. There was a white halo, and at the same time, in the blood-red pupils, a little bit of starlight kept flickering, making Hanayu's eyes more gorgeous. Gravity field open. Hanayu's right hand stretched out slowly. His right hand drooped, and a low drink from his mouth. Following Hanayu's words, his left eye instantly released a ray of light. And then Hanayu's right hand appeared. A huge gravitational pull! The moon. Get up. Hanayu's mouth whispered, and her right hand slowly lifted up. Following the movement of Hanayu's right hand, looking from the void, the moon was returning to its original position little by little. Kerala. As time went by, the moon quivered suddenly, and then completely returned to its original position. W! Eye of rebirth. Fusion. Hanayu took a short break, and the blood-red cross in his left eye instantly released a group of red light. Then, the pupil power of the reincarnated eye that had been swallowed instantly began to fuse. With the fusion of pupil power, Hanayu's eyes slowly heard the cracking sound of glass, and then, Hanayu's two writing wheels slowly shattered like glass. This is because the fusion of reincarnating eye and writing wheel eye needs to use the creative ability of reincarnating eye to integrate reincarnating eye into writing wheel eye. I have felt it. New eyes are already being bred. Just wait patiently. Hanayu felt her eyes and whispered softly in her mouth. At this time, Hanayu's eyes were completely dark, but, strangely, Hanayu could still see the surrounding scenery, and it was even clearer than when she had a writing wheel. What's going on? The moon. What happened? After Hanayu absorbed the reincarnation eye, the moon became completely quiet. The faces of the top 5 ninja villages were solemn, and they all paid close attention to the changes of the moon. An hour ago, the moon began to approach the world of shinobi. And now the moon has suddenly returned to its original orbit! How can it be repaired? What happened to the moon? Why can't I contact the outer golem? Haiju, who was advancing fast, slowly stopped thousands of meters underground in the ninja world. There was a trace of anger on his calm face, and the voice in his mouth said in a low voice, "Most readers think that this lunar war is over like this!" The otaku can only say ... You are still too naive, ah ha ha. Chapter 316 Shocking Changes on the Surface of the Moon! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 316 Shocking Changes on the Surface of the Moon! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. The strongest Emperor of Naruto makes the 316th chapter of the moon start to change! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. How can it be repaired? What happened to the moon? Why can't I contact the outgoing golem? Haiju, who had been advancing fast, slowly stopped under the ground, with an expression of anger on his calm face, and his mouth said in a low voice, "Now Nagato should feel it too." Haiju's face was gloomy, and his head slowly emerged from the ground. He raised his head and looked at the moon that is obviously more blood-red than usual today, with a deep voice in his mouth. Say! Ahem! In the highest building of Uran village, a coughing sound suddenly came from a dark room, and then a very thin figure appeared from the room. Nagato. What's wrong with you? A young girl looked at the youth beside her with worried eyes, with a trace of doubt on her face, and said with concern, "It's okay, Xionan." The figure sitting in a strange container is the hidden god of Yunin village, Uzumaki Nagato! At this time, Uzumaki Nagato spit out a mouthful of blood, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his face, and said weakly in his mouth, "Why? Why are you hurt?" Xionan's face was dignified, his eyes looked at Nagato with concern, and his mouth continued to ask, "My outer golem lost contact with me." Nagato took a deep breath, his breath gradually stabilized, and the revealed eyes of reincarnation released a strong chakra wave. He said in a deep voice, "Wei outer golem lost contact, is it because the moon just now came close?" Xionan's face became slightly serious, and he said softly, "No. It has nothing to do with the approach of the moon. It is not so much that it has lost contact. It is that the outer golem voluntarily cut off the connection with the eye of reincarnation." Uzumaki Nagato's gaze through the roof, looking at the moon in the sky clearly, he said solemnly, "Nani? How is it possible? How could the outgoing golem actively cut off the connection with you?" Xionan's face showed a look of surprise, and said in confusion, "Unintelligible. Now I can't feel the aura of an outside golem at all." Nagato's face showed a look of helplessness, and said coldly, "What's going on?" On the ground not far from Yurin village, a figure appeared on the rock instantly, with a whirlpool mask on the figure's face. "Master Taiki-2. What's the matter?" Haiju's head slowly emerged, his face expressionless, and he asked softly in his mouth, "Why do I feel some fluctuations in the space?" Uchiha took the Earth's right eye and the three jade writing wheel eyes quickly rotated in a circle, forming a kaleidoscope. Writing wheel eyes, feeling the beginning of the different space in his eyes, there was a violent fluctuation. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and he asked coldly in his mouth, "Space fluctuations? Was it caused by the moon?" Haiju's eyes flashed with a hint of playful light, and his mouth calmly said, "Maybe." Uchiha took the soil and glanced at Hai's, then his body slowly disappeared! Kurizatsu glanced at the disappearing Uchiha belt soil, an expression of sadness on his face uncontrollably. "What?" A nostalgic breath. Haiju's face flashed with emotion. His eyes looked at the moon enthusiastically, and he murmured in his mouth, and then the forest returned to peace again! This breath. It's not good. Hanayu's eyes slowly closed, reflecting the surrounding environment and breath in her mind. At this time, Hanayu could clearly feel a huge breath slowly emerged from the surface of the moon! Peng. With Hanayu's induction, the ground under Hanayu's feet slowly began to vibrate. At first, the vibration was very weak, but as time passed, even Hanayu's subordinates felt the ground under their feet. Normal vibration! Good Zanuo swish. Hanayu's mind keenly caught a huge object at the core of the moon, starting to rush towards Hanayu at an astonishing speed. Peng. With the high-speed movement of the huge object in Hanayu's mind, the ground under Hanayu's feet began to slowly collapse! The outer golem is coming. Do you readers think that this lunar war is over? The otaku can only say ... You are still too naive, in front of the outer golem. Dremble. Chapter 317 The Golem of Outer Dao strikes. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 317 The Golem of Outer Dao strikes. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 317 is coming. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Peng. As the huge object in Hanayu's mind moved at high speed, the ground under Hanayu's feet began to slowly collapse! Come! Hanayu opened her hollow eyes and watched the ground quickly collapse in the distance. With a serious expression on her face, she whispered in her mouth. Roar! A huge roar came from below the ground, and then under Hanayu's gaze, a huge figure suddenly emerged from the ground. What is this? The ninjas behind Hanayu all looked at that huge figure that appeared in front of them in surprise, and said with a slight panic in their mouths, huge human form with 9 eyes, although they are all closed, the color and body are like dead wood, with 10 columnar protrusions behind. What kind of monster is this? The 4 ghosts of the Rakshasa and the 5 generations of Xian frowned, wrinkled, looked at the huge figure in front of him with surprise, and said coldly, is this the outer golem? 077, it's really huge. Speaking of it, the outer golem Tokusu was pulled out of Chakra's shell, but it still has the most powerful vitality. Han calmly looked at the demon statue in front of him, and muttered softly in his mouth. Roar! The outgoing golem that just crawled out of the ground suddenly roared again, and quickly opened its huge mouth. In the outgoing golem's mouth, a group of transparent objects quickly appeared and it spread towards the surrounding Detongma clan who has died. Wow! As a group of transparent objects appeared in the outer golem's mouth, this object quickly swallowed the soul and vitality of the surrounding Big Polonia clan, almost instantly spit out from the outer golem's mouth. The object absorbed a lot of soul and vitality, forming a giant dragon just like the substance. Damn it. Does the outer golem plan to absorb all the souls of the Datongma clan? Hanayu's brows frowned slightly, and Hanayu's face was revealed when he looked at Bib the Datongma clan who had disappeared in an instant. A serious look! One sword flow middle. 36 Annoying wind. Hanayu suddenly shouted in a low voice, and his body quickly appeared in front of the outer golem, and the village rain in his right hand instantly cut out a blue light. Roar! Following Hanayu's attack, the giant dragon in the outer golem's mouth roared. His body circled in the air for a few moments, and then suddenly attacked Hanayu. Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La. Hanayu let out a low cry, and a huge dimensional phalanx appeared in the void beneath her feet, and then Hanayu's body instantly appeared on the right-hand position of the outer golem. Peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu's Kunyu quickly slashed on the outer golem's huge right arm, and Hanayu's powerful slashes could only leave a huge wound on the outer golem's right arm. The wound on the right arm of the outer golem was quickly recovering, and the dragon in its mouth also shuttled back and forth between the dead ninjas of the Great Tongma clan, and then went straight to the Great Tongma Yazaki. Strike! Peng! With a soft sound, the so-long Datongma Yazaki's body was quickly swallowed by the external golem. As for the vitality, the person killed by the demon eye of death will never have such a thing as vitality. Roar! In the sky, a solid dragon hovered a few times in the air, and then suddenly opened a pair of eyes full of light. Peng. The body of the outer golem that had stopped moving because it had swallowed the Big Tongma family slowly shook. The outer golem, which originally only exposed the upper body, slowly supported the ground with its 2 arms and 2 arms. The body gradually rises up. Roar! The outer golem roared, and the giant dragon in the sky was instantly swallowed by the outer golem. There was a strong chakra wave suddenly rising above the huge body of the outer golem without chakra. Live. A huge voice intermittently roared from the mouth of the outer golem, and at the same time, the huge body of the outer golem came out of the ground. Turn. Rebirth. Eyes. Give it back to me. The head of the outer golem turned to Hanayu's direction, and the intermittent loud voice made the group of ninjas behind Hanayu all cover their ears. Cut! It has swallowed an entire Datongma clan and caused the outer golem to evolve for a short period of time. And thus as consciousness. Hanayu's hollow eyes stared at the huge figure of the outer golem, and his brows wrinkled slightly. I got up and said in a deep voice, Rebirth Eye. Come back. The voice of the outer golem at this time was no longer intermittent, but very coherent, and then the outer golem suddenly raised its huge right hand and smashed it towards Hanayu. Peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu's original ground was smashed into a huge pit in an instant, and Hanayu had already seen it when the outer golem had just raised his arm and avoided the past. This seems to be troublesome. If I remember correctly, there is a terrifying guy sealed in the outer golem. Hanayu's body kept jumping on the ground, avoiding the attack of the outer golem, while frowning deeply, whispered softly in his mouth, "The great crisis, the consciousness that is resurrecting. Do you readers think that this lunar war is over?" Exclamation mark. The otaku can only say ... You are still too naive, ah ha ha, in front of the outer golem. Dremble. Chapter 318 Great Crisis. The consciousness that is resurrecting. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 318 Great Crisis. The consciousness that is resurrecting. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto's Strongest Emperor. Chapter 318. The Great Crisis, Resurrecting Consciousness. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. This seems to be troublesome. If I remember correctly, there is a terrifying guy sealed in the outer golem. Hanayu's body kept jumping on the ground, avoiding the outer golem attacking, at the same time frowning deeply, whispering softly in his mouth, "Give me back the reincarnated eyes." Damn kid. One of the 10 eyes of the outer golem slowly opened, and the blood-red eyes rolled, staring at Hanayu's figure, and roared in his mouth, said, "Eyes opened? Do you think you have swallowed the soul and vitality of the Datongmyukun clan?" A look of surprise flashed across Hanayu's face, and he said in a deep voice, "Die." One of the eyes of the outer golem turned slowly, and he took a look at the surrounding environment, roared in his mouth, and stepped heavily on his right foot. 6-style shave. Hanayu's mouth whispered, and his right foot struck the ground dozens of times in an instant, and his body quickly escaped the attack of the outer golem, and at the same time, Nakamura cut his right hand toward the outer golem. Ding! With a soft sound, the village rain in Hanayu's hand struck the body of the outer golem, making a sound of metal, and then Hanayu's body was knocked out by the huge right hand of the outer golem. Peng! With a loud noise, Hanayu's body instantly slammed into the ground in the distance, and the huge impact directly smashed the surrounding ground out of a huge pit. Chakra. Give me back my chakra. The second eye of the outer golem slowly opened, and the second eye that just appeared turned around a bit, and then settled on the moon, the body of the Hanayu group. At this time, the outgoing golem roared and grabbed 10 ninjas with both hands. The 20 ninjas suddenly screamed, and then their bodies instantly dried up, and all the chakras in their bodies were absorbed by the outside golem. Cut. Is this really the case? As the outer shell of 10-tailed golem, is it already deliberately absorbing chakra? Hanayu slowly crawled out of the pit, staring empty eyes. The huge outgoing golem said softly, analyzing it. It seems that I can only move my subordinates away. Otherwise, these guys will be completely absorbed by the outside golem. Chakra. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, and his mouth muttered softly, said, "Roar." The mouth of the outer golem injected into chakra suddenly roared. The souls and vitality of the 20 ninjas in his hands were instantly swallowed, and then the third eye of the outer golem began to slowly open. The third eye came out so quickly. Because of the death of all the Datongmyu village clan, did the seals of the 6 Tao immortals and Datongmyu village have some gaps? Hanayu turned her head and glanced at everything turned into the rocky Datongmyu clan, said with a wry smile, "Dimensional array middle dot transfer." Hanayu's mouth suddenly yelled, hands quickly folded together, following Hanayu's movements. An instant appeared at the feet of Hanayu's subordinates and on the small island in the sky. A huge dimensional square! Peng, peng, peng. With Hanayu's actions, a large dimensional square appeared on the sea in the ninja world. The dimensional square appeared on the ninja world quickly connected to the moon, causing the moon. The gravitational force of the surface began to fluctuate irregularly, and the rocks burst rapidly due to the gravitational fluctuations. Is this Space-time ninjutsu. The space-time of communication. Is it the world of ninjutsu? The movements of the outer golem paused for a moment, and the three eyes kept turning, and there was a trace of struggle in the eyes. His expression flashed by. After that, the huge outgoing golem rushed towards the huge dimensional square according to instinct. Want to rush into the ninja world through the dimensional phalanx. Middle dot 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 find flowers 0 middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot. How can you succeed? The ever-changing cross-tail. Hanayu's mouth uttered a low voice, and a series of silk threads quickly appeared behind them. The silk threads intertwined in the sky, and then formed a white chain. Instantly the body of the outer golem is bound! Kerala. The outside demon roared, struggling hard. The silk thread connecting Hanayu's body slowly began to break. Cut! It's unexpectedly able to break the boundary line. It's worthy of the outer shell of the 10 tails. Hanayu said with a smile on his face, and said calmly. At this time, the three eyes of the outer golem opened at the same time. Zero woo. With a loud noise, a dazzling light flashed across the huge dimensional square array, and then Hanayu's subordinates all disappeared on the surface of the moon. This is the moon? Because of the sudden appearance of the three eyes, the outer golem instantly broke free. However, strangely, the eyes of the outer golem at this time were filled with doubts. After looking at the surrounding environment, his doubts instantly changed to a tyrannical look. Rebirth eyes. A tyrannical roar from the mouth of the outer golem. The 6 eyes slowly turned, and they all pierced Hanayu. Is it an illusion? No. The outer golem just now has a sense of consciousness. That is to say, the most terrifying guy in the ninja world. Is it about to recover? This time is really a big crisis. Han frowned deeply, with a hint of surprise on her face, and said solemnly, the most terrifying existence in the ninja world. Chapter 319. The most terrifying existence in the ninja world. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 319. The most terrifying existence in the ninja world. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Naruto, the strongest emperor of the 319th chapter, is the most terrifying existence in the ninja world. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Is that illusion? No. The outgoing golem just now has a sense of consciousness. That is to say, the most terrifying guy in the ninja world. Is it about to recover? This time is really a big crisis. Hanae frowned deeply, with a hint of surprise on her face, and said solemnly, rebirth eye. My rebirth eye. As long as I get the rebirth eye, I don't need to stay here. Seal. Damn seal. The 7th eye of the outer golem opened instantly, turned twice, then stared at Hanayu coldly, roaring in his mouth. Cut. It's just this 7-0 time. My eyes are being bred again. Therefore, the pupil technique in the eyes can't be used at all. Hanyu's face was dignified, and his mouth muttered slightly. Roar. The outer golem roared suddenly, and the huge body suddenly burst into light, and then on its hands and feet, 2 seal locks that looked like bracelets appeared. Damn big Paulonia UI. A mere seal. Do you really want to control me? The remaining 3 eyes of the outer golem opened at the same time, and the originally sleeping consciousness slowly began to recover. At this time, the outer golem's mouth said very coldly, have you opened all 10 eyes? That is to say, the most terrifying existence in the ninja world is coming. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, and his mouth said in a deep voice, Kerala. The outer golem's mouth roared, and the original bondage on the body instantly shattered, and the huge body of the outer golem regained freedom again. Finally resurrected. Although relying on the strength of all the members of the Datongmuyukun clan, I can only wake up for a short time. The 10 eyes of the outer golem looked at the surrounding environment with full of exclamation. and then a smile appeared on his face, and he whispered in his mouth, "Damn the big Paulonia Ui." All the chakras were extracted from the body of the ten tails. Then a humanized anger appeared on the face of the outside golem, and he said in a deep voice, "But, my son, don't you understand? My power ... the power of the sacred tree." A playful smile appeared on the corner of the outer golem's mouth, and then he murmured. A dazzling light appeared in the body of the outer golem instantly. Peng! With a loud noise, the outer golem suddenly released a huge amount of pressure, directly collapsing the surrounding ground, and the outer golem's body quickly changed. Swish, swish, swish. In the huge body of the outer golem, dendrites quickly appeared, and then quickly wrapped the huge body of the outer golem and turned it into a huge ball! Outer golem ... finally started to transform. Hanayu quietly watched the changes of the outer golem in front of him, with a solemn and excited expression on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Such breath! It's 10 tails." The eyes of 9 tails in Hanayu's body suddenly opened, with a look of surprise on his face, and he said in a deep voice, "You are wrong, 9-tailed. This is a more terrifying existence than 10-tailed." Hanayu's hollow eyes stared at the ball in front of him, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the mouth whispered, "A more terrifying existence than 10-tailed?" Kyubai's eyes flashed with a look of doubt, and there was a murmur in his mouth, and then a series of fire chakras slowly emerged from Kyubai's body, covering in Hanayu's body. 6 ways and 9 tails mode. Hanayu let out a low cry. His body was instantly covered with a golden chakra coat, and with Hanayu's actions, the huge ball in front of him disappeared instantly. "Yoch, thank you so much, brother. If it weren't for you, the seal wouldn't loosen so easily." From the ball, 1 white hair and 2 tentacles, the woman walked out slowly. Her eyes were pale, with red dots dotted on her eye sockets, and she was wearing a white kimono. Datongmu ... Hui. Hanayu whispered in her mouth, and her hollow eyes calmly watched the Datongmu Hui that had just appeared. What time is it now? How long have I been sealed? 1,000 years or 2,000 years? There is no concept of time at all. Unexpectedly, this little brother knows my name. Just broke the seal. Datongmu Hui, with a gentle expression on his face. 5.0, said calmly in his mouth, "What era is it now, brother?" Datongmu Hui's eyes calmly looked at Hanayu, with a smile on his face, and asked in his mouth, "Where is Datongmu Hui?" "It seems ... since I was sealed, a lot of things have happened." Datongmu Hui's mouth was chattering, regardless of whether Hanayu answered or not! Next chapter, Datongmu Hui. Chapter 320. Datongmu Hui. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 320. Datongmu Hui. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 320. Datongmu Hui. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Where is Datongmu Hui? It seems ... since I was sealed, a lot of things have happened. Datongmu Hui's mouth talk about it, and don't care whether Hanayu answers or not! Peng. Datongmu Hui's right hand suddenly grabbed the dead ninja head under his feet, and slowly raised it in front of him. A light flashed in his white eyes! In the eyes of Datongmu Kagaya, the life of this ninja slowly emerged. Time. Hasn't it been so long? Datongmu Hui frowned slightly, then threw away the ninja in his hand. His face was expressionless, and his mouth calmly said, "Damn son, you actually sealed me for more than 1,000 years." A look of anger suddenly appeared on Datongmu Hui's face, and the originally drooping hair stood up instantly, and his mouth roared, said, "Chana you kid ... Who is this guy?" 19. Since Datongmu Hui appeared, Jui's heart has had a huge sense of crisis. At this time, Kui's eyes solemnly looked at Datongmu Hui. The figure said in a deep voice, "Datongmu Hui, the mother of the six immortals, the first existence to have chakra, the incarnation of the sacred tree, the god of creation of the ninja world. Hanayu's face showed a bitter smile, and said softly, Nanny, even Ninetales who had survived for countless years. His eyes were filled with an unbelievable look at this time. His eyes were staring at the figure of Datongma Huai, and he said in a deep voice, Yo, brother knows a lot. This is a secret that can only be known in the age of the six Tao immortals. I am interested in you, little brother. The dialogue between Kyabai and Hanayu, Datongma Huai saw it completely, and the expression on Datongma Huai's face at this time showed a look of interest. Feel it, get reincarnated eyes. It has the ability to write round eyes in a kaleidoscope. Moreover, there is a very interesting pupil technique in the eyes. Datongma Huai's white eyes slowly closed, the corners of her mouth slowly hooked up, and whispered softly in his mouth. It deserves to be the great Tongma Kyaji who owns the ninja world's creation god. She has obtained so much information only by perception. Hanayu's face showed a smile, and said with a deep voice, Compared to this information, what I am more curious about is the little guy in your body. Unexpectedly, the guy Datongma Ui used yin and yang escape and Togo chakra to create such an interesting guy. Datongma Ui, the white eyes of Yes eyes reflected the figure of Ninetales, and he said in a deep voice, Raw, layers of fiery red chakras suddenly emerged from Hanayu's body. Chakra formed a golden nine-tail outside Hanayu's body. Chanayu kid. What to do? Jui's face showed a questioning look. His body was slightly lowered, a pair of beast pupils stared at Datongma Hui's figure, and said in a deep voice, There is no way. Datongma Kiguya. But I am sure to win rebirth. Hanayu's right hand slowly placed Murayu in front of her, with excitement and helplessness on her face. I can only ... fight. Speaking of it, Datongma Huij should also be a temporary breakthrough in the seal. Hanayu's hollow eyes stared at Datongma Huij, and muttered softly in his mouth, Have you been discovered? My strength can only be part of it. However, this is enough. Datongma Hui's face showed a gentle smile, and said calmly, If that's the case ... then, let's fight. I am looking forward to fighting with you. Datongma Huai. Hanayu's face showed a trace of excitement, and 520 said in a deep voice in her mouth, Fighting? What a pity. It's rare to meet a handsome boy. Datongma Hui's face showed a trace of regret and whispered softly, This guy. No wonder he will not be able to withstand Naruto's Harimat in the future. A black line appeared on Hanayu's face, and his eyes looked at Datongma Hui playfully, malicious in his heart. Tukao said, Go on. Hanayu's eyes closed slightly, and with a low drink in his mouth, the limbs of the nine tails on the surface of his body moved quickly in an instant, and the huge golden nine tails quickly attacked the big Tongmu Hui. Go with! Thank you million King Arthur for your 100-point reward! Thank you Yanj J886 for the great 100-point reward! Subscribe, ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection! Hanayu vs Datongma Hui. Chapter 321 Hanayu vs Datongma Hui. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 321 Hanayu vs Datongma Hui. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto Chapter 321 Hanayu vs Datongma Hui. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. It's on. Hanayu's eyes closed slightly, and with a low drink from his mouth, the limbs of the nine tails on the surface of his body moved quickly. When he got up, the huge golden nine-tailed swiftly attacked Datongma Hui! 5-color thread. Hanayu snorted in her mouth, and her right hand suddenly waved towards Datongma Hui. Following Hanayu's movements, the 5 sharp silk threads instantly cut towards Datongma Hui. Oh, Very strange ability. It's not ninjutsu ... It's not pupil technique. Even my perception can't detect this kind of power. Datongma raised his right hand, black begging for help. A semicircular rain cover was formed in an instant, covering Datongma. Peng, peng. There were 5 soft sounds in a row. Hanayu's silk thread hit the Kudao jade, only leaving a trace on the surface of the Kudao jade. Cut. It's really ... troublesome to seek Daoya's defense. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, and her body quickly leapt back. It's a weird blood succession limit. Brother, can you tell me what this ability is? Datongma asked with a hint of curiosity on his face, and asked softly. It's not the limit of blood. It's the power of my Emperor. The most unique ability in this world. Hanayu's face was cold with a hint of coldness, and she said in a deep voice, Daigu. In the memory of people I have absorbed, there seems to be something about Daiga's abilities. Such abilities ... Really amazing! Datongma Kiguya's face flashed slightly. There was a serious light, and he said softly, secret technique ... rabbit hair needle. Datongma Hui's face became slightly serious, and with a low drink from her mouth, her hair instantly attacked the cold moon like 1,000 books. The art a mirror, Hanayu yelled in a low voice, and in front of him, a mirror with white light appeared instantly, blocking Hanayu's body. Ding, ding, ding. With a sound of metal symphony, Datongma Hui's rabbit hair needle hit the mirror surface of the art a mirror, and it was shot out instantly. The rabbit hair needle hit the hair in a needle shape, and pierced the opponent's meridian system with the power of white eyes, so that the opponent can't move. Such an attack. Can it be hit? Hanayu's body is quiet, standing in place. All the attacks were blocked by Yata Mirror. At this time, Hanayu had a playful smile on her face. Her mouth whispered, spirit weapon. Yata Mirror? Datongma Hui's brows wrinkled slightly, and he stared at Yata Mirror in front of Hanayu. The expression on his face gradually became serious. You can get a spiritual weapon, brother. You have the strength to make me serious. A smile flashed across Datongma Hui's face, and then a light of emotion flashed through his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, ! Samsara writing round eyes ... Open. Datongma Hui let out a low voice, and the third eye above his forehead opened instantly. There are 9 Gui jade in the eyes, distributed in 3 layers from the inside to the outside. Datongma Hui is finally going to be serious. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, but her face became excited, and she whispered in her mouth, 80 divine air strikes. Datongma Hui let out a low cry, clenched a fist with his right hand and slammed forward. Following Datongma Hui's movements, countless fists suddenly appeared in the sky. The March of the Dead 8 Houses. Hanayu said in a low voice. In his left hand, the March of the Dead 8 House appeared instantly, and then a figure emerged from the ground. Uncle Lan, leave it to you. Hanyu's body kept receding, with a smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, this time is a fist in the sky. A dignified look appeared on Lan's face, and with a murmur in his mouth, his body instantly opened the 8-Dodunjia formation. 8-Dodunjia array, 6 yang middle ... Fiver-legged combo. Lan's mouth yelled, and a huge red steam appeared on the outside of his body. Then, huge air cannons attacked the fists in the air. Peng, peng, peng. A series of air cannons kept colliding with Datongma Hui's attack, and then a huge explosion sounded in the air. Oh, is there any special ability this time? This guy is dead. Datongma Hui looked at the blue figure, with a trace of calm on his face. His mouth speaks softly, ha ha. Hanayu, this time the uncle can only help you here. Lan's face showed a trace of exhaustion, his body quickly cracked, and then the blue puppet core was taken in the March of the Deceased 8 Rooms. That's enough, Uncle Lan. The next thing. Leave it to me. Hanayu's face showed a playful smile, and said softly, "Thank you million King Arthur for your 100-point reward!" Thank you Yanj J886 for the great 100-point reward! Subscribe, ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. The 322nd chapter of the legendary Emperor. Supreme power. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. The 322nd chapter of the legendary Emperor. Supreme power. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Hokage's strongest emperor and emperor in chapter 322, the legendary emperor. Supreme power. For collection. For subscription. For reward. Monthly ticket. That's enough, Uncle Lan. The next thing. Leave it to me, Han said with a playful smile on his face, and said softly, Datongma Huiij, let you see it. The legendary emperor. Han Ayu's face showed an excited smile. Her hollow eyes slowly closed, and her mouth sank, said, "Oh, the legendary emperor?" Very curious. Datongma Hui's face showed a serious expression, and said with interest, "Five Visions Observer." Hanayu let out a low cry, and an emerald green eye appeared on her forehead. This is the eye ... Is it also an emperor? Datongma Hui looked at the eyes that appeared on Hanayu's forehead, frowned slightly, and whispered in his mouth, "Kyubi, give me all your chakras." Hanayu's eyes on her forehead rolled slightly, and then Hanayu said to Kyubi, "Roar." 439 Tails heard Hanyu's instructions, roared in his mouth, and transferred all his chakras to Hanyu's body. Let you see it. Datongma Hui. A golden chakra coat appeared on Hanayu's body instantly. At this time, the aquamarine eyes in Hanayu's forehead slowly shifted to Datongma Hui's body. In Hanayu's right hand, a very majestic scepter appeared in his right hand. Emperor Spiritualism. Ha! Hanayu yelled, and the scepter in his right hand suddenly merged into the ground from Hanayu's hand. Following Hanayu's movements, extremely mysterious and complicated patterns appeared on the ground around Hanayu in an instant. This is the summoning array? Datongma Hui's face showed a look of surprise. A pair of white eyes and the reincarnation writing round eyes on his forehead burst into light, and his mouth was slightly surprised. Psychic middle. Supreme power. Hanayu's mouth yelled again, and the 9-tailed chakra above his body quickly injected into the psychic formation above the ground. As Hanayu chakra continued to infuse, a horrible light burst out from the pattern. Peng, peng. With the light, the ground with a radius of 1,000 miles under Hanayu's feet began to tremble violently, and a series of terrifying coercion was released from the psychic formation unscrupulously. Ding. Datongma Hui frowned and looked at the huge psychic formation above the ground, stretched his right hand forward, and knocked off a huge boulder in front of him. At this time, Datongma Hui finally got serious. Boom. As Hanayu slowly walked to the center of the psychic array, the surface of the moon began to shake violently, and then a huge figure appeared in front of Datongma Hui. What is this? Kansuzawa? No, it's not an energy body at all. This is an entity. Datongma Kiguya's brows wrinkled deeply. BJBG. Looking at the appearance in front of him, a mesh that is hundreds of meters high. This huge mecha is wearing a samurai armor, a metal crown on his face, and a blue cloak. This is the legendary emperor. The supreme power. In the center of the huge mecha's forehead, Hanayu's figure appeared in a transparent crystal. At this time, the Hanayu stretched out at the highest of the supreme power center. Around Hanayu, in a azure blue space, there are countless light spots, and at the same time, behind him, the transparent channels are like meridians linking to the void at Hanayu's feet. Is this the power of the supreme power? Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and slowly raised her right hand. Following Hanayu's movements, the huge right index finger of the supreme power slowly stretched out. Above its index finger, a group of red cross stars gradually shone! Peng. The red cross star swiftly slammed towards Datongma Huai. With a huge sound, an energy sphere was instantly formed within a radius of 100 miles around Datongma Huai, and then the sphere suddenly fell in between. Broke out! Peng. As the energy spread, the radius of Datongma Huai was directly flattened by the energy released by the supreme power, but the ground was lower than the surrounding ground by a few hundred meters. Cough. It's careless. Datongma Huai, who was in the black sphere, coughed in his mouth, frowned slightly, and muttered deep in his mouth, "Thank you million King Arthur for your 100-point reward!" Thank you Yanj J886 for the great 100-point reward! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. The Supreme Power of Horror. Chapter 323. The Supreme Power of Terror. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 323. The Supreme Power of Terror. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's strongest emperor is the supreme power that makes the 323rd chapter terrifying. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Cough. It's careless. Datongma Huai, who was in the black sphere, coughed in his mouth and frowned slightly. Get up, muttered deep in his mouth. What the hell is this? Datongma Huai's body slowly separated from the black sphere and floated in the air. He frowned and looked at the supreme power in front of him, with a deep voice in his mouth. Say, Datongma Huai. Now the battle has just begun. Hanayu, who was in the crystals of the supreme power forehead, said with a playful smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Supreme power, double raise." Hanayu's hands slowly lifted up, and with a low drink from her mouth, the huge supreme power hands instantly lifted up. Both hands were pistol-like. Two red rays of light were at the top of the power rapier in front of the finger. Swish, swish. Two huge explosions sounded, and then two energy lines instantly hit Datongma Huai's body. Peng. Two explosions sounded. Datongma Huai's body just appeared from the jade for seeking Taoism, and was knocked out by Hanayu's two energy attacks. Cut. The abdomen. Has it been penetrated? Datongma Huai waved his right hand, slowly opening a cave in the air. Then the backing body instantly disappeared in front of Hanayu. This is Datongma Huai's unique time and space ninjutsu. Hanayu saw Datongma Huai, who had disappeared suddenly, with a thoughtful expression on his face, and said calmly, "Huang Kun Biliangzaka can open a cave in the air and move freely in the space under its control. It is the most primitive time and space ninjutsu. It can be activated even if you don't need the seal." Hanayu's face with a playful smile, he said in a deep voice, "Oh, you know Huang Kun Biliangzaka. Brother, how did you know?" Behind the huge supreme power, a cave appeared instantly, and the figure of Datongma Huai emerged from the cave. After coming out, a grey bone appeared in the palm of her hand. However, it doesn't matter. As long as you kill you can absorb your soul. At that time, even if the little brother hides a big secret, I can know it. Datongma Huai's face became serious, her eyes cold. The reincarnation writing round eyes on the forehead instantly released a ray of light. Secret technique middle dot killing the grey bones together. Datongma Huai let out a low voice, and the grey bones in his right hand instantly attacked the huge supreme power. "Don't underestimate me." Datongma Huai. A sneer appeared on Hanayu's face. In the midst of supreme power, Hanayu could easily perceive all the surrounding objects. Defense. Hanayu whispered from her mouth. The body of the huge supreme power instantly turned around, and her right hand suddenly stretched into the void, and then pulled out an energy shield from the void. This is the energy form of Yata Mirror. Datongma Huai looked at the energy shield in the right hand of the supreme power. His face was surprised again. and his mouth said coldly, "Ding!" With a soft sound, the cooking ashes instantly hit the Yata mirror in the energy form. Although it is the Yata mirror in the energy form, the defense power is still not that the cooking ashes can break open the Yata mirror energy shield. It is an appendage of the supreme power. It can defend against all attacks. Hanayu's head lowered slightly, looking at the somewhat surprised Datongma Huai, and said calmly, middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 next. Let you see the real horror of the supreme power. A cold smile appeared on Hanayu's face, and the huge supreme power moved slightly. Go. An excited smile appeared on Hanayu's face. The huge supreme power body bent down slightly, and then the huge body moved at high speed. The super high speed movement makes Hanayu look like an instant movement. Zero Heaven King Yun's sword. Summon it. Hanayu whispered from her mouth while she was moving at high speed, and a huge energy sword appeared in the huge right hand of the supreme power instantly. Is this also an appendage of this supreme power? It is really a headache to use an energetic spirit weapon as a weapon. It is really a headache. Datongma Huai's eyes kept turning, catching the huge supreme one. The trajectory of force, said in a deep voice. Compared to the little emperor because of his age, only part of the power of the supreme power can be exerted. The current me, but the power of the supreme power is fully fired. A smile appeared on Hanayu's face. Murmured to himself, energy cannon. Hanayu snorted in her mouth, and while she was moving at high speed, a red cross star suddenly appeared from the mouth of the supreme power, and then a huge energy beam struck towards the big Tongma Huai. Go with thanks to the light blue Sora for the great reward of 100 points! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Kaguya who was hanged. Chapter 324 Kaguya who was hanged. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 324 Kaguya who was hanged. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Kaguya, the strongest Emperor of Naruto, was hung and beaten in Chapter 324. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Energy cannon. Hanayu snorted, moving at high speed. A red suddenly appeared from Supreme Power's mouth. Cross starlight, and then a huge beam of energy struck towards Datongma Huai. Seeking Dao. Defense. Datongma Huai let out a low voice, and Kudao behind her instantly combined into a huge shield. Peng. With a loud noise, the red energy cannon released by the supreme power instantly hit Kudao. Then a red energy sphere exploded instantly. Peng, peng. The huge energy sphere exploded, and once again hit the moon around Datongma Huai into a deep hole of several kilometers. 80 Sky God Strikes 140. Datongma Huai's figure suddenly jumped out from the center of the explosion, and quickly hit the air with his right hand for several times. Following Datongma Huai's movements, countless fists emerged from the void again. Heaven Kong Yunjian. Draw a knife and cut it. With a smile on Hanayu's face, she looked up at the countless fists in the sky, and let out a low cry in her mouth. Following Hanayu's whisper, the energy body in the right hand of the huge supreme power burst into a stream of light instantly. Peng. With a loud noise, a flash of light in the sky instantly smashed Datongma Huai's 80 divine sky, and then the supremely powerful right arm carrying the sky cluster cloud sword instantly turned towards Datongma Huai. Cut it off! So fast. Datongma Huai looked at the huge supreme power's ultra-high-speed sword swing. His face suddenly changed. A black blade appeared in his right hand, and the reincarnation in the middle of his forehead quickly wrote round eyes, rotating, trying to capture the sword swing of Hanayu's right arm. Power acceleration. With a smile on Hanayu's face, he snorted, and the motion of swinging the sword with the huge power of the right arm accelerated again. and almost instantly disappeared from Datongma Huai's sight. Among them, disappeared. Worse, Datongma Huai suddenly saw that the energy sword that was able to see a trace just now disappeared instantly. His face suddenly flashed with surprise, and his mouth cried secretly, "Peng!" With a loud noise, a huge sky cloud sword suddenly pierced from the back of Datongma Huai, and the huge blade instantly penetrated Datongma Huai's body! Cough cough. Datongma Huai glanced at the sword blade on his chest with frowning brows. His right fingers opened slightly, and his body quickly twisted! Ahem! Such a huge guy can actually have a speed comparable to the ninjutsu of time and space. Datongma Huai's body appeared in the air, looking at the huge with white A's supreme power, and his mouth was deep. Say, Chikichi. Datongma Huai glanced down at the huge wound on his body that healed quickly. A look of anger flashed across his face, and his right hand was quickly raised. Kill the grey bones together. Datongma Huai suddenly yelled, and a huge grey bone quickly appeared in the palm of his right hand. This grey bone instantly turned into a spear. It was thrown out by Datongma Huai hard. Swish! With a blast of air, the spear crossed a distance of thousands of meters almost instantaneously, rushing towards the huge supreme power. A long-range attack? Hanayu's face became slightly solemn, and the right hand of the supreme power slowly took out an extremely gorgeous energy bow from the void! Energy arrow. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and suddenly opened the bowstring with her left hand. A red energy arrow appeared instantaneously, and then the bowstring was quickly released by the supreme power, and the energy arrow was instantly excited! Peng! With a loud noise, Datongma Huai's cooking ashes was intercepted by Hanayu's energy arrows. Hanayu looked at the explosion in front of him, and the corner of her mouth showed a sneer. Go on! Hanayu whispered in her mouth. Her body moved at super high speed in an instant, and she appeared in front of Datongma Huai almost instantly! Nani? Datongma Huai's pupils suddenly shrank, and said in surprise. Hanayu's right hand suddenly stretched out, and the huge right hand of the supreme power quickly grabbed Datongma Huai's body. Then the huge arm suddenly lifted high, and directly smashed Datongma Huai under the ground. A trace of blood was exposed from the corner of Datongma Huai's mouth below the ground. With a low drink, a cave appeared in the ground and the sky at the same time. Datongma Huai's body quickly moved from the sky, appeared in the cave. Swish! Datongma Huai, who had just appeared in the sky, a huge head appeared in front of him in an instant. Between the eyes of the head, two clusters of red cross stars flashed quickly. Peng, peng. Two huge energy attacks emerged from the eyes of the supreme power, instantly hitting Datongma Huai's body, and knocking Datongma Huai's body away again. 5.3 How can it be repaired? I actually don't have the power to fight back. I'm the god of creation in Ninja World. Damn kid. He'll let you know Mozzie the goddess terrible. Datongma Huai's body slowly climbed up from the pit. Compared with the resurrection, she was slightly embarrassed at this time. At this time, Datongma Huai's eyes were angry. Look! The hair stands upright. A huge amount of chakra appeared on the body. Thanks to the light blue Sora for the great reward of 100 points! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Kiguya run away. Heavenly Royal. Chapter 325. Huiji runs away. Heavenly Royal. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. 325 Chapter Huiji run away. Heavenly Royal. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Naruto's strongest emperor makes the 325th chapter Kiguya run away. Heavenly Royal. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Ahem. Damn kid. Datongma Huai's face was angry. His eyes were abnormally cold, and the reincarnation on his forehead wrote round eyes. For a moment a red light was released, and he said in a deep voice, "This is Datongma Hui. Am angry." The huge supreme power instantly stopped. Looking at the furious Datongma Hui, Hanayu's face showed a bitter smile. If it was just because Datongma Kaguya had just broken the seal and hadn't recovered her strength, and because of the 1,000-year-long seal, Kaguyaji was a little bit emotional and didn't show all her strength. The current Kaguya, it's a real horror. Hanayu's brow furrowed deeply, and the 1905 Vision Universal Observer in his forehead flickered twice, and said in a deep voice, "Has the goddess of Mao completely transformed into a devil?" Hanayu looked solemnly at the change of chakra on Datongma Hui's body, and said in a deep voice, "Vanxian Danian." Datongma Hui's eyes stared coldly at the huge supreme power in front of him. His right hand suddenly stretched out, and his mouth let out a low cry. Following Datongma Hui's low drink, a huge gravitational force was released from the palm of her hand. Peng! With a huge sound, the body of the supreme power hundreds of meters high slid on the ground quickly, hitting directly on the rock in front, and then quickly attacked the Datongma Hui. Ding! With a soft sound, Hanae frowned and pierced the sky cloud sword in her right hand into the ground, to slow down the terrifying gravitational force released in the eyes of the great Tongma Hui Samsara writer. "Oh, is it blocked?" Datongma Hui's face was cold, and with a whisper in his mouth, the Juga Jade writing wheel eyes on his forehead revolved in an instant. Shenluo Danzing. Datongma Hui let out a low cry, and suddenly waved his right hand. Following Datongma Hui's movements, a repulsive force directly acted on the body of the supreme power. Peng! With a loud noise, Hanayu was caught off guard by the sudden repulsive force, and the huge supreme power instantly flew out. Peng! Peng! The huge repulsive force caused the supreme force to continuously hit the ground, and then bounced again, and the huge body directly hit a mountain peak. Exclamation mark. Cough cough. Hanayu, who was in the crystal of the supreme power, spit out a mouthful of blood because of the link between his spirit and the supreme power, and stood pale on his face. Exclamation mark. Attachment. Energy wings. The huge supreme power slowly stood up. Hanayu let out a low drink, and a pair of golden energy wings instantly appeared behind the supreme power. Exclamation mark. Swish, swish. The energy wings behind the supreme power slowly flapped twice. With the occurrence of a hurricane, the supreme power hundreds of meters high instantly floated in the air. In the supreme power in his right hand, the original sky cloud sword slowly disappeared. Instead, an energy bow appeared quickly. Energy arrow. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and quickly opened the ability bow with her hands. Following Hanayu's movements, huge energy arrows instantly attacked Datongma Hui. Very good use of energy. But, don't underestimate me. Datongma Hui's face was cold, and her body was also floating in the air. Around her body, clusters of black chakras quickly occupy the surroundings of Datongma Hui. Yin escape middle. Swallow. Datongma Hui let out a low voice, and the black chakra surrounding her instantly wrapped the energy arrow released by Hanayu, and then the black chakra quickly returned to Datongma Hui. In the body of night. It's been a long time. The feeling of chakra in my body. Datongma Hui showed a smile on his face, muttering 843 deep in his mouth. In her body, the energy arrow that was originally wrapped was instantly transformed into the chakra of Datongma Hui. Next, as long as you swallow all the chakras in your body, I can be fully resurrected. Datongma Hui's eyes showed a trace of excitement, and the 9 Gui Jade on his forehead wrote round eyes. It closed instantly. Little devil, let me disappear into the space. Juga Jade writing wheel eyes middle. Heavenly Yuzhong. The Juga Jade writing wheel eyes on Datongma Hui's forehead suddenly opened, revealing a mad look on his face. He said in a deep voice, "It is customary for the otaku to have a regular meeting today, So today's update only has one update. I hope readers can forgive me. Thank you Jiangzui Yufing for the 300-point reward! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. The 6 spaces outside the world of ninja. Chapter 326 6 big spaces outside the ninja world. On seeking collection, seeking subscription, seeking reward, seeking monthly pass. Chapter 326 6 big spaces outside the ninja world. On please collect, seek subscription, seek reward, seek monthly ticket. Naruto's strongest emperors. Emperor Chapter 326 6 big spaces outside the world of ninja. On please collect, seek subscription, seek reward, seek monthly ticket. Boy, give me the space to disappear. Jugu writes round eyes middle. Tanziu's hung Datongmahu eyes forehead writes Jugu. The eyes of the wheel suddenly opened, with a crazy look on his face. And he said in a deep voice, swish. Following Datongma Huai's words, her forehead reincarnation writing round eyes instantly released a ray of light, and then one space after another appeared outside the ninja world. Tanziu Zong, you can rewrite the world around you at will, drag the people around you into a different space together. So, let me disappear, little devil. Datongma Huai's face has a cold smile on his mouth. With a low cry, a cave suddenly appeared at the foot of Hanyu! Cut. Was it dragged into the different space? Hanyu was on the crystals of the supreme power forehead, feeling the huge supreme power being slowly dragged into the different space. Hanyu's brows were slightly wrinkled, and said solemnly, following Hanyu's words, when the huge supreme power disappeared on the moon, it suddenly patted on the ground. Peng. With a loud sound, the body of the supreme power hundreds of meters high instantly disappeared from the moon, and then the supreme power appeared in a world full of deserts. The huge supreme power directly hit the ground composed of desert. Is this the desert space created by Datongma Huai? Hanai frowned as she looked at the surrounding environment and the red Juga jade writing round eyes above her head, whispering in her mouth, little devil, you are making me more and more curious. The all kinds of strange imperial tools and all kinds of strange abilities make me curious, although I don't want to, but disappear into the ninja world. Otherwise maybe to me his resurrection plan has an impact. Datongma Huai's figure appeared above the desert space, and the Jugu writing round eyes on his forehead were scarlet, with a sneer on his face, and he said with a deep voice, sand done, quicksand waterfall. Datongma Huai's right hand suddenly stretched out, and with a low sip from his mouth, the desert at Hanayu's feet instantly rioted! Cut. Sure enough, these spaces created by Huieji can be controlled by her. Hanayu's face became solemn, and the golden wings behind the hundreds of meters of supreme power quickly flapped! Peng. Peng. The tens of meters high quicksand waterfall quickly slammed into the position where Hanayu stood before, and then slowly fell into silence. Are you flying? Datongma Huai frowned while looking at the supreme power floating in the air, frowning tightly, and muttering in his mouth. It seems it can only limit the mobility of this huge armor. Datongma Huai's eyes calmly glanced at the huge supreme power, with a gloomy expression on his face, and his mouth said with a deep voice, transfer supergravity space. Datongma Huai let out a low cry, and Hanayu's figure was instantly transferred to a desolate space! This is gravity. Hanayu, who was instantly transferred from space, frowned deeply, and the supreme power that was originally suspended in the sky instantly smashed towards the ground. Peng. With a loud noise, the power of hundreds of meters high, due to space gravity, directly smashed a pit of hundreds of meters in the ground! It's not over yet, little devil. Gravity increased by 10 times the gravity. Datongma Huai showed a smile on his face, snorted in his mouth, and the supreme force that was still standing was instantly applied to him by the supergravity. Knelt directly on the ground. Haven't you fallen yet? Gravity has increased by 100 times. Datongma Huai's brows wrinkled slightly, and he let out a low drink, suddenly adding 100-fold of gravity to the body of the supreme power. The huge gravitational force can see with the naked eye that even the air is squeezed. Peng, peng. Hanayu's face was serious. Her body in the huge inner crystal of supreme power suddenly knelt down, and the body of supreme power crashed onto the ground. Cough. How can it be repaired? The body of the supreme power ... can't be driven. In the crystals of the forehead of the supreme power, Hanayu's body was supported on the nebula, and a mouthful of blood was suddenly spit out from her mouth. Said in a deep voice Swang Li Zhao, ha ha. How can I fall down here? Hanayu's mouth was gasping, his face was firm, and with a whisper in his mouth. The huge supreme power slowly raised his right hand. Above the 5 fingers of the right hand, clusters of red cross stars appeared instantly. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 red energy pillars instantly attacked the big Tongma Huai. With the movement of the cold moon, the sky was completely occupied by red light. Thank you Jiang Zui Yufing for the 300-point reward! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. The 6 spaces outside the world of ninja. Under Chapter 327 Super Powerful Ejection Balzac. Next Seeking Collection, Seeking Subscription, Seeking Reward, Seeking Monthly Pass. Chapter 327 Super Powerful Spout Balzac. Next Seeking Collection, Seeking Subscription, Seeking Reward, Seeking Monthly Ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor's Emperor. Chapter 327 Superpowered Squirting Balzac. Next Seeking Collection, Seeking Subscription, Seeking Reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 red energy pillars instantly attacked the big Tongma Huai. With the movement of the cold moon, the sky was completely occupied by red light. You can still move under 100 times the gravity. I have to say, the power contained in your huge armor. Datongma Huai's brows wrinkled slightly, and his eyes looked at the 5 red lights that appeared in front of him. With a look of admiration on his face, said with admiration in his mouth, Seeking Daeon. Datongma Huai let out a low voice, and the 9 Daeon floating behind her instantly combined into a huge screen, directly absorbing all the energy in front of her. Cut. This is Yin done. Hanayu stood up slowly, and with Hanayu's movements, the sky cluster cloud sword in the right hand of the huge supreme power instantly pierced the ground under her feet, and then huge relying on the support of the sky cluster cloud sword, his supreme power slowly stood up. 860 ha ha. If this space can be freely manipulated ... it would be a good practice site. Hanayu's eyes looked at the air falling like substance in front of him, with a look of admiration on his face. Murmured in a deep voice, very good kid. Even my 2 sons, at such a young age, they can't do your level. Datongma Huai looked at the supreme power slowly standing up, his face a flash of memory flashed, and he said quietly, don't underestimate me. Datongma Huai. Hanayu's face showed a crazy look, and the 5-sighted universal observer in her forehead slowly closed, and Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth. Slowly put his right hand on his face. Super Squirt Balzac. Hanayu's mouth suddenly yelled, the 5 fingers of her right hand tightened instantly, as if grasping an object, and then Hanayu's right hand suddenly pulled down, and the mask instantly appeared on Hanayu's face. Peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu's body instantly released an extremely terrifying aura. Even if he was within the crystal of the supreme power, the huge aura still diffused out of the crystal. Peng, peng. As the transparency spread, all the rocks on the ground floated in the air. And with Hanayu's actions, a mask also appeared on the face above the huge supreme power. This ... this is? Datongma Huai's face showed a hint of surprise. His right hand blocked in front of him, and all the surrounding rocks were knocked out! Superpowered spout Balzac. The mask-shaped Imperial tool can fully display the wearer's potential abilities. Hanayu's eyes suddenly opened, and the momentum on his body instantly turned the sky in the sky. The clouds were all disrupted, and Hanayu's mouth showed a playful smile, and said coldly, because of wearing the mask, Hanayu's voice is abnormally low, as if two people are talking at the same time. Then, 70% of the potential is released. 5 Vision Almighty Observer. An aquamarine eye suddenly appeared on Hanayu's forehead, and as Hanayu whispered, it instantly released from his forehead. 5 Transparent Spiritual Fluctuations with different attributes. The 5 spiritual fluctuations are all shrouded in Datongma Hui. The 5 abilities of perceptual vision, farsightedness, future vision, phantom vision, and perspective have all been stimulated. Every movement, every thought, and every movement of Datongma Hui, all the chakra fluctuations appeared in Hanayu's mind! Go on! Hanayu yelled in a low voice. The huge supreme power body bowed slightly, and a layer of energy armor lingered on the body of the supreme power hundreds of meters high, as the cold moon drank. The huge supreme power disappeared instantly. Disappeared. Disappeared. Datongma Hui's face was solemn, and his 3 eyes kept turning around, and Kudeo in his right hand instantly turned into a long sword. This is behind. Datongma Hui's face suddenly changed, and her body quickly turned around, and then a huge figure appeared in her eyes. The right fist of the supreme power suddenly hit Datongma Hui's abdomen. Peng, peng, peng. Hanayu's movements kept moving. The huge supreme power broke through the limit of speed. In an instant, countless figures appeared around Datongma Hui, and countless attacks fell on Datongma Hui. Tongma Hui's body. Okay. So fast. Cough cough. Datongma Hui suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and the sword in his right hand instantly slashed towards the air in front of him. It's useless. All your actions are all displayed in my mind. Facing Datongma Hui's attack, Hanayu's face showed a playful smile, and his left hand instantly grabbed it. Datongma Hui's right hand, and then his right foot instantly shot Datongma Hui down from the sky. Peng! With a loud noise, Datongma Hui's body instantly hit the ground. At this time, the right half of Datongma Hui's body had been shattered, and a mouthful of blood was spit out from his mouth. Ahem! Space transfer middle. Lava space. Datongma Hui waved his left hand, and the huge supreme power was instantly transferred to a lava space. Thank you Jiangzui Yufing for the 300-point reward! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Hanayu Runaway. Chapter 328 Hanayu Runaway. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 328 Hanayu Runaway. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 328 Hanayu Runaway. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Ahem! Space transfer middle. Lava space. Datongma Kiguya waved his left hand, and the huge supreme power was instantly transferred to a piece of lava in the space. Cut. Lava space. Hanayu frowned and looked at the environment surrounded by lava flows. The huge supreme power stood on a rock that was about to sink, muttering deep in her mouth. Swish, swish. At the core of the moon, chains slowly appeared, and Datongma Hui's body in the supergravity space slowly recovered. Time. Isn't it? Damn Datongma Hui. Datongma Hui's brows wrinkled slightly, feeling the chains extending toward the supergravity space. A look of anger appeared on his face. His mouth said coldly, beginning ball space. Datongmu Hui let out a low cry, and his body instantly appeared in an unusually calm and different space. which was the beginning ball space. The starting ball space is the only place that is connected to the other 5 spaces. Peng, peng. In the lava space, the rock at the foot of Hanayu collapsed instantly, and the huge supreme power could only jump to another rock. Have you started to run? In the lava space, except for a very small number of rocks, all are lava flows, even in the sky, all covered with volcanic ash. If this kid borrows the wings behind the armor to fly in the air, if you do, it will suffocate and die. Datongma Hui's figure stood in the beginning of the ball space, watching the cold moon in the lava space with his eyes, whispering said in his mouth. Ahem, is the air here so thin? I have begun to feel suffocating. The cold moon in the crystals of the supreme power forehead felt the thin air in the sky and the dense volcanic ash. Coughed twice in his mouth, and said deep in his mouth, cut. It seems that I can only give up the supreme power. Hanaya lowered his head and glanced at the huge supreme power, with a trace of contemplation on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, although the supreme power can have the best defense, but the hundreds of meters high supreme power put Hanayu directly in the volcanic ash. Supreme power disperse. Hanayu snorted in her mouth. The huge supreme power instantly turned into an energy body, and then a scepter quickly appeared in the Emperor's space. You directly disarmed the huge armor. Kid, your decisive power. It's amazing. Datongma Kigaya's voice passed from the beginning ball space to the lava space. And then the beginning ball space instantly merged into the lava space. It's really hot. Hanayu's body landed on a huge rock, feeling the hot temperature around him. The sweat on his face kept dripping, and he muttered in his mouth, Nine tails. Aren't you a fire attribute? Can you block the heat in front of you? Hanayu's surrounding lava flow began to rush towards Hanayu, and Hanayu frowned at this time and asked Ju. Tail. No, although I have a fire attribute, this space is lava hotter than fire. The old man is beginning to feel the heat too. There was still a lot of heat from Kyubai's body, and his mouth said lowly, is that so? This is troublesome. Han frowned slightly, then sighed deeply, and quickly jumped to the side. Hey, what's the matter, little devil? Isn't it okay anymore? Located in the beginning of the sky, Datongma Hui said with a cold smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, Datongma Kagayaji, what are you talking about? I sigh only because once I release 100% of my potential, it may have bad consequences. Hanayu's face, a playful smile appeared on his face, and the mask on his face gradually began to change. Super Squirt Balzac. The potential is released. 100%. Hanayu's mouth suddenly screamed, and there were waves of horror on his body instantly, and the heat around him was originally hot. The air has begun to manifest. Middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot find flowers middle dot 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 ka. Hanayu, who originally wanted to attack, changed her face suddenly, and then watched the seal lock around the black-shaped mark on her chest start to turn. That's it. Unleashing the full potential will also release the sealed power. This time ... but it's troublesome. Hanayu's brows wrinkled deeply, with a trace of solemnity on her mouth, said bitterly, damn it. It's too late. A bitter smile flashed across Hanayu's face, and the 5-element seal lock on her chest opened instantly. Peng. With a loud noise, a huge chakra rose instantly from Hanayu's body, and Hanayu's eyes were already closed at this time. Kill. A cold voice suddenly appeared, and then Hanayu suddenly opened her eyes. The originally empty eyes were all occupied by scarlet light. At this time, Hanayu's mind was already occupied by the will to kill. Occupy. This ... Is this why Hanayu Imp directly sealed the power? Is it because Hanayu Imp's body is temporarily unable to withstand the backlash of this power? There was a wry smile on Kyubai's face, and his body was a bit weak. The inch began to froze, and then Kyubai closed his eyes tightly, and was instantly frozen in ice. This ... What is this? Datongma Hui, who was in the space of the beginning ball, felt the changes on Hanayu's body. Looking at the scarlet light deep in Hanayu's hollow eyes, Datongma Huai was surprised, said, "Thank you. My life. A big reward of 1000 points! Exclamation mark. Thank you Jiang's Wei Yufing for the 500-point reward! Exclamation mark. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Mokobo Temo. Chapter 329 Mokboat Mo. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 329 Mokboat Mo. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto's Strongest Emperor. Chapter 329 Mokboat Mo. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. What is this? Datongma Huai, who was in the space of the beginning ball, felt the changes on Hanayu's body, and looked at Hanayu's emptiness. With the scarlet light in the depths of his eyes, Datongma Huai said with a look of surprise, "Ha ha ha, this is really a world that makes people hot." Hanayu's hollow eyes were scarlet, and the blood-red vision looked at the lava flow around, with a crazy smile on his face, said with a crazy laugh in his mouth, "Is this the feeling of power? It is completely comparable to the power of gods." Hanyu's face was full of madness. His right hand was slightly deep, and a snow-white ice sword instantly appeared in Hanyu's hand. 393 Is it being done? If it is being done, just extract all the surrounding water. Datongma Huai frowned and looked at Hanayu with a thoughtful look on his face. Murmured in his mouth, waved his right hand, the magma in the lava space instantly surged. Peng, peng, peng. With a loud noise, the magma flow around Hanayu instantly violent, and countless magma quickly emerged from the ground. Exclamation mark. So this is a world that makes me hot. Hanayu's face was cold, her scarlet eyes looked down at the lava spewing from under her feet, and she said coldly, "Even if it is the ability of Bing Dong, if you encounter magma, it will be melted." Datongma Huai said with a deep smile on his face, "Ice Dragon Swing Tail." Hanyu's face was still cold, his eyes were scarlet, and he calmly watched the lava flow approaching in front of him, and the ice sword in his right hand suddenly drew azure blue around him. Streamer Kerala. With the blade of Hanayu passing by, the flow of magma that originally spewed from the ground was instantly frozen. Exclamation mark. Nani? How is this possible? This is lava with thousands of degrees of high temperature. Why? Why is it so easily frozen by this kid? This is not ice escape at all. Such an ability, it can be said that the bloodstains are eliminated. Datongma Huai's face had a look of surprise, his eyes flashed with a hint of disbelief, and his mouth said in shock, "That's it." Hanayu's eyes looked at the frozen magma in the sky with satisfaction. A crazy smile appeared on her face, and she said in a deep voice, "Destroy, frozen. Transform this world into a world of ice and snow." Hanayu's face had a crazy look, his scarlet eyes rolled twice, and his mouth screamed crazy. Datongma Huai, die. Hanayu's scarlet eyes suddenly stared at Datongma Huai in the space of the beginning ball. With a low cry, the ice sword in his right hand suddenly changed into an ice spear. Ice cube middle. Two thorny spears. Hanayu's face was full of madness, and the ice spear in his right hand instantly released towards Datongma Huai. Wow! Kerala. The ice spear hurriedly struck towards Datongma Huai. Wherever it passed, the surrounding air was frozen. Exclamation mark. Damn. The ice that can freeze magma, if it can't escape, even if it's a fairy body, it will be frozen. Datongma Huai's brows wrinkled deeply, and his body quickly started. The ball popped out of the space, and suddenly a grey bone popped out of his right hand. Kill the ashes. Datongma Huai let out a low voice. The grey bones instantly attacked the ice spear, and then the grey bones directly hit the ice spear. Exclamation mark. Kerala. There was a sound of freezing. The grey bones were instantly frozen, and the ice spear began to collapse like mud. Exclamation mark. It's not over yet. Datongma Huai. The scarlet of Hanayu's eyes deepened again, and the craziness on her face became more obvious. Following Hanayu's words, a huge ice wing rose instantly behind him! 1,000-year ice prison! Hanayu shouted loudly, and countless icicles formed in the sky instantly, and the huge blue icicles looked unusually gorgeous in the lava space. Huangquan Biliangzaka. Datongma Huai let out a low voice, and his body instantly merged into the different space, avoiding the icicles that appeared in the sky instantly. A cold sweat appeared on Datongma Huai's face at this time. If there is no time and space ninjutsu, she has been frozen. Peng, peng. Hanayu saw Datongma Huai's figure disappear. Her eyes continued to look at the lava flow under her feet, and a look of disgust appeared on her face. Transform it! This maddening world! Hanayu's mouth suddenly yelled, and her body instantly landed on the ground, and then Hanayu's left hand suddenly slapped on the ground after 2.1! Moka Botomo middle dot time and space frozen. Hanayu shouted loudly, and ripples in his left hand instantly spread to the entire magma space. Kerala. With Hanayu's actions, everything in the magma space was instantly frozen. From the beginning of the ball space, the entire magma space was like an ice block. Thank you. My life. A big reward of 1000 points! Thank you Jiang's Wei Yufing for the 500-point reward! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Next chapter, The Horror of Datongma Huai. Chapter 330 The Horror of Datongma Huai. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 330 The Horror of Datongma Huai. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The strongest Emperor of Naruto makes the 330th chapter Datongma Huai terrified. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Kerala. With the movement of Hanayu, everything in the magma space was instantly frozen. From the beginning of the ball space, the magma space is like an ice block. How is this possible? It actually freezes the entire time and space. Datongma Huai's face was horrified. His eyes looked at Hanayu floating in the sky, and he said in a deep voice, "Damn it! Even if I turned into 10 tails, it would take a lot of time to destroy a space. This kid froze the lava space so easily." Datongma Huai's brows wrinkled deeply. When I got up, a light of horror flashed in his calm eyes, and he said in a low voice, "Kara." With a soft sound, the mask on Hanayu's face quickly shattered and disappeared, and he spouted Balzac superpowerly and returned to the Imperial space. And as the 19 of the superpowered ejection of Balzac dice appeared, before the imprint on Hanayu's chest, a 5 element seal appeared again. Almost controlled by the will to kill. It seems that it will take a while before the demon god appears. Demon essence can be used perfectly. The scarlet light in Hanayu's eyes slowly after dissipating, regaining his hollow eyes, he glanced at Datongma Huai in the space of the beginning ball, with a look of regret on his face, and whispered in his mouth, "Kerala." As the demon god appeared, the essence of the devil and was resealed. The ice on the surface of the 9 tails in Hanayu's body quickly melted! It's really a terrifying power. It actually froze the old man in an instant. No wonder Hanayu kid you want to seal such power. Kyubai's eyes suddenly opened, and his stiff body and mouth moved slightly. Lee said with a sigh, "I'm sorry, 9 tails." Controlled by the killing consciousness. I still can't control the power of the demon god to share the devil's essence. Han said in a deep voice with a trace of apology on her face. Hiss. Frozen the entire time and space. Kyubai's eyes looked around. A look of horror appeared on his face, and his mouth said in shock, "Let's go." The battle. It's time to end. Hanayu raised her head and glanced at Datongma Huai, with a playful smile on her face, and said in a deep voice, "Dimensional phalanx open." Hanayu's mouth let out a low cry. A huge dimensional phalanx appeared at his feet instantly, and then on the surface of the moon, A dimensional phalanx also appeared. Cut. Is it time and space ability again? Datongma Huai's brows furrowed deeply. His eyes looked at the instantaneously disappearing Hanayu, with a trace of dignity on his face, muttered in his mouth. The power of Emperor G contained in this kid's body is really incredible. If this kid is allowed to develop at will, it will have an impact on my Millennium Resurrection plan. But it will affect Datongma Huai's face. Cold killing intent, said in a deep voice. Huang Quan Biliang Zaka. Datongma Huai let out a low voice, and his body quickly appeared on the moon. Looking at the cold moon in front of him, Datongma Huai showed a crazy smile on his face. I have to say, you are the only guy that can make me take it seriously. Uekai Hanayu, even my two sons, I didn't take them to heart. Diekirima Kiguya's face showed a trace crazy smile, said coldly in his mouth, it really deserves to be the emissary of the shinobi world. Every magical emperor possesses incredible abilities. Even me, I have never seen abilities. If you continue to let you develop, it will be against me. The rebirth plan poses a great threat. Datongma Huai's face was cold, and he said in a low voice, Peng, Peng. Just as Datongma Huai's words fell, countless chains rushed out of the moon's core, and these chains quickly spread toward Datongma Huai. Cut. Datongma Huai's sealing technique. Time. 770. It's running out. Datongma Huai's brows wrinkled tightly, a look of anger on his face, and a deep voice in his mouth. Say, Kerala. The chains quickly attacked Datongma Huai, but Datongma Huai was still unmoved, and the Ninega jade writing wheel eyes on the forehead tightly locked Hanayu. The figure shows a reassuring smile on his face. Then, disappear for me, Uekai Hanayu kid. Datongma Kei suddenly roared, his hands quickly folded, and he shouted loudly. For Datongma Huai, Hanayu is the only person who can make her feel fear. Such existence is absolutely forbidden by Datongma Huai. Thank you. My life. A big reward of 1000 points! Exclamation mark. Thank you Jiang's Wei Yufing for the 500-point reward! Exclamation mark. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. A new volume. Began. Chapter 331 Secret Skills. Time and Space Exile. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Chapter 331 Secret Skills. Exile in Time and Space. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor's Emissary. Chapter 331. Secret Skills. Exile in Time and Space. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Then, disappear for me, Uekai Hanayu kid. Datongma Kiguya suddenly roared, his hands folded quickly, and his mouth shouted loudly. Shout. For Datongma Huai, Hanayu is the only person who can make her feel fear. Such existence is absolutely forbidden by Datongma Huai. The Millennium Resurrection Plan. I will never allow any accidents. Even my two sons don't know. Their mother still has a power buried in my heart. Datongma Huai revealed his face. With a look of loss, he lowered his head and glanced at the seal chain on his body, and said in a low voice, maybe even my son just knows that I come from another world. I came to this world only to obtain the fruit of the sacred tree. Such a simple message. Datongma Huai's face showed a trace with a playful smile. He muttered deep in his mouth. Stupid sons. You don't know. The sacred tree was originally planted in this world. I don't even know which world my mother came from. Datongma Huai's self-deprecating smile appeared on his face, and he said quietly, the only purpose I came to this world is to get the fruit of the sacred tree, and then go back to quell the war in my country. But it's a pity. After eating the fruit of the sacred tree, I and the world, there was also cause and effect, which bound me here. Datongma Huai said in a whisper, his eyes flashed with a look of memory. This Datongma Kiguyoji ... is starting to fall into the memory to kill. Hanyu's brows frowned slightly, Her eyes watched with alertness at Datongma Hui, whose movement was blocked by the seal chain, and she whispered inwardly. The long time has made my memory a little fuzzy, but there is a memory I will never forget. The Ninja Jade writing wheel eyes on Datongma Hui's forehead suddenly opened, one by one mysteriously. The pattern quickly appeared in the sky. That's how I got here. Datongma Hui stared at Hanayu with cold eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Let me disappear into time and space." "Yukai Hanayu," Datongma Teruya suddenly shouted, and the mysterious patterns burst into dazzling light instantly. "That's it." With a look of surprise on Hanayu's face, her empty eyes looked at the mysterious pattern above her head, and she whispered in her mouth secretly, "Secret skills temporal exile." Datongma Hui gave a quick low voice, and the mysterious pattern on the top of Hanayu's head instantly rotated, and a series of terrifying suction suddenly sucked Hanayu's body into it. "Ha ha, are you going to fall asleep again? Damn you Akiha Hanayu, it actually blocked my resurrection." "It seems ... we can only wait until the Cura's plan is completed." Datongma Kiguya's eyes slowly closing up, his body began to become huge. At this time Datongma Hui said tiredly, "However, this resurrection has eliminated a tricky enemy. Yukai Hanayu should be lost in the turbulence of time and space at this time." Daikirima Kiguya showed a satisfied smile on his face. His mouth he whispered, and then the huge body instantly turned into the Phantom of the Ten Tails, and then into a huge alien golem. Boom! On the moon, a huge noise came out, and the huge outside golem was pulled into the core of the moon by the seal chain a little bit. I finally got the contact with the outer golem. The outer golem automatically cut off the connection. What is going on? In the ninja world, on the highest spire of Uran village, Nagato's eyes suddenly he opened it briefly, with a relaxed expression on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, "Puff." Hanayu, who was hit by Datongma Hui into the turbulent flow of time and space, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. All around him, the power of space kept raging. This is because Datongma Hui displayed his entrance to this world, and the interior was relatively stable. But because of this, Hanayu's body quickly collapsed. Cough cough. "Damn Datongma Kiguya, I will never let you go." Hanyu's face turned pale, and masses of wounds on her body quickly appeared. At this time, Hanyu's face was gloomy, and she said coldly, "Ahem. If this goes on ... you will definitely die." "Fight it." Hanayu's face with a trace of madness. A gossip plate quickly appeared on his right hand. Amazingly, it is the dimensional square Shangri-La secret skill middle. The end of the world. Hanayu's mouth suddenly spouted good blood, and then he snorted, and a light flashed above the dimensional square Shangri-La, and then another. A huge dimensional phalanx shrouded Hanayu's body. Sneer. Kerala. At this time, Hanayu's hollow eyes looked at the world like the starry sky in front of him, and his consciousness gradually disappeared. And just when Hanayu fell into a drowsiness, the two space-time skills collided instantly, and then Hanayu, the carrier of the dimensional square array Shangri-La, disappeared instantly. Thank you. My life, a big reward of 1000 points. Thank you Jiang's Wei Yufing for the 500-point reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Next chapter, Fall at Wall C. Chapter 332 The Battle of Atwal and the Arrival! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 332 The Battle of Atwal and the Arrival! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto, the strongest emissary of Naruto. Chapter 332 8 middle. Volume C Battle and Arrival. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Jai ha 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 ha. I have said this sentence many times. Roger, a tall man with a cigar in his mouth, wearing a kimono, with blonde hair draped like a lion, looking at the young man in front of him sincerely with his eyes. he said in a deep voice. Although we had a lot of grievances when we were young, forget about it. As long as you know the weapons that can destroy the world and my strength, plus the perfect plan that I spent many years building, immediately can rule this world. This tall man, with a hint of excitement and arrogance on his face, said loudly, "Be my right arm, Roger." The tall man suddenly stretched out his right hand, with a sincere smile on his face, and said loudly, "I'm not interested in domination of the world, Ski. What's the point if the pirate can't do what he wants?" The man called Roger wears a straw hat on his head and his right hand holding a sword in the middle. The expression on his face is always a calm smile. Both eyes glanced at the dense 210 dense fleet behind the man named Shiji, and his mouth calmly said, "You mean let me kill you now, Roger?" Shiji's face suddenly became gloomy. His eyes showed a trace of anger, and he said in a deep voice, "It means to crush all of you." With a calm smile on Roger's face, he gently pressed the straw hat on his head with his right hand, and said in a deep voice, "Arrogant, Roger, you are underestimating my flying pirate group." A look of anger was revealed on Shiji's face, and a huge boat floated slowly at his feet in an instant. Above his head, a golden lion head shuddered. Amazingly, it is the ship of the flying pirate group. "Little ones, sink Roger for me." A cold smile appeared on Shiji's face. His body slowly floated up, and he shouted loudly from his mouth at the same time, "Roger, pirates, ready to fight." Roger has a smile of excitement on his face. His eyes are tightly fixed at the numerous pirate ships around him, and his right hand suddenly pulls out the long in his hand sword, said loudly in his mouth, "This battle is the golden lion Shiji known as Empreror Admiral." It really is an uphill battle. By Roger's side, a young blonde-haired young man with a trace of seriousness on the man's face. His eyes calmly stared at the flying pirate group in front of him, and said with a light smile in his mouth, "Attack." A cruel smile appeared on the face of the golden lion Shiji floating in the air, and his right hand suddenly threw the cigar out of his mouth, and said loudly from his mouth, "Yes, Boss Shiji." Following Shiji's order, all the fleet captains of the flying pirate regiment all responded, and then all the muzzles were aimed at Roger's pirate ship. Peng, peng. For a moment, all the shells quickly attacked Roger's pirate ship. A series of huge explosions resounded in the sea area of 81 volume. Left full rudder. Full speed forward. Standing on the bow of the boat, Roger, with a calm smile on his face, quickly issued orders. Following Roger's orders, the pirate ship at Roger's feet quickly driving on the surface of the sea. Shells kept hitting behind the Roger pirates. Up. Shiji, who was flying in the air, suddenly appeared BHFJ on top of Roger's head, and the famous sword Woodwithered in his right hand suddenly released a huge chop the wave and quickly chopped towards Roger. Ding! With a soft sound, a blade of light flashed, and the huge slashing wave was instantly hit by the blade in Roger's right hand. Subsequently, Roger and the Golden Lion Shiji launched a fateful duel, and the Roger pirates and the flying pirates also began a desperate fight. Hold on, Hanayu kid. And just as the Roger pirates were fighting with the flying pirates, in the sky above them, the nine tails in Hanayu's body amidst the turbulence of time and space. Suddenly he opened his eyes and looked at the turbulent flow of time and space that was about to shatter, and said anxiously in his mouth, "Did you have a very serious injury due to the turbulence of time and space?" Hanayu kid has been unconscious. If this is the case, I can only take over the body of Hanayu kid. Kyuubi's eyes flashed. There was a ray of light, and then Hanayu's body began to appear a series of bones. Almost instantly a golden nine-tailed Hanayu wrapped in it. Kerala. There was a sound like broken glass. The huge nine-tailed eyes lit up instantly, and then the two front paws instantly caught the damage in front of them, and the whole body instantly rushed out of the turbulence of time and space. Get out, Peng. With a loud noise, the huge body of Nine Tails instantly fell onto the surface of the sea, and the waves rising tens of meters high directly sank the surrounding pirate ships due to the huge impact! Roar! A loud roar suddenly broke the surrounding screams, and even Roger and Golden Lion Shiji looked in the direction where Nine Tails fell. Fuck! Under the sea, in a huge shadow, the fiery red front paw protruded out of the sea, and then the front paw was pressed against the entity in the surprised eyes of the surrounding pirates. The Tails' whole body slowly crawled out from under the sea surface. Stand on the sea. All the pirates looked at the Kyuubi standing on the sea with shocked faces, their mouths wide open, and they exclaimed, "Thank you, my life! A big reward of 1000 points!" Thank you Jiang's Wei Yufing for the 500-point reward! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Roger, Golden Lion, Nine Tails! Chapter 333 Roger, Golden Lion, Nine Tails! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 333 Roger, Golden Lion, Nine Tails! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 333, Roger, Golden Lion, and Nine Tails! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Standing on the sea. All the pirates looked at Kyuubi standing on the sea in shock, with big mouths. Jang exclaimed in his mouth, "What's this, a fox?" Gaudy Roger had a curious look on his face, his eyes calmly looked at Nine Tails, and his mouth guessed. Cut. Where did this animal come from? No matter what, the Roger pirates are about to be wiped out by me. Jai ha ha ha. Golden Lion Shiji glanced at this sudden huge with unhappy eyes creature, then his eyes showed a hint of excitement, and he said with a big smile, "You know, the flying pirate group is about to wipe out Roger Pirate 2 and soon, ha ha." Finally escaped. Kyuubi looked down at Han, who was seriously injured inside his body, with a grateful expression on his face, and said happily, "The fox has spoken." Hearing Kyuubi's words, everyone's eyes widened again, exclaiming collectively, "Hey, you guys! Very noisy." Kyuubi frowned slightly, glanced at the pirates around him, and shouted in a deep voice, "Weird monster." Some people murmured in their mouths looking at Kyuubi's sharp teeth, and took a few steps back quickly, with a trace of panic on his face. The animal spoke. "Is it the power of the devil fruit?" Lee, who was standing next to Roger, looked at Nine Tails standing above the water, with a trace of doubt on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, "Ha ha, Rawley. Don't you think such an animal? Is it really funny?" Roger said with a hearty smile on his face, with an interesting smile. "Captain, a fox that can talk like this. You're surprised no matter how you look at it." Lee looked at the excited Roger with a black line, and said slightly, "Hey, fox, are you able to speak because you ate the devil fruit?" Roger suddenly asked loudly with a look of curiosity on his face. "Huh?" The fox. "Show me your eyes wide open." "This uncle is Nine Tails. It's a tailed beast." Nine Tails showed a trace of anger on his face when he heard Roger's words. Roared inside. With the roar of Nine Tails, the pirates approaching Nine Tails were blown away instantly. Nine-tailed? What kind of animal is that? But, Rawley, it's right. There really are Nine Tails behind this fox. Roger showed a confused expression on his face, and then looked. "With Nine Tails of Nine Tails," he said in surprise. "Captain, please give me enough. We are fighting with the flying pirate group that controls most of the power of the pirates." A look of helplessness appeared on Lee's face, reminding him in his mouth. "Say, as the deputy captain of the Pluto Rawley," He does not have the same big heart as Roger. At this time, the Roger pirates are almost in danger. Human, which country is this? Look at this huge sea area. Are you from the land of water? Kyuubi turned his head and looked at the surrounding environment, with a doubtful expression on his face. His mouth asked in a deep voice, "Huh? What kind of water country?" "This is the sea area of Aetva." "Speaking of which, what exactly is your fox?" "The golden lion in the sky," Shiji, with a trace of doubt and gloom on his face, staring tightly at the 9 tails in front of him, said coldly in his mouth. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 flying pirates. Fleet 1, grab this fox for me. Shiji showed an impatient look on his face, and suddenly ordered. Yes, a huge pirate ship of the Feikong pirate group instantly adjusted the position of the muzzle. And then all 40 main guns fired, rushing towards 9 tails. Peng, peng, peng. An explosion sounded, and the sea where 9 tails was located was instantly submerged in the smoke from the explosion! Exclamation mark. Done. This fox ... But that's all. The captain of Fleet 1 showed a cold look on his face, his eyes flashed with a look of disdain, and he said in a deep voice, "Roar!" A huge roar suddenly came out of the smoke, and then the huge figure of 9 tails appeared in the eyes of the pirates again. Damn it! Where did the Hanayu imp fell? This attack method. Really special. The figure of 9 tails reappeared in front of the crowd. At this time, the 9 tails murmured. Then suddenly a huge right paw was stretched out, and the fleet number 1 in the distance was instantly photographed into 2 parts. No matter where it is. Don't underestimate the tail beast. You bastards. Kyuubi's face showed a trace of anger, and his mouth roared loudly. Thank you. My life. A big reward of 1000 points! Exclamation mark. Thank you Jiang's Wei Yufeng for the 500-point reward! Exclamation mark. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Roger, pirates and desperate situation. The Furious 9 Tails. Chapter 334 The Roger, Pirates and Desperate Situation. The Furious 9 Tails. For collection. For subscription. For reward. Chapter 334 The Roger, Pirates and Desperate Situation. The Furious 9 Tails. For collection. For subscription. For reward. Naruto's strongest emperor is the Roger pirates who put Chapter 334 into desperation. The Furious 9 Tails. For collection. For subscription. For reward. No matter where it is. Don't underestimate the tail beast. You bastards. Kyuubi's face showed a trace of anger, and his mouth roared loudly. Nani? Didn't even die? Everyone's eyes widened, looking at Kyuubi who appeared in front of everyone again, and said in surprise, "Give me to die." A pirate of the Flying Pirates group held guns in both hands, with a trace of madness on his face, shouted in his mouth, and quickly pulled the trigger with his right hand. Peng! With a soft sound, the bullet quickly slammed towards Kyuubi, but when a triumphant smile appeared on the pirate's face, the bullet was instantly caught by Kyuubi. How can it be repaired? 013 inches Fleet 2 and Fleet 3, destroy this fox for me. Other fleets, give me full siege of Roger pirates. The golden lion Shiji face in mid-air. There was a hint of gloom on the top, and he said loudly in his mouth, "Hi!" All the members of the Flying Pirate group shouted together, and then the pirate ship quickly adjusted. The 2 huge pirate ships drove towards 9 Tails, and the remaining pirate ships turned towards Roger again. Pirate ship attack. Attack. There was a cold expression on the face of Golden Lion Shiji, and he let out a low cry. The Flying Pirates group launched another bombardment in an instant. Exclamation mark. Roger pirates. Attack. Roger, who was standing on the bow, had a serious face on his face, as he commanded the same. Peng, peng, peng. Following Roger's orders, there were bursts of explosions in the waters of Atwal again. Faced with a large number of ships in the Flying Pirate group, Roger, who has only one pirate ship, is in a crisis that may be destroyed at any time! Little ones, sink the fox in front of me into the sea for me. Harry, the captain of the second fleet of the flying pirate group, had a bloodthirsty light in his eyes, a cruel smile on his face, and he commanded loudly, said, "Peng, peng." Following Harry's order, 30 shells from the second fleet flew towards Ninetails instantly. Kyuubi frowned slightly! Roar! Ninetails roared loudly, with a trace of anger on his face. Suddenly spit out huge fireballs from his mouth! Peng, peng! With the movements of the Ninetails, a large number of fireballs appeared above the sea, and then one after another fireballs quickly attacked the second fleet! How is it possible? Spit out a fireball? Even Harry, who had been on the great route from the beginning, was a little shocked when he saw the fireball in front of him, and shouted in disbelief. You know, there are very few animals on the great route that spit fireballs from their mouths to attack. Help! Help! As the fireball hit the number 2 fleet, a famous pirate kept screaming, and the number 2 fleet pirate ships were also shot out one by one. Deep pit. A lot of seawater poured into the ship. What? Is there only this strength? A playful light flashed in Kyuubi's eyes, and he murmured in his mouth, and then his huge body instantly ran on the surface of the sea! Wow! The running Ninetails suddenly spit out a red light from his mouth, and then the red light instantly enveloped the hull of the number 3 fleet. Turn the rudder right. Hurry up! The captain of Fleet 3, Blitz, had a trace of calm on his face, and he ordered in a deep voice. Following Blitz's order, the attack released by Ninetails instantly hit the surface of the sea. Suddenly, a huge vortex was formed on the surface of the sea, and all the 3 pirate ships around were swept in. Kyuubi, who was still trying to act, suddenly stopped. Inside Kyuubi's body, Hanayu suddenly coughed, and a trace of blood flowed from the corners of Hanayu's mouth. Cut! Hanayu Imp's injury has worsened again. It seems that I can only find a place to treat it. Kyuubi frowned tightly, with a trace of worry on his face, and said in a deep voice, "However, before leaving, let you see the strength of being a tailed beast." Kyuubi said with a playful smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Xagapow!" Kyuubi suddenly yelled out of his mouth, and then a huge red energy ball spit out from Kyuubi's mouth. Although the angry Kyuubi wants to release the tail beast cannon, time is no longer allowed, and can only release the virtual dog cannon that does not need time to gather. This monster. Run everyone! A huge red energy ball was flying in the air. As the energy ball moved, a trace was instantly drawn on the sea surface, and the surrounding pirates saw the huge one. When the virtual dog cannon, a look of despair appeared on his face. Cut! Look down on this fox. Fluttering fruit floating in the air. Shige's face showed a solemn look. His right hand suddenly waved, and the huge virtual dog cannon flew towards the sky in an instant. Go with peng! A huge explosion sounded, and the virtual dog cannon exploded in the air instantly. A wave of shock waves quickly spread to the surroundings. What kind of power is this? Is the blood succession limit 0.8? Kyuubi's brows were slightly wrinkled, and his face also had a trace of doubt. He whispered in his mouth, and then his body quickly ran towards the sea in the distance. Go with, huh? This feeling is the fluctuation of the turbulent flow of time and space. The running Ninetails suddenly stopped, looking at the location where they fell just now, with a confused expression on his face and mouth. Murmured inside. With the muttering of Ninetails, a black dot appeared instantly, and as the black dot appeared, Hanayu's eyes opened instantly. Thank you Yanj886 for the great 1000 points reward! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Storm. Hanayu wakes up. Chapter 335 Miracle Storm. Hanayu wakes up. for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 335 Miracle Storm. Hanayu wakes up, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Hokage's strongest emperor will make Chapter 335 Miracle Storm. The cold moon wakes up, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. This feeling ... is the turbulence of time and space. The running nine tails suddenly stopped, looking at the location where they fell just now, with a doubtful expression on his face. He whispered. With the muttering of the nine tails, a black dot appeared instantly, and as the black dot appeared, Hanayu's eyes opened instantly. Cough. Hanayu suddenly coughed in her mouth, with a painful expression on her face, and then her consciousness slowly began to recover. Han Xiaogui. You are awake. What is this black dot? Kyubai's face showed a reassuring smile, and asked in a low voice. Ahem. It's the secret technique of the dimensional square Shangri-La, the end of the world. My imperial equipment is about to return. However, the space will cause the surrounding gravitational field to change when it is opened twice. Hanayu felt it with the injuries above his 19th body, his brows wrinkled tightly, and his mouth said calmly, Jai ha 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 ha. Don't be struggling. Roger. Golden Lion Shiji looked at Roger Pirates, who had been besieged by Tuan in front of him with excited eyes, and said with a big smile, Is that the end? With a calm smile on Roger's face, his eyes gently looked at the crew behind him, and he whispered in his mouth, Ha ha, Captain, we can still fight. Silbus Riley had a tired look on his face. His hands were covered with armed domineering, and he suddenly knocked a pirate into the air. Go out. At this time, Golden Lion Shiji and Roger had all forgotten the nine tails that had just appeared suddenly. I have to say that the Flying Pirates and Roger Pirates are fateful duel. As long as we defeat the Roger Pirates, I can unify the entire pirate forces. Then, it will be the time to go to war with the world government. At this time, the Golden Lion Shiji's eyes flashed with a kind of ambition. The light, with a trace of madness on his face, said in a deep voice, Roger. Now if I tell the whereabouts of the ancient weapons, I can let you go. Golden Lion Shiji lit a cigar with his right hand, with a triumphant smile on his face. He said in a deep voice, Ski. Do you want ancient weapons to rule the world? What a ridiculous ambition. There was a slight expression on Roger's face. His right hand pressed the straw hat on his head, and he said with a chuckle, Cut, go to death for me, Roger. Golden Lion Shiji looked at Roger's calm eyes, with a look of anger on his face, and shouted. Following Shiji's words, all the ships of the Feikong pirate group floated in midair. The dense fleet in the sky directly surrounded the Roger Pirates. The guns in the hands of thousands of pirates are all pointed at the Roger Pirates. Prepare, send. With a cold smile on Shiji's face, his right hand was slowly raised, and he whispered in his mouth. However, when Shiji was about to give his final order, the sky in the middle of the moment, the clouds were dense. What is that? Everyone in the Flying Pirates and Roger Pirates all looked at the dark sky, and flashes of lightning flashed in the sky. Is it a storm? There was a doubtful smile on Roger's face. The boat of the Roger Pirates group had the best navigator in the world, and he did not foresee that a storm will rise in the sea today. Swish, swish, swish. The black spot in the sky instantly spit out a palm-sized object, and then a huge storm rose instantly above the sea. Peng, peng. The waves hundreds of meters high instantly sank most of the Flying Pirates' fleet floating in the air, and one pirate ship quickly fell from the sky. How can it be repaired? Why is there a storm? Golden Lion Shiji's face was pale, and his mouth roared angrily. Because of his anger, Golden Lion Shiji didn't notice that a rudder in the sky dropped 447 times. Peng. With a loud noise, the rudder of the main ship of the Feikong pirate group instantly pierced the head of the Golden Lion Shiji. And then the golden lion Shiji fell into a coma when he was caught off guard! Is this the storm called their miracle? Unexpectedly ... I came to such an interesting world. Hanayu's face was tired, and with a playful whisper in her mouth, her right hand suddenly caught her from the black spot. A slap-size gossip plate that fell is impressively the dimensional square Shangri-La. Let's go, Ninetales. We need to find some pirate boats like this to treat my injuries. Hanayu's mouth shed a trace of blood, with a trace of fatigue on her face, and said softly, "Thank you Yanj 886 for the great 1000 points reward!" Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Blood collection quick absorption. Chapter 336 Blood Collection Rapid Absorption. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 336 Blood Collection Rapid Absorption. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto's strongest Emperor's Emperor. Chapter 336 Blood Collection Rapid Absorption. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Let's go, Ninetales. We need to find some pirate ships like this to treat my injuries. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Hanayu's mouth. With a trace of exhaustion, he whispered in his mouth, "It's really a miraculous storm." The flying pirates actually ... failed. As the flying pirates were flooded by the storm, all the pirates in each sea looked shocked. The newspaper in front of him shouted in disbelief. The great pirate Gordo Roger defeated Thepor Admiral Golden Lion Shiji. For a while, all the pirates, including the world government and the navy, were all dumbfounded, and Roger was considered the most likely to conquer the great pirate of the sea route. Victory? Was it the storm caused by the arrival of that huge fox? Pluto Rawley said with a calm smile on his face, and said in thought, "A fox. I am more interested in the little ghost that the fox wants to protect. I can clearly feel that there is a little ghost in the fox's body." Gaudy Roger's face was taped with a happy smile. He whispered softly in his mouth, "Roger, who has an insight into the sound of all things, has discovered Hanayu almost when the Ninetales just appeared!" Little devil. So, is it the animal devil fruit? Pluto Rayleigh's face showed a trace of doubt, and asked softly in his mouth, "No, the giant fox and this little devil are more like partners." Roger's right hand pressed the straw hat on his head, a smile appeared on his face, and he said in a deep voice, "Did the Roger pirates defeat the flying pirates?" What a ... Good news. Marine Headquarters Maranvando, Monch D. Carp's face showed a calm expression, his mouth murmured, and then his right hand swallowed the donut in his mouth suddenly. "Ha ha. What an exciting news. Is the flying pirates finally wiped out?" Beside Carp, the Warring States, who is also a lieutenant admiral, had a big smile on his face, said with a smile, "Just as Carp is Roger's opponent, Golden Lion Shiji is the most troublesome existence in the Warring States period." Ahem. Unexpectedly. Have you come to this world? The world of pirates. In the sea area of Eitva, the Golden Ninetales are running fast. In the body of the Ninetales, Hanayu's mouth leaked, with a sigh on his face, whispered in his mouth, "Although the major events in One Piece have been a bit vague, the legendary Atwal battle should have occurred in 1495 of the Folding Sea calendar, that is, when Gaudy Roger became One Piece 25 years ago." Hanayu whispered to herself with a thoughtful look on her face. "Cut, damn dat Ongma Huai. Now we must hurry up to recover from the injury, and then return to the world of Hokage." Then Hanayu cursed secretly, his face became slightly cold, and his mouth calmly said, "Little ones. This is the sea area of Atwal. The legendary Roger pirates fight with the flying pirates." In the direction of Ninetales, a pirate ship was swiftly moving. While driving, standing on the bow of the ship was a man with a scar on his face and a fierce face. At this time, the man looked at the sea ahead with excitement, and shouted, "Oh, Captain Will! We are finally able to see where the legendary pirate group fights." A tall pirate, with a trace of admiration on his face, said excitedly, "Their Will Pirate Group, a vicious group of pirates wandering in the nearby waters. Captain Will has a reward of 3.5 million yuan. Everywhere the Will Pirates goes, they will slaughter all the surrounding villagers to show the style of the Will Pirates." At this time, their Will Pirates group admired the Flying Pirates group, so they did not travel far to watch the battle. However, everyone in the Will Pirates group at this time didn't know that in front of them, a huge fox was also marching towards the Will Pirates. "Hanayu kid, is this the pirate ship you are talking about? I have seen the skull and crossbones." Nine Tails looked at the Will Pirates in front of him, with a smile on his face and a deep voice in his mouth, inquired and said, "Ahem, catch me all the pirates on this pirate ship." Hanayu said with a trace of weakness on her face, as she ordered in her mouth, "I understand." Virtual dog cannon. Kyubai's eyes released a light of excitement, and an energy cannon suddenly spit out from his mouth. "What's that?" A huge fox. Will, the captain of the Will Pirates group, looked at the nine tails that appeared in front of him, and the virtual dog cannon that the nine tails spit out, with a frightened expression on his face. His mouth said in a daze, "Zhao li zhao peng." With a loud noise, the virtual dog cannon instantly sank Will's pirate ship. After that, Nine Tails continued to move, and two huge front paws rose from below the sea. Almost instantly, the pirates who fell into the sea were all caught in the palm of your hand. Have you caught? Cough cough. Imperial equipment. Blood collection. Quick absorption. Hanayu's mouth let out a weak cry, and suddenly Imperial equipment that resembled a vampire's fangs appeared. Amazingly, it is the blood collection used by Dotia Rapid Absorption. Thank you Yanj 886 for the great 1000 points reward! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Hanayu's blood-sucking fangs. Chapter 337 Hanayu's blood-sucking fangs. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 327 Hanayu's blood-sucking fangs. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's strongest emperor's emperor. Chapter 327 Hanayu's blood-sucking fangs. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Catch it. Cough. Daigu. Blood collection. Quick absorption. Hanayu's mouth let out a weak cry, and his mouth suddenly an imperial tool like the fangs of a vampire appeared in between. Amazingly, it is the blood collection used by Dotia Rapid Absorption. What kind of monster are you? Giant fox, with a look of horror on Will's face, who was caught in the palm of his hand. His eyes were shocked and he looked at the huge Nine Tails, questioning loudly. This uncle is a tailed beast. Tailed beast. Nine Tails roared loudly with a trace of anger on his face. Okay, Nine Tails, bring a pirate here. Hanyu's body slowly stood up inside Nine Tails, and whispered in her mouth, I see. Hanayu kid. A calm look flashed across Tail's eyes, and a section of his arm suddenly stretched out of his body, instantly grabbing a pirate in his hand, and quickly sending it to Hanayu. Little devil. So, is this huge fox the power of your devil fruit? The pirate looked at Hanayu in front of him with shocked eyes, and said suddenly in his mouth 400. It's a pity. You guessed wrong. I'm not a demon fruit capable person. You can call me the Emperor. Hanayu's hollow eyes suddenly opened, with a smile on his face, and his mouth Shensheng said, No. Eyes? How could this be possible? The pirate looked at the darkness under Hanayu's eyes in shock, with a look of horror on his face, and said in surprise, This is ... a pair of unusually brilliant eyes. But, unfortunately ... you can't see it anymore. Hanayu's face showed a playful smile, whispered in her mouth, and then suddenly opened. After closing his mouth, two fangs appeared in his mouth instantly. Pouch. With a soft sound, Hanayu's head suddenly lowered, and two fangs bit the pirate's neck. BJFJ. Stop it for me, you monster. The pirate's face showed a trace of horror. He could clearly feel the blood in his body and the rapid vitality the passing. Grungle, grungy. Hanayu's throat moved slightly, swallowing the pirate's blood. With Hanayu's movements, the bone wound on his right arm began to heal quickly. The smell of blood. It's really delicious. Hanayu lifted her head slightly, with a relaxed smile on her face. Her hollow eyes glanced at the pirate who had turned into a corpse. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Peng. Hanayu threw the pirate who had become a corpse, and slowly stood up. Although the body is still shaky, but this does not hinder Hanayu's footsteps. Is this kid a vampire? Don't come over. All the pirates of the Will Pirates group looked at the shaking with horror, and the countless wounds on the body seemed to be at any time. The falling Hanayu's eyes all flashed with despair, and she shouted, "What kind of ability is this? Could it be ... Are you a demon fruit capable person, little devil?" Captain Will showed a hideous expression on his face, yelling, "This is the power of the Emperor, idiot." The blood collection quick drain, the Emperor that is like vampire teeth, is installed in the mouth, and can self-treat and improve your own strength through blood-sucking. Hanayu's face dripped drips. His sweat was caused by the injuries on his body, but Hanayu's face was still expressionless at this time, as if it was not his body that was injured. At the same time, it can also absorb vitality. Hanayu's figure slowly walked to a pirate's side, and suddenly grabbed the pirate's head with her right hand, and the fangs in her mouth instantly pierced the pirate. Above the pirate's neck! Peng. After only 5 seconds, Hanayu's pale complexion turned slightly ruddy, and he threw away the mummy in his hands. Hanayu's icy eyes looked at the 50 wills who were still controlled by the hands of Nine Tails, a member of the pirate group. Peng. As Hanayu threw away the mummy again, a large part of his body's injuries had been restored. And under Hanayu's feet, there were dozens of corpses lying. "No! Don't come over, you blood-sucking demon." The pirate Will, who is so fierce and bounty of 3.5 million Baileys, looked horrified and desperate at this time, and looked at the hollow eyes in horror. The little devil, begging loudly, "Cut! It's really noisy. Isn't it enough to be my food obediently?" Hanayu frowned slightly, and said coldly in her mouth. Then Hanayu's right hand was placed on Will's head, and he leaned over to look at Will. "However, if you can lead me to find more pirates or navy, I can let you go," Hanayu said with a devilish smile on his face, and said in a low voice, "Thank you Yanj886 for the great 1000 points reward!" Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. The cold moon of rapid recovery. The detection of the Navy headquarters. Chapter 338 The Giant Bear Pirate Group. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 338 The Giant Bear Pirate Group. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor's Emissary. Chapter 338 Giant Bear Pirates. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Master Hanayu. This is it. On a huge pirate ship, a man with scars on his face looked at the bow in horror. The teenager sitting on the top said cautiously, "Is it here? Is this the resident of the Giant Bear Pirate Group?" Hanayu sat quietly on the bow. Her hollow eyes looked at the distant sea very clearly, with a deep voice in her mouth. "Say, hey," I said. "Hanayu kid, are you really familiar with this world?" Nine Tails in the space of Hanayu Emperor, with a confused expression on his face, said in thought, blood collection speed drain has a very interesting ability. That is, you can get a person's memory by sucking blood. Through blood collection extreme drain, I have a simple understanding of the world." Hanayu's face with a playful smile, he whispered softly in his mouth. Although he and Kyuubi are partners, Hanayu will never tell anyone about his biggest secret. That's it. So, What kind of world is this? Kyubai's face had a look of doubt, and he asked in a deep voice road. Simply put, this is a pirate world. Hanayu briefly explained some basic information about the pirate world to Kyubai, and then slowly stood up. Is this a world where special abilities can be activated without relying on chakra? It's really an interesting world. Kyubai murmured with a look of surprise on his face. That's it. Lord Hanayu, who had a reward of 3.5 million Baileys, looked at Hanayu in horror, and said affirmatively. What a terrifying kid. The guy who was seriously injured just now and seemed to faint even walking, now he can walk freely. There was a trace of cold sweat on Will's face, with a hint of surprise on his face. Looking at Hanayu standing on the bow of the ship, she muttered, "Hey ha 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 ha, little ones." A pirate ship appeared due to the south. Star, show me which pirate group it is. In front of Hanayu and others, a ship is located in a sea like Hanayu. The ship 3 times the size of the pirate ship slowly appeared. On the mast of the pirate ship, a skull-shaped flag in the shape of a giant bear was floating in the air. It's the giant bear pirate ship. Reassure Captain Bieber. No pirate group has escaped my eyes. A man with a vertical scar on his nose said with a confident smile on his face, his mouth calmly. Then, the right eye of the man named Star began to focus like a telescope. What? It's the Will Pirates. Star slowly closed his right eye, with a trace of regret on his face, and said lazily, "Hey ha 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 ha, I really deserve to be the sniper of my giant bear pirates." However, didn't their Will Pirates go to the 8-Versi area? Why did they appear here? The giant bear pirates, the captain of the regiment, Bieber, had a look of doubt on his face, and said with a big smile, "However, now that I have encountered it, teach them a lesson." Hey ha ha ha. Bieber's face showed a stern smile. His eyes flashed with cruel eyes, and he said with a big smile, "Let them see the power of Bieber's 7.4 million Bailey's giant bear." A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the faces of the pirates behind Bieber, with a deep voice. "Say, have you been discovered? In that case, we'll go ahead at full speed." A smile appeared on Hanayu's face. Although her eyes were still gestating, it did not hinder Hanayu's vision. Even because of the pupil power of the reincarnated eye, Hanayu's vision became clearer. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 but that's the giant bear pirates group. Big Bear Bieber has a bounty of 7.4 million Baileys. Is a famous pirate in this sea. Wills with a trace of fear on his face. He reminded him. I said, go ahead at full speed. Do I still need to repeat it a third time? Hanayu's face became slightly gloomy, and her mouth said coldly, Goo. I know. Will looked at the gloomy Hanayu, suddenly remembering the horror of Hanayu. His face was instantly occupied by cold sweat, and his mouth said in horror. Then Will quickly accelerated the pirate ship and stopped in front of the giant bear pirate group. Zero. What does the Will Pirates want to do? Suicide. Have you seen it? There is a kid on the bow of the Will pirate ship. It makes me laugh. I intend to use the kid to win my sympathy. Is it? Bieber's face showed a trace of disdain. His eyes looked at the pirate ship parked in front of him, and he said with a big smile. Bieber's words made all the pirates behind him laugh. Cut. What a noise. You guys. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, and his body instantly fell on the surface of the sea, and said coldly in his mouth, !Stand. Stand up. The giant bear pirates group's laughter stopped abruptly, and they all looked at Hanayu standing above the sea in shock, and said in disbelief, Thank you Yanj886 for the great 1000 points reward! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Giant Bear Bieber. Water escape spike. Chapter 339 Big Bear Biba Water Escape Spike for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 339 Big Bear Biba Water Escape Spike. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly pass. Naruto, the Strongest Emperor. Chapter 339 Big Bear Biba Water Escape Spike for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Stand. Stand up. The giant bear pirates' laughter stopped abruptly, and they all looked at Hanayu standing above the sea in shock. Said incredulously, "Can this little demon stand on the sea like that huge fox, so to speak? Isn't this little demon capable of demon fruit?" Will's face was uncertain and his eyes looked horrified. Looking at Hanayu standing above the sea, she whispered to herself, "What about interesting abilities? Hey, kid, what's your name?" Biba's face suddenly showed a smirk, and he shouted at Han with a frenzied face, "Uchiha Hanayu!" Hanayu stood quietly above the C63, with a playful smile on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, "Uchiha, what a strange surname." Biba muttered with a thoughtful look on his face, "What? A kid who doesn't even offer a bounty." What a laugh. Behind Biba, a man with a height of 2 meters and a burly stature carried a giant sword close to 2 meters on his shoulders. With a relaxed smile on his face, he said with a sneer in his mouth, "Captain Biba, let me Cooper teach this kid." Cooper said with a cruel smile on his face, with a cold smile on his face, and said with a sneer in his mouth, "It's the great sword vice Captain Cooper." Now this kid named Uchiha Hanayu will definitely be cut into 2 pieces by Cooper. Captain Cooper just walked out, a member of the giant bear pirates. The pirates' faces carried a hint of excitement, and they said in unison in surprise, "Swordsman? Interesting. Forget it. It's not bad to warm up before the battle." Hanayu's hollow eyes looked at Cooper, with a cold smile on his face, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, "You kid, don't underestimate my great sword." Cooper showed a hint of anger on his face, roared in his mouth, and suddenly jumped from the huge pirate ship with his right hand. The giant sword in it instantly slashed towards Hanayu. "Gravity cut!" Cooper yelled, with a cruel smile on his face, and the huge sword body instantly accelerated towards Hanayu's head. Appeared Deputy Captain Cooper's stunt, Gravity Slash. Using his own power, he swung the heavy giant sword in a special trajectory, and Deputy Captain Cooper used this to increase the gravity of the giant sword. "Even if the rock is hit by this, if you strike it, you will also become powdery." A pirate yelled in surprise with a look of excitement on his face. "One hit will kill Kunyu." With a playful smile on Hanayu's face, she raised her head and glanced at Cooper above her head slightly, then let out a low drink. With Hanayu's low drink, Murakami appeared in his right hand instantly. "One sword flow middle. You cut," Hanayu whispered in her mouth, and her body instantly jumped in front of Cooper's body. A stream of light flashed by, and Cooper's chest had a deep bone wound in an instant. Peng! With a soft sound, the Tomatai Cooper's body instantly fell on the surface of the sea. As Cooper fell, a spray appeared on the sea instantly, and then the sea directly submerged Cooper. Cut! Is it only this level? Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, with a cold expression on her face. She said calmly, "Damn kid, how dare I dare to kill my deputy captain? I will make you pay." Biba's face was filled with anger, his eyes flashed red, and then his body the rapid growth. Almost for a moment, a 5-meter high giant bear appeared in front of Hanayu. "Is it an animal with devil fruit ability?" Hanayu said with a deep smile on her face. And following Hanayu's words, the giant bear-like Biba looked at Hanayu with scarlet light in his eyes. "Roar! Go to me to die, kid!" Biba roared, and his huge body instantly jumped onto a lifeboat. The lifeboat swiftly drove towards the cold moon, and at the same time, Biba's huge bear paw instantly patted the top of Hanayu's head. Peng! With a loud noise, Biba's palm instantly slapped Hanayu into the sea. The huge impact of Biba's palm instantly slapped Hanayu's body into a stream of water. Huh? It became a stream of water? How could this be possible? Bieber muttered as he looked at the cold moon turned into a stream of water with a doubtful look on his face. For his own strength, Bieber is still very confident, but Bieber knows that even if his strength is strong, he can't make people into a stream. Isn't the reaction slow? As expected, I am the captain. Hanayu's body slowly rose from below the surface of the water, with a playful smile on his face, and said in a deep voice. It was Hanayu's water body that had just been smashed away. However, that's it. Hanayu's face showed a cold smile, and the corners of her mouth showed a sneer, and her hands instantly sealed. 5.3 Water Escape middle dot The Art of Water Prison. Hanayu suddenly yelled in a low voice from her mouth. With the end of Hanayu's seal, a huge water prison instantly enveloped Bieber above the sea. Guk, guk. The dungeon made up of sea water made Bieber, who had eaten the devil fruit, instantly lost his power and turned back into a human body. Exclamation mark. At the same time, Bieber began to suffocate gradually. Thank you Yanj886 for the great 1000 points reward. Exclamation mark. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. The cold moon of full recovery. The watch of the navy. Chapter 340. The cold moon fully recovered. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 340. The cold moon fully recovered. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The cold moon that Naruto's strongest emperor made. Chapter 340 fully restored. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Guk, guk. The dungeon composed of seawater instantly lost the power of Bieber, who had eaten the devil fruit and turned back into a human body. Exclamation mark. At the same time, Bieber began to suffocate gradually. It's over. With a cold smile on Hanayu's face, her hollow eyes glanced at the pirate ship that had fallen into a sluggishness in front of her, and she said calmly, Control. Control the sea water. How is this possible? All the pirates of the giant bear pirate group looked at Bieber, who was trapped by the sea, in horror, and said in shock, Water escape middle dot water prison technique. Hanayu yelled again in her mouth, and a huge water prison instantly wrapped the giant bear pirate ship, and all the pirates on the ship were trapped by the current. That's it. Hanayu glanced at the pirate ship in front of him with satisfaction. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 19 softly said in his mouth. Blood collection. Rapid absorption. Two fangs suddenly appeared in Hanayu's mouth, and then he bit straight on Bieber's neck. Chih, chih. As the blood was sucked by Hanayu, the injuries within Hanayu's body began to recover quickly. Exclamation mark. Peng. With a soft sound, Hanayu then released the mummy in her hand, with a playful smile on her face, feeling her body. The blood of the capable person has stronger resilience. Interesting. As long as I can absorb all the people here, my injury can be fully recovered. Hanayu's face was filled with excitement. His mouth said in a deep voice, Peng, peng, peng. Hanayu turned into phantoms, constantly absorbing blood. All crew members of the giant bear pirate group began to quickly turn into corpses. Hanayu's figure slowly stopped, and he exhaled, with a satisfied smile on his face and a smile on the corners of his mouth. Finally finally recovered. Hanayu's face was full of excitement, her hands clenched fists slightly, and she said in a deep voice, Finally fully recovered. Hanayu kid. So, what is our next plan? Hanayu's Kyuubi suddenly opened his eyes, with a look of excitement on his face, and asked in his mouth, said, Of course I have found a way to go back. However, before looking for a way to go back, I need to gestate my eyes first. At the same time, I heard that there are many magical items here. Hanayu's eyes looked hollow in the distance, his face with a playful smile. He said in a deep voice, However, first of all we should go to the village to do as the customs do. Let us treat this world as a place of practice. Hanayu's body slowly returned to the Will pirate ship, and he glanced at the terrified Will on his face. A gentle smile appeared, and he said quietly, So, first of all, I need to find more pirate groups. I don't mind the Navy, will, Captain. Han said softly with a gentle smile on his face. Hi. I understand. Lord Hanayu, seeing Hanayu's gentle smile, Will couldn't help but shudder, and quickly replied. Hanayu at this time is a demon in Will's eyes. Help. In a harbor, a navy was holding guns in both hands, looking at a kid in front of him with a look of horror. In the hands of the kid, there was also a golden hand, full of visual shock, gun, fear, despair. It will produce a huge sense of crisis. These senses of crisis ... will continue to strengthen the power of my pumpkin cannon. At this time, there was a cold expression on the boy's face, and the muzzle in his right hand appeared instantaneously. A red light flashed, and then dozens of navies in front of him were instantly knocked out. This young man is really Hanayu, and the gun in his hand is Daigo ... Romantic Fort Pumpkin. How can it be repaired? Kid, are you a pirate? 210. Why attack the naval fleet? A navy colonel questioned with a trace of anger on his face. Yeah, I'm not a pirate. As for why I attacked your navy fleet ... I was just testing the device. Hanayu said with a cold expression on his face, and said in a deep voice. Following Hanayu's words, the romantic Fort Pumpkin in Hanayu's right hand instantly released a huge energy cannon. Peng. With a loud noise, this naval fleet was instantly hit into two segments, and the hull was instantly submerged by seawater, and the navy on board began to flee in all directions. Brew. In the office of Admiral Marlin Vander of the Navy headquarters, a snake worm's mouth kept making noises. Thanks to the King of Wonder for the 100-point reward! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Next chapter, Bounty. Kinoba Pirates. Chapter 341 Bounty. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 341 Bounty. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto's Strongest Emperor. Chapter 341 Bounty. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Blue. In the office of Admiral Marlin Vander of the Navy headquarters, a snake worm's mouth kept making noises. Moses. This is the General of the Navy headquarters. Warring States. What is going on? Warring States put the documents in his hand on the table, picked up the phone worm in his right hand, and said calmly, urgent contact. The naval branch of the Navy in the atoll area was attacked yesterday. An anxious voice came from the phone worm. It can be seen from the phone worm's face that the Navy has the same face. Shock. How about the casualties? Warring States frowned slightly, and asked in a deep voice. Following the words of the Warring States period, a goat beside him raised his head curiously. The whole army annihilated. A sad look appeared on the phone bug's face, and his mouth said sadly, what? The whole army is annihilated? Do you know what the pirate group is? There was a surprised expression on the face of the Warring States period, and he asked loudly, it's not any pirate group. The other party. The other party has only one person. The Navy's face showed a trace of horror, and said with lingering fear, Nani? There is only one person? How could it be possible? You know, there are 3 naval fleets in the sea area of Atva. It is impossible to be destroyed so easily. A look of surprise appeared on the face of Warring States. Then a thoughtful light flashed through his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, although I can't believe it, but this is the situation. Warring States General. This is the picture taken by the surveillance phone bug diaresis. The Navy returned to a calm look on his face, and said quickly. Then a huge image worm received a scene from the Navy headquarters. Marshal Steele. This is the picture received this time in a meeting room. Marshal Steele, Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zephyr, Vice Admiral Carr, and Admiral Crane all sat in the meeting room. His eyes calmly looked at the picture in front of him. On the screen, Hanayu's figure is clearly visible, followed by the naval fleet fighting Hanayu. In the picture, everyone was shocked to see Hanayu transform from a little ghost into a huge golden fox, and then the fox's 9 tails swept wantonly, and the navy ships were sunk continuously! In just 1 minute, this fox sank all 3 naval fleets in front of him into the sea. This boy can't be underestimated. After a short silence, Lieutenant Admiral Carp put down the donut in his hand, with a rare trace of seriousness on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, "Ah, this young man's ability to become a fox. Is it a kind of animal-type animal fruit?" Admiral Sengo showed a thoughtful look on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Okay, pay close attention to this young man. At the same time, set a bounty for this young man." Marshal Gang's face showed a cold smile, and said in his mouth, with Marshal Steele's final speech, the entire conference room became empty. Has the lip shape been deciphered? At the Warring States office, the Warring States at this time frowned and looked at the group of technicians in front of him, and asked in a deep voice, "Hi, this boy calls himself Uchiha Hanayu, and he defines his abilities as Tegu, and he also calls himself a Tegu envoy." A technician looked at the battle in front of him with unblinking eyes, and looked at Hanayu's mouth shape. The mouth replied, "Emperor Uchiha, is it Uchiha Hanayu? A bounty order is issued. Emperor Uchiha Hanayu is offering a bounty of 8.3 million Baileys." Sengoku's face showed a serious expression. His mouth said in command, "Interesting, boy." "Is it the Emperor?" On a huge pirate ship, a tall middle-aged man with a big knife in his right hand, a poster in his left hand, his face with a smile of interest. This middle-aged man is a Whitebeard. Unexpectedly, the Navy noticed this boy so soon. "Roger, pirates." Goldie Roger looked at Hanayu's portrait and the golden 9-tailed tail on Hanayu's body, with a smile on his face and his mouth, said playfully, "Cut, only 8.3 million Baileys. But, it doesn't matter. Now I am about to find my way home. However, before I go back, I must bring some interesting things." "Of course, Zaozos. First of all, we need to go to the countryside and form a pirate group." 9 Tails. Hanayu sat alone on the bow of the boat at this time, looking at the endless ocean, and said softly, "The pirate group? Are you planning to form the pirate group on your own?" Hanayu kid. 9 Tails' eyes calmly looked at Hanayu, and asked in a low voice, "A person? How could it be possible? I've never been alone." Hanayu said in a deep voice with a playful smile on his face, "Thanks to the King of Wonder for the 100-point reward!" Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Kino Pirates. Chapter 342 Woodleaf Pirate Group. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Chapter 342 Woodleaf Pirates. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 342 Kino Pirates. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. A person? How could it be possible? I have never been alone, Han said with a playful smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, Oh, Jui's face showed a trace of doubt, and he glanced at Hanayu, then turned to Will, who was operating the rudder on the side. "Are you planning to let this guy join?" Kyuubi's eyes flashed a light, and asked softly in his mouth, "Huh? How could it be possible? This guy just needs to drive my pirate ship wherever I want to go. This is where his true value lies," Hanayu said coldly with a smile on his face. "What I want to establish is a pirate group with Shindo," Hanayu said with a playful smile on his face. His eyes looked into the distance, and his mouth whispered, "The March of the Dead 897 8 rooms." Hanayu let out a low voice, and in his right hand, a long sword with a dark hilt appeared instantly. Hanayu's right hand loosened the hilt of the deceased's March 8 rooms, and the blade of the deceased's March 8 rooms instantly released a beam of light. "Oh, I forgot about your emperor." Kyuubi's eyes flashed with a sudden light. A smile appeared on his face, and his mouth said in a deep voice, "Swish, swish, swish." 7 mysterious patterns appeared on the ground instantly. and then 7 figures instantly appeared around Hanayu! Ugh, where is this place? A middle-aged uncle wearing a green waistcoat opened his eyes in an instant. His eyes looked at the surrounding environment with interest, and said with a smile, "Oh, Uncle Lan, it's been a long time. How is Konoha's situation?" A gentle smile appeared on Hanayu's face, and his empty eyes looked at the blue beast Matt Dai in front of him, said with a chuckle, "It's rare for Konoha to fall into the long-lost era of peace." Lan's face showed a trace of emotion. His eyes showed a gentle light, and his mouth whispered, "For the once blue beast Matt Dai, now Lan, there is nothing happier than watching his son grow up slowly. That kid Matt K still needs experience." Lan's face showed a happy smile, and said softly, "Ha ha." It seems that Uncle Lan is still dissatisfied with Matt K's physical skills. Hanayu's face also showed a smile, and said calmly, "After Konoha spent the 9 tails attacking the village, Lan watched Matt K's practice secretly. On the last day of each month, Lan turned into an old man to fight against Matt K himself. The result of the battle. It means that every time Matt K has to stay in Konoha Hospital for a day, Master Hanayu, just when BJDD Hanayu was talking to Lan, the other 6 figures quickly came to Hanayu. The Ghost Lantern Ryu and the Ghost Lantern Xuanayu of the Ghost Lantern family. The blasting blade droplets of the Mist Ninja 7 Swordsman have no bear. The Thunderblade Tooth Ringo Yuri, Shining Dun Yikang, Blasting Dun Hunting. Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at the 6 people in front of him, and whispered softly in his mouth. In this way, the Kino Pirate Group is established. Hanayu's face showed a gentle smile, and said in a deep voice, "Wait, this feeling, this is the boat." Just when Hanayu finished speaking, her nervous blue face suddenly changed. Her face pale, and her mouth quickly asked, "Yes, this is my pirate ship." "Wait a minute, Uncle Lan, you won't be sickness," Hanayu said with a weird look on her face, guessing in her mouth. "Oh." Lan, who could perfectly open the 8-door Dungeon formation, suddenly paled, and quickly leaned over to the side of the boat, quickly vomiting. Sure enough, it seems all the blue beasts all are seasick. Can I say is this also a kind of inheritance? Hanayu's face showed a helpless expression, eyes glancing at the pale blue face. He whispered slightly in his mouth, "Kino Pirate Group, let's go." Hanayu showed a playful smile on his face, and shouted like the captain of the pirate world in his mouth. Oh. On the endless sea, a pirate ship floated above the sea. On its mast, 3 blood-red skulls with blood-red guts fluttered in the wind, and one was wearing a green vest. But his middle-aged uncle was vomiting on the side of the boat with a pale face. "Thank you Bai Yingfing for the 100-point reward!" Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Next chapter, Kung Fu Manatee and Blue Beast. Chapter 343 The Kung Fu Manatee and the Blue Beast Seeking Collection. Seeking subscription. Seeking reward. Seeking monthly pass. Chapter 343 Kung Fu Manatee and Blue Beast. Please collect. Ask for subscription. Ask for reward. Ask for monthly ticket. Naruto, The Strongest Emperor Uchiha. Chapter 343 Chapter Kung Fu Manatee and Blue Beast Seek Collection. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly pass. Oh. On the endless sea, a pirate ship floats above the sea. On its mast, there are 3 eyes in each position. A blood-red goose skull fluttered in the wind, while a middle-aged uncle in a green vest was lying on the side of the boat and vomiting with a pale face. "Uncle Lan, you are really seasick." Hanayu's face was a black line looking at the blue that has been vomiting since he appeared, and said slightly in his mouth, As a physique-type ninja ... Of course I feel uncomfortable with boat rides. Nah. Lan's face was pale with a trace of paleness, and he looked at the sea in front of him blankly, and said weakly in his mouth. Then Lan vomited again. Yeah. Unexpectedly, the blue beast Matt Dai, who can open the 8-door Dungeon formation, is like this. It really can't believe it." A young man walked out of the room. His eyes looked at Lan in front of him with interest, and he said teasingly, "Ghost dengs you you kid. Remember, I am called Lan, and there is. My youth never goes out." Ugh. Lan looked up hard, his eyes staring at the ghost lamp you blankly. At a glance, his mouth said generously. However, then Lan lay on the deck again. "Master Hanayu... Is this really the blue beast that shinned in the Third Ninja World War?" "It's really." Ashamed. Yulai Jinba, one of the 7 swordsmen of Yuin, bursts the sword. Fmo resisted his shoulders. His eyes looked at Lan coldly, and he said in a deep voice, "Okay, look at what Uncle Lan looks like. I can only take a break at the beach." Han said with a helpless look on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, "Is it finally going to shore?" "It's saved." Lan's face showed a trace of gratitude, and he whispered feebly in his mouth, "Will, go forward to the land ahead." Hanayu's eyes glanced at Will, who was at the helm, and said in her mouth, "Yes, Captain Hanayu." At this time, Will looked at Hanayu in admiration with his eyes, and said loudly in response. If at first Will only had a heartfelt fear for Hanayu, now when seeing Hanayu and the 7 powerful crew members around Hanayu, Will has nothing but worship. The world of pirates has always worshipped the strong. Boo, boo. A soft noise suddenly came from the ghost lamp Xuanayu's pocket standing on the bow, and then the ghost lamp Xuanayu took out a phone bug from his pocket with a look of excitement, and pressed her right index finger on it. The connect button on the phone worm shell. "Moses, Moses, I am Gui Lan Ruo. Can you hear it?" The voice of Gui Lan Ruo came out from the phone worm, and then Gui Lan Ruo walked out with the phone worm. "It's really a magical thing. This world looks pretty good. This phone worm is much more convenient than our walkie-talkie." Gui Deng Ruo looked at the phone worm in his hand with a sigh, and said softly, "Cut. What's so fun about a phone bug? Nuo-jun, let's try hard to cultivate the blood succession boundary of the ghost lamp family." Xiao Kang reminded him with a smile on his face. "Yes, according to the information obtained by Master Hanayu, there are many magical items in this world." Bao Dun's face was serious, his eyes calmly glanced at Hanayu, and his mouth said curiously, middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. Boom. With a soft sound, Hanayu's Kino pirate ship slowly stopped on the shore. Hanayu looked at the land in front of him curiously, and then looked at Will behind him. "Captain Hanayu, this is a small island 38 nautical miles away from Street Ting Island, Alabastan. There is a small town round it." Will sees Hanayu's puzzled eyes and explained with his mouth, "Alabastan? I know it." Hanayu nodded, and slowly jumped off the bow of the ship. Behind Hanayu, Lan also jumped down quickly. Moo. Just when Hanayu and the others jumped off the boat, a manatee with a green turtle shell and a very cute appearance appeared in front of everyone on the shore. This manatee stretched his hands forward and made the action of making a fist. This is the green vest. This is youth. After Lan saw the green turtle shell behind the manatee, his eyes instantly burned, and his mouth said generously, "This is Kung Fu Manatee." Will looked at the manatee in front of him, with a look of stunned expression on his face, and whispered softly in his mouth, "Moo moo, moo moo." Kung Fu Manatee's tail fin slid twice quickly, his body bounced instantly, and his fists quickly hit the blue. "Thank you C for the great 1000 points reward." Thanks to King Wonder for his great 100-point reward. Thanks to Qin Yun Liangxen for the 100-point reward. Bei Yingfing's big 100 points reward. Exclamation mark subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark seeking collection. Apprentice. Chapter 344 Apprentice! Exclamation mark for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 344 Apprentice! Exclamation mark please collect. Seek subscription, seek reward, seek monthly pass. Naruto's Strongest Emperor's Emissary Chapter 344 Apprentice! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Moo moo. Kung Fu Manatee's tail slid quickly twice, and his body instantly bounced, and his fists quickly slammed towards the blew-out Konoha tornado. With a smile on Lan's face, he whispered in his mouth. His body instantly spun, and his right foot instantly kicked Kung Fu Manatee's fist. Peng! With a loud noise, Kung Fu Manatee's body was kicked out instantly. The chubby body tumbled twice on the surface of the sea, and then fell into the sea. Is it only at this level? Lan's face flashed a little bit of astonishment. His eyes glanced at the Kung Fu Manatee crawling out of the sea, and his mouth calmly said, "Eighth at ice even." Moo. The Kung Fu Manatee, who returned to the land, once again clasped his fists and bowed to Lan in an instant. This ... What does this mean? Seeing the movements of the Kung Fu Manatee, Lan showed a trace of doubt on his face, glanced at Han, and asked in his mouth, "This is Kung Fu Manatee, an avid fan of physical skills. When you see someone, you will compete with it. And if you lose, you will worship that person as a teacher." Hanayu explained with a playful look on her face. A fanatic of physical skills. This action is really going to be an apprentice. Okay. Seeing that this manatee has the same taste as me, I agree. Lan's face showed a trace of amazement. He glanced at the blue Kung Fu Manatee with his big admiring eyes, suddenly stretched out his right thumb, and said excitedly, "Sure enough. Does the Blue Beast's apprenticeship depend on taste?" Hanayu glanced at Lan helplessly, then glanced at the Kung Fu Manatee in front of him, and meditated for a moment. "Let's go." The middle-aged uncle in front of you, but an extremely powerful physique expert. From now on, you are a member of the Kino Pirates. Hanayu's face was on. With a playful smile, he said in a deep voice, "Moo moo, moo." Hearing Lan and Hanayu's words, Kung Fu Manatee's face showed a trace of excitement. The round head kept nodding, and then suddenly he hugged Lan's thigh. "Moo." Kung Fu Manatee yelled twice, and there was a trace of excited tears in his eyes. And seeing the movements of the Kung Fu Manatee, tears also flowed from Lan's eyes. This is ... youth. Lan's face showed a trace of excitement, and he grabbed the hands of Kung Fu Manatee with his right hand, and said with tears streaming down his face, I knew it would be like this." Hanayu's face was with a black line, as he watched a middle-aged uncle and a manatee burst into tears with his eyes. He couldn't help but complain again. "If you can't run 500 laps around the pirate ship, do it 1,000 times." It has been 3 months since the Konoha pirate ship went to sea. At this time, on the deck, one was wearing a tight green body. The middle-aged uncle in clothes and the manatee are running around the pirate ship with all their strength. Amazingly, it is Lan and Kung Fu Manatee. Moo moo, moo. At this time, the Kung Fu Manatee roared. His eyes were firm. His tail fin was constantly swinging, and he ran with all his strength. If the handstand can't be done 1,000 times, then leapfrog 1,500 times. Lan's body stood upside down, supporting his body with his right hand, and shouted loudly, "Moo." The Kung Fu Manatee beside Lan also stood upside down, supporting his body with only one right hand, and roared with high morale in his mouth. 1, 2, 1,200. Lan's mouth kept counting the numbers, while the body of the Kung Fu Manatee kept walking upside down. It's progressing so fast. Kung Fu Manatee won't be a fan of physical skills. In terms of aptitude, it is no less than Xiao Li. Hanayu quietly looked at the Kung Fu Manatee who was practicing, and said in admiration, Yeah, Uncle Lan has taught his secret skills without reservation." At Hanayu's side, Xiaodun Kang looked at the Kung Fu Manatee with interest, and said with a sigh, "No, a whirlwind." At this time, Lan's mouth snorted, and his inverted body instantly jumped, and then his right foot quickly kicked towards the Kung Fu Manatee. Moo. Kung Fu Manatee's right hand suddenly patted on the ground. His body quickly turned twice in midair, and his right hand instantly blocked the blue Konoha whirlwind. Moo. Then the Kung Fu manatee uttered a low voice, his body instantly spun, and the tail fin quickly struck towards Lan. 5.0 Pop. With a soft sound, Lan easily caught the Kung Fu manatee's attack, and then one man and one manatee continued to attack on the deck. Thank you C for the great 1000 points reward. Thanks to King Wonder for his great 100 point reward. Thanks to Kin Yun Liangson for the 100 point reward. Bei Yingfing's big 100 points reward. Exclamation mark subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark seeking collection. Encounter the Whitebeard pirates. The otaku said, take some peculiar things back. Is a Kung Fu manatee who practices Konoha fluid art strange enough? Chapter 345 encountered the Whitebeard pirates. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 345 encountered the Whitebeard pirates. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's strongest emperor's emperor. Chapter 345 encounters the Whitebeard pirates. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Oh, the calm sea suddenly began to churn, and a body was on the deck of a huge pirate ship. The middle-aged uncle in the green tights vomited again. Uncle Lan's seasickness. Even Kung Fu manatee can't be cured. This is really troublesome. Hanayu quietly looked at the sea in front of him, and then glanced at Lan with a trace of her face with a helpless look. He said softly, moo. Kung Fu manatee was still doing handstand practice on the deck at this time. At the same time, Kung Fu manatee looked at the blue appearance, tears shed in his eyes. Kung Fu manatee. This is youth. The blue right hand thumb, lying on the ground, stretched out, and said generously! Exclamation mark. And when he heard Lan's words, Kung Fu manatee and Lan instantly hugged each other. Brew, brew. The sound of a telephone worm made a black line. Hanayu regained his senses, and then Hanayu took out a telephone worm in his right hand. Will, what's the matter? Hanayu's face was calm, and asked softly in her mouth. Captain Hanayu ... ahead ... A huge pirate ship appeared in front of you. Will, who was observing the surroundings, had a phone bug in the heart of his right hand, with a serious face on his face and a deep voice in his mouth. Say, huge pirate ship, can you see the flag of this pirate ship? Hanayu's face showed a trace of confusion, and asked calmly in his mouth. Look, I saw it. Yes, yes. Will, who had a serious face with a shocked expression on his face, looked at the flag on the huge pirate ship in the distance. Surprised and speechless. Calm down, Will. Tell me what you saw. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, her face was expressionless, and her mouth asked in a deep voice. Yes. It is the Whitebeard pirate group, the strongest pirate group in the legend to rule the New World. Will's face was shocked and horrified, and he quickly replied, Whitebeard pirates. So ... this huge pirate ship is the Moby Dick. Interesting. It's really interesting. Hanayu muttered with a playful smile on his face. Scream. 5 Visions Observer. Hanayu's mouth let out a low cry, an aquamarine eye appeared on Hanayu's forehead instantly, and then Hanayu's forehead eyes instantly looked towards the distant Moby Dick. It really is the banner of the Whitebeard pirates. Hanayu's eyes instantly crossed the distance, looking at a skull on the mast of the Moby Dick. There is a white crescent-shaped beard under the skull's nose. Is this Whitebeard? Hanayu's gaze kept turning, and the 5 Vision Universal Observer instantly activated the ability of farsightedness, looking at a huge figure on the mobile. Hanayu's face showed smile. Such a feeling ... Is anyone peeping? Holding a huge wine glass in his right hand, with a crescent-shaped beard under his nose, wearing a white beard with a red drape, stopped drinking, his face with a smile on his face. He muttered softly in his mouth, seeing and smelling domineering. Feel it. Is this the kid? Whitebeard whispered. An invisible fluctuation was instantly released by Baybeard, and then Baby Ard saw Hanayu's appearance. "Hey, Daddy, cheers," a young boy urged while looking at the tall man in front of him with a pair of dead eyes, with a heartfelt smile on his face. "Goo-ah-ha-ha, Marco, a very interesting man is here." The 6-meter-high white-bearded fierce man drank the rum in his hand and said with a big smile, "Huh? Someone who can interest Daddy. I am looking forward to it," Joz said with a hint of curiosity on his face, and said in a deep voice. Although Joz has a height of nearly 3 meters, he is still a little short compared with the white beard in front of him. "Goo-ah-ha-ha. I believe we won't be disappointed. I listened to Roger often mention it, the Battle of It Wall. If it weren't for this guy, the Roger pirates would have been destroyed." Whitebeard Edward Newgate had a sighing smile on his face, and said with a big smile, "Will," toward the mobile, with a smile on Hanayu's face. The 5-vision universal observer and his forehead turned twice, looking at Will at the rudder position, and commanding say, "Captain." The other party is the White 843 Beard Pirate Group. Will showed a look of surprise on his face, and said in a flustered mouth, "I said it. You just need to execute the order. That's where your value lies." Hanayu's face showed a gentle smile, but his mouth was extremely cold. "Yes, I know, Captain Hanayu." Will shuddered when he heard the cold voice from the phone bug, and quickly replied, "The white beard now is still in the prime of life. It's not as old as the plot begins. Let me learn about the strength of the world's strongest man." Hanayu's face showed an excited smile. Her mouth said quietly, "Thank you C for the great 1000 points reward. Thanks to King Wonder for his great 100-point reward. Thanks to Qin Yan Liangson for the 100-point reward. Bei Yingfing's big 100 points reward. Exclamation mark subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark seeking collection. Kino Pirate Ship vs Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 346 The Woodleaf Pirate Ship vs. the Whitebeard Pirate Group. For collection, for subscription, for reward. 4. Chapter 346 Kino Pirate Ship vs. Whitebeard Pirates. For collection, for subscription, for reward. For Hokage's Strongest Emperor. Chapter 346. Kino Pirate Ship vs. Whitebeard Pirates. For collection, for subscription, for reward. Begging. The Whitebeard now is still in the prime of life. There is no old age after the plot begins. Let me learn about the strength of the world's strongest man. Hanayu showed an excited smile on his face. Said quietly, "Pirate ship. It's rare. I saw our pirate flag and didn't run away." A man in black on the side, with a sigh of exclamation on his face, muttered softly, Vista. Don't be careless. This pirate group is not the ordinary pirate group. The Whitebeard slowly stood up from the huge chair, with a bold smile on his face and mouth. Lee laughed and said, "Peng, peng." 2 pirate ships, one large and one small, collided together instantly, and then the hulls of the 2 pirate ships shook violently twice, restoring calm. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Although it was a question, a very short tone rang, and then Hanayu's figure appeared in front of Baby Ard. And with the appearance of Hanayu, the members of the Whitebeard pirate group instantly became alert. "Hey ha 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 ha. You are the Teiguyu Akaiha Hanayu. Roger often mentions you to me. Anyway what about your fox?" Edward Newgate with the white beard with a trace of peace on his face. His right hand gestured indifferently, and said with a little curiosity in his mouth. With the Whitebeard's gesture, the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group all put away their guarded look. Swish, swish, swish. A group of figures quickly appeared behind Hanayu, and it was obvious that everyone in the Kino pirate group boarded the Moby Dick. "Is this the pirate group you created, little devil?" Baby Ard looked at the members behind Hanayu with interest, with a hint of appreciation on his face, and asked softly, "Ah, the Woodleaf pirate group." Hanayu showed a slight smile on his face, nodded, and said casually as if he had met an old friend, "Sure enough, You deserve to be the one who was taken by Roger. The Whitebeard said with a smile on his face, and said in a deep voice. Whitebeard's friend Gordy Roger has mentioned Uchiha Hanayu falling from the sky more than once, and some information about Kyuubi, which makes Babyard even more curious about Hanayu. This kid ... Is this kid Uchiha Hanayu the Emperor? The Captain Marco, who had been looking at Hanayu, had a look of surprise on his face, and said with a little surprise in his mouth, "Tsk Tusk. Really ... Too young." Joz's face had a look of surprise. He glanced at Hanayu, and said in a deep voice, "It turns out that this is what Captain Roger said is a very peculiar boy. However, I can't see the peculiar appearance at all." A short fat guy standing behind the Whitebeard, with a trace of disappointment on his face muttered in his mouth, "This chunky guy is Branmonk, the captain of the 6th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates." "What? The legendary Whitebeard Pirates is nothing more than that." Hanayu heard Brahmank's words, her eyes closed suddenly opened, and turned to look at Whitebeard. Said quietly, "What are you talking about, you arrogant kid?" Hearing Hanayu's words, all the people on the Whitebeard pirate ship looked at Hanayu angrily except for Edward Newgate. It is a direct release of murderous aura for everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group. The Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirate group are their pride. At this time, hearing Hanayu's words, they naturally became angry. "Goo-ah-ha-ha. Do you want to try, little devil?" Babyard's eyes calmly looked at Hanayu's hollow eyes for a moment, and then there was a bold smile on his face, and he said with a big smile, "That's what I mean. Let me see the power of the legendary Whitebeard pirate group." Hanayu said with a deep smile on his face, "Gahahaha. Lao Tzu is a Whitebeard! My sons! Let this boy see the strength of the Whitebeard pirates! A smile appeared on the Whitebeard's face, and he said in a deep voice, "Oh!" All the members of the Whitebeard pirate group responded, and looked at the Whitebeard in front of them with respect. "Kino pirates, just let me bell to learn it." Hanayu kid. A tall and burly man moved his hands and walked out slowly, looking at Hanayu with his mouth calm, said, "Moo, moo." Behind Hanayu, a green figure jumped out. Kung Fu Manatee's figure stood in front of Hanayu, with the back of her right hand behind her, her left hand stretched out. Her mouth cried in a low voice, "You are not worthy of a small character like Captain Hanayu, so let me learn it." Kenoba Pirates Trainee ... Kung Fu Manatee, a demon of the Whitebeard pirates who ate the fruit of language. The person with fruit ability translated and said, "Kenoba pirate ship versus Whitebeard pirates. The battle begins." Thank you C for the great 1000 points reward. Thanks to King Wonder for his great 100-point reward. Thanks to Qin Yun Liangson for the 100-point reward. Bei Yingfing's big 100 points reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Kung Fu Manatee and Konoha Fluid Art. Chapter 347 Kung Fu Manatee and Konoha Fluid Art. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 347 Kung Fu Manatee and Konoha Fluid Art. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Naruto, the Strongest Emperor Uchiha. Chapter 347 Kung Fu Manatee and Konoha Fluid Art. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Kung Fu Manatee, damn, you look down on me too much. Bell's face was full of anger, hands he clenched his fist, glared at Kung Fu Manatee with his eyes, and said angrily in his mouth, "You must know that although Kung Fu Manatee is a fan of physical skills, the general Kung Fu Manatee is very weak." Moo moo. Moo. Seeing Bell's angry look, Kung Fu Manatee's face was with a smile, and his mouth roared in a low voice, "Although I am a Kung Fu Manatee, but I am very powerful." A light flashed in the eyes of Mori, a language fruit-capable person, and said softly in his mouth, "Cut. I was underestimated. Come down to me." Kung Fu Manatee. A look of anger was revealed on Bell's face. With a low drink from his mouth, His body instantly appeared in front of Kung Fu Manatee. Right fist instantly hit the Kung Fu Manatee. Boom! With a soft sound, Bell's heavy blow was blocked by the short right hand of the Kung Fu Manatee, and then the tail fin of the Kung Fu Manatee jumped up with a slight force, and the body rotated a few 620 times in the air. Then the tail fin kicked at Bell with a strong wind instantly. "Nani? So fast?" A look of surprise appeared on Bell's face. He looked at the Kung Fu Manatee that struck in an instant, and folded his hands against his chest. Peng! With a loud noise. Although Bell made a blockade, it is clear that Bell underestimated the strength of Kung Fu Manatee. At this time, the tail fin of the Kung Fu Manatee hit Bell's arm, and instantly knocked Bell out. Moo, moo. Kung Fu Manatee fell on the ground. His right hand was back behind him again, his left hand stretched forward, his eyes calmly looking at Bell. "Take out your true strength, otherwise ... you will lose," Mori said with a look of surprise on his face, translating calmly in his mouth. Such translation is really troublesome. Language field. Mori's face showed a annoying look, and with a low sip from his mouth, an invisible wave spread out instantly from his body. Exclamation mark. Good job. Little Manatee. Lan, standing behind Hanayu, with a smile of relief on his face, stretched out the thumb of his right hand, and said in praise, "Really, Teacher Lan? I was praised." This is Morris language standpoint. In this language field, all animal languages will be unified into human languages. The team leader Marco on the side said with a smile on his face and his mouth calmly, "Damn, I was underestimated." Bell's face suddenly showed a smile, his fists were quickly clenched, and then released. His body doubled in an instant. Let Bell at this time look like a giant bear. "Destroy the cannon," Bell whispered in his mouth. His right hand shot out instantly. The huge power made the air a little shaken. Konoha Cyclone. The Kung Fu Manatee's body instantly vacated, and then the body quickly rotated, and a huge gale appeared beside the Kung Fu Manatee. Peng! With a loud noise, two powerful physical attacks instantly collided together, and then a huge air current spread. However, the Moby Dick's hull was unusually strong, and there was no damage. Exclamation mark over the shoulder. Bell kept moving, grabbing the Kung Fu Manatee's body with both hands, and then suddenly fell to the ground. Peng! With a loud noise, Kung Fu Manatee's body was smashed on the ground, but the turtle shell behind Kung Fu Manatee resisted most of the damage. Exclamation mark. How can I disappoint Teacher Lan? Youth is extremely passionate. Kung Fu Manatee's body instantly jumped up from the ground, glanced at Lan with both eyes, and said calmly, "Konoha rises to the wind." Kung Fu Manatee snorted, and his body instantly appeared beside Bell. Then he supported the ground with his hands, and his tail fin instantly kicked Bell on his chin, kicking Bell away. "It's not over yet." Kung Fu Manatee's body quickly jumped into the air, looking at Bell who was weightless in the air. His body instantly rotated in a circle, and his tail fin kicked Bell's stomach. Peng! With a loud noise, Bell's body instantly slammed onto the deck from midair, and the huge impact made Bell's consciousness blurred. Exclamation mark. This is... Ahem! What kind of physical technique is this? Bell's eyes opened hard, looking at this not all Kung Fu Manatee, and asked with difficulty. "Konoha fluid technique." Kung Fu Manatee glanced at Bell calmly, whispered in his mouth, and then turned and walked behind Lan. Kung Fu Manatee vs Whitebeard Pirate Screw Bell. Kung Fu Manatee, win. Thank you C for the great 1000 points reward. Thanks to King Wonder for his great 100 point reward. Thanks to Kin Yun Liangson for the 100 point reward. Bei Yingfing's big 100 points reward. Exclamation mark. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. The capable person versus the blood succession limit. Chapter 348, Those of Ability vs. Blood Succession Boundary. On, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 348, Those of Ability vs. Blood Succession Boundary. On for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto's Strongest Emperor Chapter 348, Ability vs. Blood Succession Limit, up, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Guahahaha. Very good Kung Fu Manatee. It was able to practice physical skills to such a level. This time, Bell lost the test. Whitebeard had a smile of admiration on his face, and his mouth was big. Said with a smile, "Father, let me learn about these guys." Joz, who was standing behind the Whitebeard, whispered with an excited smile on his face, "Hey, you guys. Does anyone want to fight? I'm a diamond devil fruit capable person. My name is Joz." Joz's tall figure walked up to Hanai and the others. He said in a deep voice, "So Uncle Ryu or you, devil fruit capable. What does it mean?" The ghost lamp Xuanayu, who stood behind Hanayu, had a trace of impatient expression on her face, and asked softly, "Cannot understand. Did not understand." Stayed Ghost Lights Wakatsuki, his face showing a hint of the same puzzled look. Double seeing the Hanayu mouth ping, said quiet, "Let me do it, Lord Hanayu." The hunter standing behind Hanayu, with an excited smile on his face, whispered in his mouth, "If that's the case, Hunter, leave this guy to you." Hanayu's eyes slowly closed, nodded, and his mouth calmly said, "Xiu." Xiu stood up slowly, with a serious expression on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, "Huh? A middle-aged uncle? It seems. This battle is about to start." Joz's eyes took a look. His brows wrinkled slightly, and his mouth chuckled! I'm sorry. I acted. But it was heavy. Hunter's eyes flashed. His right foot was slightly hard. His body instantly appeared in front of Joz, and his right hand clenched his fist and struck him instantly. Kerala. There was a smile on Joz's face. His entire right body quickly crystallized, and his diamond-shaped right hand also clenched his fist toward the hunter. Peng. There was a loud noise, and the fists of the two people slammed together, and then a smile appeared on the face of the hunter. Blast. Hunter let out a low voice, and a huge explosion sounded instantly. As a member of the blasting team in Iwainen village, Carrie can detonate anything that Carrie has touched. Peng. With a loud noise, the diamond-shaped Joz's body was instantly shocked by the impact of the explosion by 10 meters. But the diamond-shaped body kept Joz's body from being damaged by the explosion! Hey, are you a demon fruit capable person? Joz's face had a look of excitement. His huge body moved slightly, and he asked in a deep voice, "No, this is the limit of my blood. Burst escape. As long as it is an object that has been in contact with my body, I can turn it into a bomb." There was no expression on Hunter's face, and his eyes looked at Joz with cold eyes. Said quietly, "Interesting. It's really interesting. If that's the case, I can finally fight a real battle." Joz's eyes looked at the hunter with excitement, and he said with a big smile. Then the diamond-ized right hand instantly attacked towards the hunter. Shine middle. Collision. Joz's mouth whispered, and his body moved at a high speed in an instant. With the movement, all of Joz's body was transformed into diamonds. Middle. 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 Ask for flowers. Middle. 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 I've said it. Anything I can touch. Can be a bomb. A smile appeared on his face, and his mouth whispered, "Blast escape." Middle. Landmine fist. Hunter suddenly shouted, and his right hand clenched a fist and instantly hit the deck below his feet! Peng, peng, peng. With the hunter's actions, a series of explosions formed on the front deck of Joz in an instant, covering Joz's body in it! I said, "Daddy." The blood inheritance, they said. He's also a demon fruit ability. Marco beside him was not worried about Joz, who was in the explosion. His face was curious. His mouth was inquired and said, "The so-called blood succession boundary is an innate ability of humans." It can be said that the blood succession boundary is the ability to not eat the devil fruit. Hanayu has a smile on her face. Said quietly, "Nani? In this world, Is there such a peculiar ability? When the crew behind Baby Yoda heard Hanyu's words, they were all startled and said in disbelief, then ... who will fight with me? I am also ... the blood success limiter. The only woman standing behind Hanyu. Two orange-wood colors appeared in the hands of Shining Yikang, with a smile on his face. The fireball said quietly, "Thank you C for the great 1000 points reward. Thanks to King Wonder for his great 100-point reward. Thanks to Qin Yun Liangson for the 100-point reward. Bei Yingfing's big 100 points reward!" Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Chapter 349. Those of ability versus blood succession boundary. In for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 349. Those of ability versus blood succession boundary. In for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 349. Capable versus blood succession limit. Medium, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Then ... who will fight with me? I am also ... the blood successor boundary. The only woman standing behind Hanayu. Two appeared in the hands of Shining Yikang. The orange-wood fireball, with a smile on his face, said calmly, "Are you capable again?" Marcos' eyes cast a blank look at Yikang, with a smile on his face, and his mouth calmly said, "Philadelphia." Marco let out a low voice. His body was instantly wrapped in a layer of blue flame, and then he flew towards Yikang quickly. Is it a person with the ability of the demon fruit of the animal-type phantom beast species? This can be regarded as a real Phoenix 2 or 3-0, although it is blue, Hanayu said with a playful smile on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, Swish, swish. Yikang waved his hands twice, and the two orange-wood fireballs in her hands flew towards Marco instantly. The hot temperature, even the air, began to twist. The breath of the phoenix. Marco, who was flying in the air, showed a solemn expression on his face. With a low drink from his mouth, two blue flames instantly spit out from his mouth. Peng, peng. Two explosions sounded, and the orange-wood fireball instantly collided with the cyan flame. The two groups were equally hot, but the flames of different safety properties quickly disappeared in the air. Shining done middle ... over steam kill. Yikang showed a smile on his face. His body instantly appeared beside Marco, with a low drink from his mouth. His right hand instantly hit Marco's stomach. Chichi. Following Yikang's attack, the water in Marcos' body quickly disappeared, and then Marcos' body slowly turned into a corpse. Cough. It's really amazing. Marco, who became a corpse, suddenly coughed twice, and then the blue flame on his body suddenly bloomed, and his body began to slowly recover. What a terrifying recovery ability. No wonder your ability will be called the Undead Bird. Yikang's brows wrinkled slightly. His eyes looked at Marco, who had recovered almost instantly, and he exclaimed, "Say, compared with your searing escape ability, which can control the hot fireballs, my flames don't have much attack power." However, losing attack power in exchange for recovery ability. Marcos' body fell on the ground. Enter, with a calm smile on his face, whispered in his mouth. Swish. With a soft sound, Marcos' body instantly appeared in front of Yikang, and the right arm that became a wing instantly attacked Yikang. Shining done middle ... burst fireball. Yikang showed a playful smile on his face. Three orange-wood fireballs appeared in front of her. Then the three fireballs merged into one instantly and exploded in front of Marco. Up, peng. With a dull explosion, Marcos' body was knocked out again. But for Marco, who is almost immortal, the explosion just opened the distance between the two. The air burst. On the other side, the right hand of Kikugan suddenly punched the air in front of him, and then the air exploded in an instant, knocking back Joss, who had rushed to his side again. It's really troublesome. I have diamond-like defensive capabilities, but am very restrained from exploding. There was a look of helplessness on the hunter's face. and he muttered, "This guy has the ability to bomb. Even if it comes into contact with the air, can it still cause an explosion? You can't get in at all." Compared to the helplessness of hunting, Joss was a little bit distressed. Joss has diamond-like properties, defense and strong offensive ability, but they are constantly embarrassed by the explosions that may appear next to them. Hey, Uncle Ryu, have you seen it? The guy standing behind Baby Yoda. The ghost lamp Xuanyu who was standing next to Hanayu scanned his eyes twice, and then looked at the person behind Baby Yoda in surprise. A figure. Ah, I've seen it a long time ago. Is this the Murloc that Lord Hanayu said? What a pity. The guy that drives Simon Ghost Shark was sent out by Lord Hanayu to perform the task. Otherwise, I would want it. Let's see if our sharks are amazing or the Murlocs here are amazing. Gui Deng Ryu said with a trace of regret on his face, and said playfully, "Hey, the Murlocs over there. Let me see your abilities. I heard that your Murlocs are very capable of fighting in the water. I can't wait." Ghost Deng Xuanyu looked behind Baby Yoda, Namul said excitedly. Then the ghost lamp Xuanyu fell down and jumped into the sea. 2.6 Huh? You kid. Do you want to fight in the water? The Murloc's blue Murloc showed a playful smile on his face, and said softly. Then Namur's body also plunged into the sea. Ghost Lamp family versus Murloc. Interesting. It's really interesting. Hanayu's face has a playful smile, and his right hand is slightly covering his left eye, which is a little bit tingling, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, "Thank you C for the great 1000 points reward." Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Chapter 350. Those of ability versus blood succession limit. Under for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. The 350th chapter is capable versus blood succession boundary. Under, please collect, seek subscription, seek reward, seek monthly ticket. Naruto, the strongest emperor of the 350th chapter of the ability versus the limit of blood. Under, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Ghost Lamp family versus Murloc. Interesting. It is really interesting. Hanayu's face has a playful smile, and his right hand is slightly covered above the stinging left eye. He said with a chuckle in his mouth, "Hey, kid, since you can swim in the sea, you should not be a capable person." Murloc Muir said with a deep smile on his face. The capable person? It seems that something extraordinary has been discovered. It seems that the so-called capable person can't get close to the sea. Gui Deng Xuanyu's face has a playful look, and his body slowly floating in the sea, whispered in his mouth, "The Murlocs are different from humans, little devil. The Murlocs have 20 times the power of ordinary humans on land, and those who fight in the water, the Murlocs have 30 times the power of humans." Namwers his body slowly moved his hands freely in the sea, and said calmly in his mouth, "Murloc karate." Ha! Namwer's mouth suddenly let out a low drink, and his right hand suddenly shook out a punch, and a huge impact instantly rushed towards the ghost lamp Xuanyu. Peng! With a loud noise, Gui Deng Xuanyu's body was instantly shattered, and then Gui Deng Xuanyu's body turned into streams of water and merged into the sea. What is this? How can a capable person use his abilities in the sea? Even the well-informed Muir, his eyes could not help showing the ghost lamp Xuanyu that turned into a stream of water. With a look of surprise, he said in a deep voice, "Don't underestimate the blood inheritance limit of our ghost lamp family, you Murloc." The head of the ghost lamp Xuanyu turned into a stream of water, and the sharp teeth opened and closed quickly, and his mouth said in a deep voice, "The art of hydration middle. Blue whale." Ghost Deng Xuanyu snorted in a low voice, the seawater quickly gathered, and then a huge whale appeared in front of Namur. Crash! Gui Deng Xuanyu whispered from her mouth, and her huge body instantly rushed towards that Muir like a swordfish. Murloc shock! Namwer's body sank quickly, and then, with the help of the pressure of the sea, rushed towards the ghost lamp. Xuanai likewise quickly. Peng. With a loud noise, a huge wave suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea, and the Murloc possessed the power to surpass the limit of human beings. And the blood inheritance limit of the ghost lamp family makes the ghost lamp Xuanai also possess the power of superordinary people in the water. 3000 watts punches. Namur let out a low voice, and fisted with his right hand and struck the whale's belly instantly. Water escape. Hole of the water wrist. Ghost Deng Xuanai's whale body quickly transformed into a human body. The right hand formed by the fluidized water was compressed infinitely and then solidified, forming a huge fist, swiftly facing Namur. The fist strikes. Peng. There was an explosion above the sea again, and waves quickly spread to the surroundings, and in the center of the battle between the two, a huge ocean current vortex appeared instantly. Water gun shot. Namwer's hands quickly stirred the surrounding sea water. A torrent of sea water was compressed by Namwer's hands, and then rushed towards the ghost lamp Xuanai like a chopping wave. Water escape. The technique of water iron cannon. Erding. Gui Deng Xuanai shouted loudly in her mouth. Her hands were pistol-like. Drops of extremely compressed water droplets shot out like bullets, quickly cutting off the surrounding water flow. With the battle between the two in the sea, the pirate ship Moby Dick, which was originally still above the sea, shook in an instant, and Lan's face instantly became pale and vomited. Captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, Beaster, who had been standing next to Whitebeard, suddenly pulled out 2 foils from his waist with both hands, and walked out slowly with his mouth. Said quietly, "Double Zord flow, let me learn it." The original Misty hidden 7 knives of the Thunder Fangs. Ringo Yuyuri. Lino Yuyuri took out the double-edged knives with both hands, and the Thunder Fangs appeared. In front of Beaster, he said quietly, "Rose Flower Ain." The 2 swords in the foil Beaster's hands swiftly swung, and then a blossoming rose flower appeared around Ringo Yuyuri. Lightning tornado. Ringo Yuyuri's body quickly rotated 363, and then a series of thunder and lightning emerged from the thunder blade's teeth, and then a huge tornado hit the surrounding rose flower! It's a pity the remaining captain is not on the Moby Dick. Otherwise, it should be more interesting. Hanayu's face showed a trace of regret, whispering softly in his mouth, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, let me see your strength. Hanayu's face had a look of excitement. A sword appeared in each of her hands. Hanayu, who only opened her right eye, he said in a deep voice, "Gu-ah-ha-ha-ha, Emma Whitebeard, fighting with you. This is to my mind." Baby Ard slowly stood up, and took the big knife next to him with his right hand. His mouthly laughed and said, "Thank you C for the great 1000 points reward." Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Emperor Guru Hanayu vs Whitebeard Edward Newgate.